go out on track. If you've never seen this before, you're in for a real treat. Let's go down and see if we can catch up with some of the drivers. Shall we have a little word? It's very loud, it's very noisy. We wouldn't have it any other way though, would we? Let's go grab it.
Oh yeah.
Modified, what's it like out there? Because it looks a little bit damp.
It was a bit slippery there.
You guys must be mad turning around Silverstone in these little things. There's no seatbelt, is there?
No, that's great fun. Yeah, we're not mad, it's just fun, isn't it? It's enjoyable.
How fast do you get up to in these?
About 140 at the moment, but it's just got to go a bit quicker too.
140. Best of luck, Andy. Cheers. Right, let's keep on going down. Did you hear that? 140 miles an hour around Silverstone. Wow. That is petrified. We'll just get out of the way. This man here on pole position. Let's go grab a quick word with him if we can. Sorry, we'll go turn around, shall we? We've got to go chat with the pole man. First pole of the year, first race of the year as well. Here he is, Liam Morley. Liam, you're always at the front of the grid, you aren't you?
I do my best.
How good is it to be back?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's a long wait, 6 months off over winter. It's a brand new chassis. First time I've ever driven it in the dry, so we'll see how it goes.
Definitely. Look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Look how low they are to the ground. Look at that. There's nothing at all. They're literally bums on the ground. You better watch out yourself, kids. We better move out of the way because you're about to be run over. There you go. Just look at it. Literally, you feel every single bump in these. Let's go for a little further walk, shall we? You can hear the rest firing. It's almost time to go. This is so exciting. Let's see if we can get a few waves from the driver, shall we? There's Lee. Give Lee a wave. There we go. Let's go say hello. We've got Samantha Hepsall over here. Let's go say hello very quickly if we can. Samantha, happy to be back.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back. It's a bit cold, but it's a better day than yesterday.
I mean, it looked quite slippy out there this morning, was it?
Yeah, it was a bit damp. It improved throughout the session and got quicker and quicker, but it was a lot drier than yesterday.
Definitely. Look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you at the end of the race as well. Look at this site. It is absolutely glorious. There are 50 superkarts heading out on track. Yes, 50. Oh, this is going to be something quite special. And the sun has come out as well. It couldn't be any better, could it? Let's keep on going down. Let's go see if we can see anybody else. The carts are still arriving. You did it here earlier. 140 miles an hour. They're going to hope to go even faster. I think that's about it from us here. They're about to head out. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good morning, race fans, and welcome to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone Circuit. Yes, the 2022 British Motorsport season is upon us. BARC TV is back, and we are live here at Silverstone with the British Automobile Racing Club for a full weekend of motor racing. The new British Endurance Championship will be the headline event of the weekend. They have a 3-hour race taking place here on the full Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone this afternoon. 5.89 kilometre circuit, opened just after the Second World War. The first British Grand Prix was held here in 1948, won by Luigi Villoresi in his Maserati, but it is sports cars and supercars that take centre stage here with the BARC this weekend. The British Endurance Championship, supported by the Britcar Trophy Championship, they have two 50-minute races taking place tomorrow. We also have the Praga Cup, the Pragas running in their own championship on separate grids this year, an all-star entry of Praga sports cars for two 1-hour races taking place here this weekend. And coming up first of all, as we've seen, we have the British Superkart Racing Club, the first of 5 rounds this year for their Super Series Championship. If you've not seen Superkart racing before, you are in for a real treat here at Silverstone this weekend. They may be small, they are very spectacular indeed. 140 miles an hour, as you've already heard from the fastest karts, the Division 1 Superkarts. There's the schedule for today. We go racing very shortly with a 15-minute race, the first of 3 this weekend for the British Superkart Racing Club. That's followed by a first of 2 1-hour races for the Praga Cup. And Then after the lunch break, we have 3 hours for the British Endurance Championship, the MS UK British Endurance Championship revived for this season. Almost 30 cars will be on the grid for that one. We've got Ferraris, Porsches, Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, McLarens, TCR cars and much more on that grid later on, and then a second race for the British Superkarts will take place after that. They have a third race tomorrow as well. We'll also be joined tomorrow by the Snetterton Saloons. Normally, as the name suggests, race at the Snetterton circuit in Norfolk, but an away day for them tomorrow. They have a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop tomorrow, and they're joined by the Z-Cars Championship, which, as the name suggests, is BMW Z4s. That's all coming up tomorrow, though. I hope you can join us for that one as well. We will be shortly getting underway. The Superkarts are revving up ready in the assembly area to be released for their first 15-minute race of the weekend. We'll bring you the grid very shortly. There are 4 classes of Superkarts in attendance here today. The quickest of them being the Superkart Division 1 category, or 250cc twin-cylinder 2-stroke engines. They're the karts with the yellow number plates. You can see there the front row of the grid, Liam Morley, and alongside him, Matt Robinson. They will head the grid up out onto track. The other classes we've got, the Superkart 250 mono category, 250cc single-cylinder 2-stroke engines. They have the white number plates. We've got the 450 national category, 450cc single-cylinder 4-stroke engines. The engines in these karts based on motocross bike power plants. 450 national category have red number plates, and then the smallest capacity of the 125 open class 125cc single-cylinder 2-stroke engines. They have blue number plates. There's a few of those further down the pack. Quickest in the qualifying session was the O-Plate kart, won the O-Plate race at Silverstone last season. Liam Morley, one of Britain's fastest superkarters for many years now. He snatched pole position right at the end of the qualifying session, about half a second quicker than number 84, Matt Robinson. He was third in the Super Series standings last season. It was Lee Harpham that won the Division 1 Super Series. First of 5 rounds of that series taking place here at Silverstone today. They go on to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, then to Snetterton, Anglesey in North Wales, and Alton Park later in the season for the 5-round British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. Liam Morley had a bit of bad luck last season. He recovered after missing the opening rounds of the season after having some surgery at the beginning of last year. Managed to get himself back into championship contention, but then in the final rounds at Donington Park was beset by mechanical problems with his kart and lost out in the Super Series. It was Lee Harpham who's on the second row of this grid. He's carrying the GP plates. He won the British Superkart Grand Prix. You can just see him on the right of your picture there, starting on the outside of row 2 alongside the reigning British champion, number 1, Ross Allen. So it's Liam Morley and Matt Robinson on the front row, Ross Allen and Lee Harpham on row number 2. Then row 3, it is Carl Hume and Jason Dredge. Then Andy Gulliford in number 7. And alongside him is the first of the 250 mono class karts. That is GP1, British Grand Prix winner and British champion in the 250 class, Paul Platt, one of Britain's most successful superkart racers over many years. Quickest in the 450 national class is Costa Kiritsis. He's 20th on the grid overall. And the quickest 125 open class kart is 2 places behind him. 22nd place, number 36, Thomas Baldwin, is the first of the 125. So they're making their way round now. It will be a rolling start, racing over 15 minutes. They're already forming up behind the pace car as they head into Cops Corner. This is going to be an absolute cracker, as we say. If you haven't seen these karts race in anger before, you're in for a real treat. They are unbelievably fast for such small, lightweight machines, and these drivers among the bravest competitors, certainly, in British motorsports. Pace car heads them through the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Liam Morley will start as the favourite on the O-Plate race here at Silverstone. He's carrying the 0 or O-Plate on his kart. Starts alongside Matt Robinson. He was third in the Super Series last year behind Sam Moss, who is, I believe, absent this weekend. Should see 51 karts on this grid ready to go racing here at Silverstone. The pace car leads them down the Hanger Straight. There's number 1, Ross Allen. uses a slightly different engine setup to the other Division 1 karts. He uses two 125cc engines hooked up together in that kart. There's GP, that's Lee Harpham, the British Grand Prix winner and Super Series winner last year. Super Series champion in the 250 class was Lee Plain, number 101. He's down in mid-grid somewhere, he's 12th on the grid. And the winner of the other classes, Super Series, Kevin Ridley won the 450 Nationals, he's not here this weekend, and Clinton Bridge won the 125 Open class. There he is, number 23, the reigning 125 Open champion. Last few carts through, number 82 there towards the back of the lineup. That's Andrew Johnson in as a reserve. As a late entry, number 92 right at the back is Ben Arden. They head over the Grand Prix grid down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights up towards Abbey, past the Formula 1 pits. 15-minute race. It's a long lap here at Silverstone, so you won't see a huge number of laps. It's going to be absolutely fast, frantic and furious from the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. These karts certainly very different to the karts you would see at your local arrive and drive kart circuit. 57 there, that's Mark Pask, Bromsgrove, south of Birmingham. Division 1 karts the quickest. A reminder, they have the yellow number plates. The 250 mono class have the white plates. 450 national have red. 125 open the green plates. Through the loop and onto the Wellington straights, starting to form up 2 by 2 behind the pace car. Then they will be unleashed. First race of the season at the British Automobile Racing Club. Will it be a winning start to the season for Liam Morley? Will it be Lee Harpham? Will it be Ross Allen? Very experienced Carl Hume could be in with a chance in number 26. Jason Dredge, 79 alongside him. Paul Platt will be the favourite in the 250 mono in GP1. Almost time to go racing on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. The pack about to be unleashed. The pace car leads them around Luffield Bend towards Woodcote. It will peel off into the pit lane. British Motorsport 2022 will be underway. Revs beginning to rise. Race car pulling into the pit lane. Keeping order as they come up towards the red lights. When they go out, we will be underway. Power starting to come on. Here they come, waiting for the red lights to go out. It's time to go racing here at Silverstone, and we're underway. Down towards Cops Corner for the first time. Good start at the inside by Ross Allen. Looks like he's going to take lead. Not the best of starts by Liam Morley. He's down to about 4th place as they head through, and there's arms waving at the back. I think, have we had a false start there? I'm not sure. There's a lot of karts slowing at the back. I'm not too sure there. The race is underway. It's number 84 of Matt Robinson who has taken the lead ahead of Ross Allen. Carl Hume is in 3rd place. Liam Morley down to 4th. Didn't get the best of starts there. There were a lot of arms waving towards the back of the field. The 24 kart slowing on the outside. That's Tom Rushforth. He's got a problem early on. I thought we had a false start at first. A bit of confusion towards the back of the field, but it looks like we are underway. They head down the Hanger Straight into the daunting right-hander at Stowe Corner for the first time. We'll wait to see who's leading as they come through to complete the opening lap. We concentrate on some of the midfield battles. There's 23 of Clinton Bridge. Looks like he's lost out to Fletcher Hearn in the battle of the 125 Open class, number 41. Here come the leaders coming over the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. We've had a change for the lead. Carl Hume has taken the lead in 26. Matt Robinson battling with Ross Allen in number 1 for 2nd position. Liam Morley in 4th place, challenging Ross Allen there. Rest of the pack in behind them. See the order as they come through to complete the first lap in a few corners' time. Looks like GP1 of Paul Platt could still be leading the 250 mono category. I will apologise for any miscalls. It is a bit tricky to see the numbers on some of these karts at the high speeds that they can achieve. Charge their way down the Wellington Straight under the bridge towards the left-hander at Brooklands. 56 there, that's Michael Goff. Charge their way around the double right-hander at Luffield, then it's up to the right flick of Woodcote onto the pit straight to complete the first lap of the season. It's Matt Robinson who's retaken the lead, only just ahead of Carl Hume. Ross Allen in third place, then Morley fourth, Lee Harpham rounding out the top five, then Jason Dredge and Andy Gulliford. Look to see who's leading. It's number 127 of James Hassel who has taken the lead in the 250 mono category. Looks as though Paul Platt hasn't come through. I think we've lost the GP1 karts around the first lap somewhere. We saw one or two karts in trouble around that opening lap, and I think Paul Platt was one of them, unfortunately. He had a few mechanical problems last year which caused struggles. He only finished fourth in the Super Series. Now Liam Morley starting to get aboard. He's trying to come through the middle there as they go into Stowe Corner. Now has he taken the lead there on the exit? 2.7 going through there. That is James Hassel leading the 250 mono category. Got ahead of one of the Division 1 cars. That's Tom Rushforth who slowed on the opening lap. So he's starting to come through. There's a yellow flag there at Club Corner, and Liam Morley did indeed get through on the exit of Stowe, so the pre-race favourite is up into the lead now. But here comes Matt Robinson fighting back. He's all over Liam Morley as they go through Abbey Corner there. Now it's up towards Farm and Village, and they go towards the loop, starting to pull away very slightly now from Ross Allen. It's the GP kart of Lee Harpham up into fourth, and our earlier pace setter Carl Hume, who briefly took the lead. The black and yellow kart there is down into fifth position ahead of Dredge and Gulliford. Next through we should have the 127 of James Hassel. Yes, the blue kart there. He leads the 250 mono category. Further back, Costa Kiritsis is leading the 450 national class. Here come your leaders through into Luffield Bend. 0 from 84, that's Morley from Robinson. Number 1, Ross Allen, the reigning British champion, is up there in third place. That's the kart running two 125cc engines, certainly proved effective last season. Didn't manage to win the Super Series though, he was down in 7th in that, but took the overall British Championship. 2 laps completed then, it's Morley who leads by 0.7 of a second from Matt Robinson. There's Gulliford and Dredge. Dredge has got ahead there up into 6th position. They charge their way around. Let's see if we've lost any notable names. Yes, Platt is out. Lost the GP1 cards further back, so that's the favourite in the 250 mono's gone. 450 national class still led by Costa Kiritsis, and in the 125 Opens it's number 36 of Thomas Baldwin who has gone back into the lead. So have we lost Clinton Bridge possibly? No, he's further down the order, third in class. Race has settled into its rhythm now. There's 127 James Hassel, he's leading 250 mono. Who's behind him? That's number 125, that's Luke Plain. Plain family from down in Devon. Long-time Superkart racers, getting past the 56 there of Michael Goff. That's a battle for second place in this category. 32 there. That is Costa Kiritsis. Ross Allen battling it out with GP Lee Harpham, British Grand Prix winner. Yes, a British Superkart Grand Prix. Oh, Liam Morley goes off. Morley's gone straight on. What happened there? Liam Morley has just gone straight ahead there. I don't know what's happened there. Has he? I think he's pulled up. I can just see in the background there. So have Morley's mechanical problems struck again? He went very suddenly straight on there, coming through the right-hander at Village. I thought he was heading into the tyre wall. So your leader is now this man, number 84, Matt Robinson, the man from Cheshire. The battle is on for second place. Lee Harpham trying to come through there at Brooklands. Robinson slides it out as he leads the way. Certainly among the favourites coming into this weekend. His first season last year in Division 1. The new Anderson kart chassis this year. There's a black flag being displayed to somebody. Can't quite see the number of who that is. Black flag means pull into the pits. You are disqualified, so not sure who that was to. So there go the leaders, and Lee Harpham is now starting to reel in Matt Robinson, who made a slight mistake coming through Luffield. We saw there slid a little bit. Ross Allen, the British champion, in third place. These three have pulled away from the rest of the field. The yellow flag out because we've got a kart stopped on the pit lane. That's number 142, Peter Tilson-Hawk, the 250 mono category. He's out of the race and has abandoned his kart in the pit entrance by the look of it. See that black flag in the background. There's a yellow flag at Copse Corner, so somebody has gone off there. Yellow flag means no overtaking, slow down, danger ahead. The 36 kart sliding it out there. That's Tom Baldwin. He's, I believe, still leading. Check on the timing screen. Yes, he still leads the 125 open category. This is the battle in 250 mono. This is for second in class. Luke Plain fighting it out with the 56 of Goff, and Costa Kiritsis, the 450 national leader in the purple kart there, in there with them. So all the classes overlapping with each other, with the exception of the Division 1 leaders, who are well out in front. Robinson still led at the end of that lap, but Lee Harpham had done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 4.065. One of our 450 national karts. That's the number 126 of Ronan McClintock. There's he running in the overall classification, quite a way down, I think. There's the battle for second in the 250 mono category. 6.5 minutes of this 15-minute race to go. They go by very quickly. Superkart races. His kart abandoned there on the exit of Copse Corner, so that's the reason for the yellow flag. A battle further back in the midfield. There's battles everywhere you look in this field. Number 20, Rob Stubbs, leading this. 51 through up the inside there is Luke Burton, past one of our 450 national runners. 59 of Nick Flint, last year's champion in the Super Series of 450 national. Kevin Ridley not here. Hopefully we'll see him out later in the season. Lee Harpham, I can tell you, has now taken the lead. There he is. Here comes Matt Robinson back again, though, up the inside, coming into Stowe Corner. They're side by side. Lee Harpham just holds on around the outside in the GP karts. Pity for Matt Robinson and Ross Allen, number 1, chasing. Allen's dropped back just a little bit. There's an abandoned kart, number 143, John Reeder, out of the race. Quite a few casualties in this one. Here come the leaders, a back marker ahead, number 35, Sam Hempshall, leading lady of Superkarts, about to go a lap down, and goes in the air. So it looks like Sam's got a problem, unfortunately. Lee Harpham from Matt Robinson, Ross Allen, they're well clear to the tune of some 6.5 seconds ahead of Carl Hume in 4th place, then Gulliford, Dredge and Rushforth. Then James Hassel, who is leading the way in 250 mono with the demise of Paul Platt on the first lap. Costa Kiritsis is 9th, leading the 450 national category, and number 43 of Sean Lombardo rounds out the top 10 overall, that is, ahead of the Plain family, Lee and Luke. Leader under pressure now from Matt Robinson, trying to get that lead position back as they come into Luffield. You can see Matt Robinson really throwing his kart around there, and again he slides it through Luffield. That lost him a bit of momentum there. They're pulling away from Ross Allen in kart number 1. There's the 34. That'll be the next kart to be lapped. That's Daniel Gerrard. There's another back marker there, in fact one of the 450 nationals. That's Ronan McClintock about to go a lap down. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go, so at least a couple more laps to go as Robinson goes to the outside. He's gone too wide there over the curb. Holds it together though into Maggots, then through the Beckett's complex towards the Hanger Straits. This one's a little bit wide there, Lee Harpham, the race leader, coming out of the complex through Chapel and into the main straight. There's the leader meanwhile in 125 open, I think that's 23. No, it's still Thomas Baldwin, I apologise, leading the 125 open category, sorry. Into Bridge, the reigning champion in that division. You can see the class leaders there on the right of your screen. Morley out of the race though. There's your leader, Lee Harpham from Matt Robinson. There's Ross Allen in the background. Harpham has pulled away a little bit as they come through Abbey there. 3 minutes on the clock. Here's a good scrap further back in the order. This is for 9th place. Lee Plain now ahead of the number 43 of Sean Lombardo. Behind them, number 33, Mark Newton, Cambridgeshire driver. Luke Plain has dropped behind them. There's double waved yellows at Brooklands, so somebody may have had an off there. As the leaders come down, Matt Robinson had a look there, but he's see the yellow flags. That means no passing. Now we can see somebody being pushed away in the background there. I think that's it's one of the 250 mono carts. Couldn't see the number, unfortunately. Well, the two leaders have now gone well clear of Ross Allen, who's busy dealing with back markers. There is Allen, number 1. Now, just over 2 minutes on the clock as they came through there. So it's going to be touch and go whether we get another lap after this one. We'll wait and see. Lead gap was 0.7 of a second. Harpham has the fastest lap of the race, 2:03.306. Dealing with a back marker there, the number 6 of John Faulkner goes a lap down, and Matt Robinson up alongside. He's trying to go around the outside out of the complex. He's done it. Oh, brilliant move by Matt Robinson. Now, was Lee Harpham delayed by that back marker there? I think he was momentarily. Matt Robinson now pulling away. Now, Robinson will be wanting to see the checkered flag this time, but I think we're going to get one more lap out of this. They lap the number 92 of Ben Arden, starts at the back of the grid. Now, can the British Grand Prix winner, Lee Harpham, and reigning Super Series champion, fight back, catch Matt Robinson in the 84? James Hassel and Costa Karitsis still leading their classes further back, although as I say that, Karitsis is dropping down the timing screen slightly. No, he's still there. He's come through in 11th place, so he's lost a couple of spots on that last lap. Meanwhile, Harpham tries to fight back. There's over a minute left on the clock. Just waiting to see if we're going to get another lap out of this. Heading towards Village and then up to the loop towards the Wellington Straights. Around this long left-hand, it's twitching about. They're really on the limits of adhesion as I say that. Robinson ran wide over the curb there, coming out of the loop. This could give Lee Harpham the momentum he needs as they come down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Unless there's still yellow flags out there, Harpham could be in position to make a move. He is going to make a move up the inside. They're side by side on the run into Brooklands. Absolutely together. Harpham up the inside, retakes the lead as they come in towards Luffield. Robinson nearly hits the back of Harpham there. He throws it sideways to get it round the corner. There's still 20 seconds left on the clock, so we are going to get one more lap out of this race. Terrific racing from the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series Round 1. Up towards the line. One lap to go this time. And it's Lee Harpham who leads. He led at the line by 0.42 of a second. Can Matt Robinson fight back? It's just between these two for the overall win now. Third over the line was Ross Allen. Then Hume and Tom Rushforth fall back, and Robinson up the inside. They almost contact there. He just got through there on the inside. Where did that come from Matt Robinson? Now he's got to defend for his life around this last half a lap. Terrific race between Matt Robinson and Lee Harpham. Harpham, a vastly experienced racer. Up the inside, he's going to retake the lead. Slipstreams his way through into Stowe Corner. Matt Robinson, only his second season of Division 1 Superkart racing. It's a new kart for this year, and he wants to start his season with a victory. Terrific fight between these two. They come down out of Club Corner. Who's going to be leading as they come in towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight? The clock is down to 0. It's Robinson that shows in front from Lee Harpham. Harpham trying to have a look as they come up towards the right-hander at Abbey. Can Matt Robinson keep his cool here? Down towards Village and the loop. Robinson's actually pulled away a little bit there, but you can see his kart seems to be the slightly less stable of the two, sliding about a little there. It's back marker trying to get out of the way there, goes over the curb. They're onto the Wellington Straight now. Is Harpham going to be close enough to challenge? There's Kevin Plain, he's moved up. I think we may have lost James Hassel further back. We'll pick that up in a moment. Into Brooklands come the leaders for the final time. Robinson and Harpham. Who is it going to be? Harpham's going to throw everything he's got at Matt Robinson. He's gone wide. I don't think he's going to do it now. Robinson made him go the long way round there on this final turn up towards the line They come for the first race of the season here at Silverstone. There's the checkered flag. The win goes to Matt Robinson in kart number 84. Just 0.26 of a second ahead of Lee Harpham. Terrific race between those two. Matt Robinson punches the air in celebration. We wait for third place to come through. There is Ross Allen, the British champion in number 1, takes third place, so 11.5 seconds further back. Now, looking at the classes, we have lost James Hassel, who was leading the 250 mono category, so he's dropped out on the penultimate lap. It looks like it's going to be Lee Plain, number 101, the reigning Super Series champion, who's going to take the win in that category. Carl Humes come through for 4th overall, and Tom Rushford fighting back after that slow first lap for 5th place. Andy Gulliford is 6th. Just waiting for the class winners to come through. Just seen Andy Gulliford in the foreground there come through. He's come over in 6th place, then a couple of back markers. Now we're waiting for the 250 mono class fights, and 43 Sean Lombardo was only half a second behind in the battle for the class victory. Here they come, and Lee Plain does hang on to take the victory in the class. So he wins 250 mono. The 450 nationals goes to Costa Karitsis in 10th place overall. And the 125 open class, the only one to be decided now, as Luke Plain and the 29 of Tom Hatfield finished side by side. That was for 11th place. Now 125 open, looks like he's going to go to Thomas Baldwin, number 36. Keeping our tabs on all the classes there. There is Lee Plain, 101. He's won the 250 mono division. Good result for the man from Exeter. Perfect start to his defence of his Super Series title. A few notable names dropped out there. We lost Liam Morley, of course. Suddenly charged straight on after a couple of laps at Village and dropped out of the race. Paul Platt we lost on the very first lap. Sam Hempshall, she retired with a few problems there. We lost Jason Dredge, the number 79 as well. He was a top 6 runner for much of that race. We lost James Hassel on the first lap as well. So the result confirmed that a win for Matt Robinson ahead of Lee Harpham by 0.262 of a second. British champion Ross Allen taking third place. The top 6 places filled by Division 1 Superkarts. Lee Plain just beats the 43 of Sean Lombardo home to win the 250 mono category. Costa Karitsis, late entry for this weekend, but he wins the 450 national category, and down there completing the top 15 overall, Thomas Baldwin wins the 125 open category. That concludes our first race of the weekend here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Next up on track, it is going to be a 1-hour race for the Praga Cup. We saw the Pragas running in with the Britcar Endurance Championship last season, of course. This year they have their own grids. Some very talented drivers indeed in the Praga sports cars, which will be coming up shortly. Sun shines on Silverstone then, and we'll soon be hearing from our first race winners of the season. They'll be down in Parc Fermé, and it'll be over to our race interviewer Ian Waterhouse, who'll be down waiting soon to answer.
Always make a great sight. What a battle we had between these two gentlemen as well. Let's grab a word with Matt Robinson as well. Shaking of hands, look, very well deserved. Let's just let him get his helmet off before we grab him. Remember, over 140 miles an hour. Matt, that was a cracking race, wasn't it? But you were under constant pressure from this man over here. Talk us through that.
No, it's a fantastic race. I think last 3 or 4 laps, the back markers came into it and kind of took a bit of an advantage of Lee getting caught up. Well, no, it's a good race. I think you know, it was a good little battle, keeping it clean. With the track being a little bit greasy as well, you never really know how to push. So you know, if I'm in front, kind of making a few little mistakes that Lee will benefit from, and then vice versa when Lee was out front as well. So I think it was just luck of the draw, whichever lap came up as the last lap would be the winner. But yeah, nice to start the season with a win. So yeah, go from there.
Congratulations, man. Don't forget, you've got to do it all again as well. Lee, you put him under constant pressure now. You just wouldn't let him get away, would you?
No, I mean, first lap was a bit bad for me. Got on the greasy stuff because the track obviously quite wet still in places. So dropped back to about, I think, 5th or 6th or whatever it was. Thought, right, get my head down, and once got caught with Mark, I thought, right, we're on here. And then back Mark, like Matt said, last few laps just messed us up really.
How do you do it? How do you go full pelt into a corner in one of these with no seatbelts on? It just doesn't matter.
No, you just got to have faith in the equipment really and yourself. But no, once you get the tyres up to temperature, you've got plenty of grip. Like I say, it's just the small damp patches do play a big part in it. Caught me out a couple of times into the chicane over there. But
we'll do it all again now, don't forget. We'll do it all again.
Yeah,
well done, mate. Congratulations. Let's grab Ross very quickly as well. It was a good race. Number 1, of course, on the kart. Ross, very quickly, entertaining race out there. What's it like for you?
Yeah, it was really fun. First 2 or 3 laps. Bits of the track out by the wing are still greasy, so it was pretty difficult.
It looked quite tricky out there. A bit of the unknown. Hopefully this afternoon, track will have completely dried out. Could really go for it.
Yeah, I think by this afternoon the track will maybe be 3 or 4 seconds faster, and that might maybe suit me a little bit better as well.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Right, it's almost time for the very first ever Praga race. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. The Pragas will shortly be making their way to the grid once our excellent marshalling team here at Silverstone and the recovery crews have cleared away any of the carts that were stranded on circuit from that first race. Now, the Pragas, we saw them race mixed in with other cars last year. This year, the Praga Cup has its own grid for 2 one-hour races this weekend. We'll give you a quick synopsis if you have not seen the Praga sports cars before. Built in the Czech Republic, a company which makes other machines including kart racing and even aircraft the Praga company is involved in. First ever round of the Praga Cup UK this weekend for their sports cars powered by Renault turbocharged engines. 6 UK rounds, a non-championship round at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium as well. Single-seater lightweight carbon sports cars, very spectacular indeed, and some very famous names in this series as well. They have a guest driver program with Praga where various celebrities, I'm sure you know who I'm referring to in 1 or 2 cases, come along to drive the factory cars. There are 4 celebrity racers involved this year. In fact, let's head down to the pit area and meet some of them with Ian.
Welcome back to the East Assembly area. Delighted to say we've got the Praga Cup coming up now. Oh, just look at these, aren't they something special? Now they've got the standalone series now, which is fantastic. Let's go have a quick chat with Ashley Lipton here. Ashley, a quick word if we may. How are you feeling ahead of this one? Oh, that's kind. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, good. Good enough to qualify that we hoped for. Gambled a little bit and it didn't pay off, but no, I think it could be pretty great.
Of course, it's standalone championship this season, which is nice.
Yeah, it's great to see so many Pragas on the grid and have it sole grid, so we don't trip over the GT stuff and likewise they don't trip over us. So it should be a good race. It'll be nice good to see it.
Now, I think everybody really wants to know, because these are incredible to look at. What is it like to drive and how fast can you get it?
Yeah, it's an incredible car. 360 horsepower turbocharged engine with downforce, so it sort of says everything about it. But yeah, hold on and sort of.
Thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck for the race. Thank you. A few of the cars coming in as well. Have a look at this, by the way. Look at this. We've got Ron over here. Let's just have a quick word with him before they head out on track. How are you doing? I've caught you there right on the hop, haven't I? I'll let you get up. There we go, look. There's no proper door. No, it's not just central locking or anything like that here, is it? No central locking, I see. No. What's it been like this morning out in this?
Yeah, a bit slippy, a bit greasy.
What's the plan for the race? What can you do? You obviously want to go that way, don't you?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll do my best.
Fantastic.
Getting the tyres warmed up is going to be the issue for everybody, so we'll see.
It's cold today, isn't it? Very cold.
Yeah, no tyre warmers, so
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Anyway, right, the cars are lining up now. It's almost time for them to head out on track. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Enjoy the race.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the Pragas in the assembly area, and we'll be seeing them on track ready for the rolling start. This is a 1 hour race, as we say, with a mandatory pit stop. A total of 13 cars on the grid. We'll take you through the grid then. Pole position goes to the number 4 Raw Motorsports car, which will be started by Rob Weldon. Ben Stone will be taking over that car at the pit stop. I must say a big thank you to Lucy Berman, Praga's PR person down at the pits, who sent us the starting driver order for this one. Alongside the number 4 of Raw Motorsports will be the number 86 Idola Motorsports Arden car. Tom Canning, the former British GT star with Aston Martin, will be starting that car. British GT4 champion, I believe he was a couple of years ago. He'll hand over to Alex Connor. Second row will be the 2 Mittel Cars machines. Number 29 will be started by Chris Wesmail. Chippy, as he's known, he'll hand over to Dan Gore. His partner from last season, Richard Morris, having moved on to pastures new. 77 alongside him, Scott Mittel, the owner of Mittel Cars, will start that machine. Charles Hall, long-time GT racer, will take over. Row 3, it's the 2 Tim Gray Motorsport cars. Number 28 will be started by Stefano Lini, the former F3 Cup champion, and young Jack Tomalin will take over from him. And alongside number 28 will be number 1, the reigning champions. Alex Capadia will start that car. Richard Wells, his partner from last season, will take over. On the 4th row, 53, the Idola Motorsport car, started by Tommy Foster. And Miles Lacey will take over from him, the supercar journalist and YouTuber, one of Praga's star guest drivers. He'll take over from Tommy Foster in the 53 car. Alongside them, the number 11 University of Wolverhampton run car. That will be started by George Lyne, and Shane Kelly will take over. Very quick drivers, both of them. They both raced Formula 3 machinery in the past. On the 5th row, number 87, the Fanatec Praga team car. You'll all know it, of course, as Goldie. Double winner in the final meeting of the year at Donington last year. Gordy Much starts that car, and Jimmy Broadbent, top sim racer and YouTuber, will take over for the second stint. Alongside them will be number 31, the Raw Motorsport car, driven by Rod Goodman. He drives solo. Row 6, number 84, which is the another Idola Motorsports car. That's the Bridle twins. Ed Bridle is going first. His twin brother Chris will take over. Alongside them, number 7, the Motus One car. That's we just heard from Ashley Dibden. He drives solo. That car known as Frank, after its livery designer Frank Stevenson. Stunning looking car that one is. And at the back of the field, number 85, which is the Praga Works car, started by ex-SAS soldier and adventurer Jay Morton. Starts at the back of the grid, and a very familiar name takes over from him, Ben Collins. Yes, formerly the Stig on Top Gear. What a grid that is. Pulling into position then on the grid for our first ever standalone Praga Cup UK race. There we can see a close-up of some of the cars on the grid. That is the number 4 on pole position we caught a glimpse of there. Rob Weldon of Raw Motorsports will start that car. Just looking at the pit stop regulations for this one. The pit window opens after 20 minutes of racing and closes after 35 minutes. So the drivers have 15 minutes during the race to make their pit stops. And also I believe the cars will have extra penalties to serve in their pit stops, the top 3 in the race for race number 2. So there we see the grid forming up. Rob Weldon, car number 4, alongside the 86 with Tom Canning, experienced GT racer despite his tender years. He'll be one to watch here. They're about to move off, I believe. 28 Stefano Lini, the Welshman, will be worth watching. He's raced LMP3 machinery in the past, so knows how to handle a sports car. He's a double F3 Cup champion as well. Some of his F3 Cup rivals are out in car number 11 as well, George Lyne and Shane Kelly. They start a little further back on the grid. The number 11, the University of Wolverhampton run
Time for us to go.
Good university, that. 77, started by Scott Mittel, the boss of Mittel Cars. He began racing in a low-cost sports car with the 750 Motor Club a few years ago before setting up his own sports car building company. Green flag is waved by the marshals then, and the pace car leads them off. History in the making, first ever Praga Cup UK standalones. One lap to get the tyres warmed up on these spectacular turbocharged carbon 5 machines. Very lightweight cars, these. Some of the top names in the championship: Alex Kapadia, very experienced in LMP sports cars, raced Radicals for many years as well. I believe he started out in Formula First single-seaters a few years ago. He's the reigning champion, sharing with Richard Wells, another ex-Radical racer in car number 1. Richard runs a law firm based in the Midlands. Rob Weldon, the owner of Raw Motorsport, starts on pole. It's car 53, that's Tommy Foster, ex-British F4 racer, among others. Miles Lacey will take over that car. We saw him racing the number 7 car. There is the number 7. That car nicknamed Frank after the designer of that beautiful blue and gold livery. Really is a stunning looking car, that one. Miles Lacey drove that car, among others, last season. Shangash Dibden racing it this year. He drives solo. As does Rod Goodman, car number 31, the second of the Raw Motorsport run cars. Runners-up in the championship last year, car number 29, was Chippy Westmail and Richard Morris on that occasion. Richard Morris, the founder of Racing Pride. Richard's moved on elsewhere in sports car racing this year, and Dan Gore, ex-F1000 single-seater racer, has come in. His old rival from there, Jack Tomalin, will share with Stefano Leaning. Very quick drivers indeed in this field. Now the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, the all-black car of Rob Weldon. He's done all manner of endurance racing with Raw Motorsport over the last few years, including the Citroën C1 series, their 24-hour races. 86, the Arden car of Tom Canning. Car a little slow there on the outside. That's the number 77 with Scott Mittell on board. Has he got a problem there, or is he just... his car looking a little bit... out of kilter there. Yeah, I think Scott Mittell's got a problem already, quite possibly. Let's have a look as he comes through Village here. He's dropped to almost the back of the lineup. Wait to see if he comes into the pits at the start of the race. Don't forget, the pit window open between 20 and 35 minutes of the race. So when there's 40 minutes to go on the clock, that's when the pit window opens. Yes, I think Scott Mittell's got a problem there because he's dropped right back from the rest of the cars. I hope he's at least going to make the start of this. History about to be made then. The first ever Praga Cup UK standalone race. 60 minutes of racing. Rob Weldon in the Raw Motorsport car in pole position. Alongside the number 86 of Tom Canning. Pace car into pit road. Revs beginning to rise. Who will be the first ever winner then of a Praga Cup UK standalone race? We'll find out over the next 60 minutes. Coming up towards the red lights. When they go out, we'll be underway. And the pack is unleashed. Here we go. Praga Cup Race 1, and already a bit of jockeying for position in the midfield from the back of the field there. Jay Morton trying to make a move up the inside. The 84 car drops to the back of the pack. That's Ed Bridle, who's battling for the lead. Then looks like it is Tom Canning that has taken the lead in car number 86. Rob Weldon, number 4, in second place, but he's under pressure already from car number 29 of Chippy Westmail. Start to sort themselves out as they come through the complex for the first time. But it is Tom Canning, the ex-British GT star, who leads the way. They come down towards Stowe Corner for the first time, just starting to sort themselves out. Start from the back there by number 85 of Jay Morton, the ex-SAS man. Side by side there towards the back of the field, George Lyne in the number 11. Number 7 of Ash Dibden run together down to Club Corner. George Lyne, the ex-F3 Cup racer, moves ahead. Wait to see what has happened to the number 77 as well as of Scott Mittel, sharing with Charles Hall. Line astern as they head towards Abbey Corner for the first time. There's the 28 car, that's Stefano Lini, very quick racer indeed. He's raced Radicals in GT racing among other things. Up the inside there, change for the lead. Village, car number 4 of Rob Weldon, moves ahead of Tom Canning. 3 cars have broken away slightly at the front of the field. They're overlapping places behind, as you can see. Somebody slow there through the loop. Now, who is that? I think that might be Tommy Foster, car number 53, that's slowed up there. So we could be losing 1 or 2 cars already, which is very unfortunate, as they head towards Brooklands Corner for the first time. First 3 going clear, then the next 3 together. They're separating into small groups here around the opening lap of this first Praga Cup race of the season. The first ever Praga Cup UK standalone race. We saw them in with the Britcar Endurance cars last year, now contesting the MS UK British Endurance Championship, of course. But it's Weldon who leads the way as they cross the line for the first time. Canning in second place, under pressure from number 29, Chippy Westmail. He's puts a wheel onto the curb there as they come out of Copse. The lead gap was 1.3 seconds at the end of lap number 1. Fourth place is Stefano Lini. Jay Morton from the back of the grid up into 5th position. 6th is Gordy Much in number 87. We saw him and Jimmy Broadbent take a couple of wins at the end of last year at Donington. Also earlier in the season, Much took a win with Abbey Eaton on the Silverstone International Circuit. Jay Morton there on the outside of the 28 of Stefano Lini moves up a place around the outside up into 4th position. There is Gordy Much behind them in the number 87. He's gained 3 places. Jay Morton has gained 9 places from the back of the field. And in fact, we just had notification of a change through. It is in fact Ben Collins in car 85. I apologise. I was initially informed it was Jay Morton. It is in fact Ben Collins. I did wonder if there'd been a switch there. So Ben Collins is in car 85. That explains their rapid rise through the field in the early stages. Ben, of course, very successful in British Formula 3 and many other categories of sports cars and single-seaters over the years. So change in starting driver for the 85 car. Ben Collins, most famous as the former Stig on Top Gear, is rising his way through the field. It is the battle for second place. Tom Canning, chased by Chippy Westmail. Racing in smaller sports races with other categories. Chippy Westmail, ex-star in Praga last season. He and Richard Morris chasing hard for the title at one stage. That went to Alex Capadia and Richard Wells, who are quite a way down the order at the moment. The inside goes Westmail, takes second place. Tom Canning fights back on the exit up towards Maggots. It's Westmail who holds the place into the Beckett's complex, but Ben Collins is up behind them after starting from the back of the grid. It's a slightly different qualifying format, incidentally, that the Praga Cup uses. They take the fastest lap of each driver and then work out the average of the 2 laps to set the grid. All side by side and banging wheels there, Ben Collins and Tom Canning. Collins around the outside up into 3rd place. Now now chasing Chippy Westmail for second, but over 3 seconds clear is Rob Weldon in the number 4 car. Now there is the number 53 car. We saw that drop back early on. That's the Miles Lacey and Tommy Foster car. Tommy Foster in his first ever Praga race. Let's wait to see if Alex Kapadia starts to make his way through the order, the reigning champion. Unusual to see him further back. He's down in 8th place. Scott Mittel, meanwhile, did not make the start of the race, so he had a problem, as we saw on the green flag lap. It looked to me it may have been a suspension problem. The car seemed a bit out of kilter. So whether it was suspension or a wheel problem, I'm not sure. But that car, number 77, the black and green machine, did not make the start of the race, sadly. Still a long way to go in this first Praga Cup race of the season. There is Ben Collins, car number 85. The end of lap 3, 1.9 second is the lead. And I think we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane, who has got Scott Mittel with him. We saw Scott's car fail to start the race, so we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse with Scott in the pits.
Right, here we are down in the pits, everybody. We are with the Britcar Motorsport car. Charles Hall actually doing his bit with the Jack as well. Charles, what's up with the car?
Sorry, say that again.
So what's up with the car?
We don't know yet. Praga's just plugged the computer in. It's gone into a limp mode. So yeah, at first I thought we must have spun on the like I saw him out of position. No, and then it came on the radio and it's just misfiring, and it's like it's literally stuck on the limiter.
Well, fingers crossed you can get it out there. Thanks for talking to us, Charles. Appreciate it. Charles Hall there, car number 77, and it's just fired up. You can just hear it's just fired up. Went into limp mode. Let's hope they can get back out. We're going to hand back to Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian, and good to see that the 77 car is firing back into life there. They're trying to get it running again, so it looks like it is possibly an electrical problem or mechanical of some sort, not a suspension problem as we initially thought. Saw a battle briefly there between Alex Kapadia and Rod Goodman further down in the order. Oh, the number 7 car in trouble. That's Ash Dibden. Number 7, that's on the Hanger Straights. So he's hit trouble. A few early season gremlins being ironed out here possibly. No damage to the car, so I don't think he's had a spin or anything like that. It's rare to see a spin in the middle of the Hanger Straight anyway. There's your leader, Rob Weldon. Tom Canning has fallen back into 4th place because there is Chippy Westmail in 2nd. Ben Collins, number 85, in 3rd place, the white and blue car. We're being told that all the pros are out at the moment. There may be some changes in the driver order that I was initially sent, so apologies there if I am calling the wrong driver. So it's Rob Weldon leading, Westmail in 2nd place, Collins is 3rd and catching Westmail at a fair old rate of knots. Tom Canning is 4th, under pressure now from Gordy Much. There's number 87, the black and gold car in the background. Stefano Lini is in 6th place. Wait to see what's happened to Ash Dibden as well, wait to see if he can get back up to speed. There's the 87 car. Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent, 2 wins for that car at the end of last season at Donington. He's now starting to put pressure on the number 28 ahead of him, Stefano Lini, that is. Still 50 minutes of this race to go. Now there's the 77 car, that is the Mittel Charles Hall car. It's back on track, just starting to get back up to speed. The car behind him, that'll be Ash Dibden after his problems earlier on. So Scott Mittel has headed back out, the owner of Mittel Cars, trying to find out what the problem is. Here's the battle for the lead. Chippy Westmail closing in on Rob Weldon. Weldon runs a bit wide there at Luffield. That's an opportunity as they come into the pit straight for Chippy Westmail to try to take the lead, but he's got to be mindful that Ben Collins, number 85, is there behind him. Waiting for them to come into view on the pit straight. Here they come. 3 cars line astern. Canning in 4th place. Gordy Much is 5th. Then a gap back to Stefano Lini in 6th position. Down towards Maggots come the leaders. Chippy Westmail is not hanging around here. He's trying to take the lead away from Rob Weldon. They swing their way through the Beckett's complex. Can Ben Collins go from last to first in the first quarter of this race? Then that car starts at the back of the grid, remember. Canning and Much next through. There's Stefano Lini in the background. He's dropped back a bit. 7th place is the George Line and Shane Kelly car. I think it's George Line on board that machine. Then it's Capadia, Rod Goodman and Ed Bridle rounds out the top 10. Leaders through into the club complex. Let's see who's going to come out with the lead. It is still the number 4 of Weldon. Could be 5 cars line astern shortly because Tom Canning is trying to tow his way back up onto the tail of Ben Collins. Gordy Much carrying him as well in the 87. Through the loop go the leaders. There's Stefano Lini. He's dropped back a little in the 28. Next through behind him is the University of Wolverhampton car, number 11. What's the lead gap going to be this time through? It was 0.29 of a second last time through between Weldon and Westmail. And Westmail up the inside. Weldon ran wide through Luffield for the 2nd lap in a row and somehow has held his lead. There was almost contact there between the 2 of them as Westmail made a lunge up the inside on the exit of Luffield corner. But Weldon has held his lead. The gap has actually increased because Westmail had to lift off there to avoid contact. 0.48 of a second, so the gap increasing by a couple of tenths. Ben Collins is getting ready to attack here as well in the number 85. 3 cars line astern, then the next pair of Canning and Much separated by half a second. Fastest lap, meanwhile, has been recorded by the car in 8th place. That's Alex Capadia, the reigning champion. He's just done a 1:57.419, so now he's warmed up, and maybe we'll see him start to make his move towards this lead group. Stefano Lini's on his own in 6th position. It's the Line and Kelly car in 7th. Capadia 8th. 9th is Goodman. And further back, the Lacey and Foster cars, driven by Tommy Foster, is up into 10th place. Now the pit window is not yet open. We have had a couple of cars come in. Ash Dibden is one of them. We saw him have a problem early on. And Ed Bridle, number 84, has come into the pits as well. So it looks like the Bridle twins have a problem with their Idola Motorsport run car. Meanwhile, the battle heads towards the loop. Westmail having a look at the inside, under braking for Village. No, doesn't quite get the overlap. Weldon holds his lead. He's going to go a little bit wide on the entry to the loop. Collins is there as well. It's now 5 line astern for the lead. A great battle developing here in the lead of this first of 2 Praga Cup races this weekend. Down the straight towards Brooklands. Still Weldon from Westmail. There is Ben Collins in 3rd. We had a change for 4th place there, couldn't quite see. Meanwhile, one car heading out of the pits we saw there. That was either Ed Bridle or Ash Dibden. We'll wait to see who rejoins. Here come the leaders down the pit straights. Pit boards communicating the gaps to the drivers. Now lapping a tail end of that. That's the car that's just exited the pits. I think that's Ed Bridle that's just come out of the pits. So a momentary problem for the 84 car as the leaders head through. The 86 of Canning still holding off Gordy Much for 4th place. Because there's Bridle in the background, the silver car. The leaders heading down towards Club Corner, and I believe Ian Waterhouse is down with the Motor Swan team, which is Ash Dibden's car in the pits, and we can try and find out what the problem was there.
Right, there's a little bit of early action down in the pits here. Actually, we caught up with him a little bit earlier at the start of the race, didn't we? They've got a problem. Sorry. Let's go around and have a little look, see if we might be able to have a quick word with somebody just to see what the issue is. Let's see if I can have a quick word. Do you know what the issue is?
We don't at the moment, no. Still looking at it.
Still looking at it, still working out what it is. Not sure what the issue. No engine sound at all. Actually did it in the pits. Think he might be here for a little bit longer as well, I'm afraid. Let's hand back to Dave Goddard to take you through the on-track action.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, thanks, Ian. Just over 4 minutes until the pit window does open, but I suspect as we've got the majority of the pro drivers out there at the moment, these cars will stay out until towards the end of the pit window before the amateur class drivers take over. The majority of the cars being started by their pro racers. There's the 77 of Scott Mittel. Good to see he's back up to speed after his early problems, so they seem to have cured whatever the issue on the green flag lap was. That car, however, is 5 laps down on the leaders after that long pit visit. Meanwhile, here come the leaders. Now, have we had a change there while we were in the pits? Yes, we have. Chris Westmail has taken over in front of the field. Ben Collins second. Rob Weldon is down to third, and he's got Gordy Much right on his tail. So it's all change in the lead battle here. Could be a change here for third place as well. Rob Weldon's dropping back. He's trying to hold back Gordy Much into Stowe. Much straight round the outside, though. You see how stable these cars are in the corners. All the downforce they've got, and Gordy Much just breezed through there into third place around the outside of Rob Weldon, who has gone in the space of about half a lap from first to fourth. There's a battle further back, the 53, which is Tommy Foster catching Rod Goodman. That's the battle for 9th place. So it's now Chippy Westmail who has the lead. Goodman, who raced last season with the Praga Cup. There are the leaders going through the loop. Westmail from Collins. Gordy Much now third, then Rob Weldon, and Tom Canning is down to fifth. Having a look there for fourth place, Tom Canning trying to fight back. There's Stefano Lini on his own in sixth position. Capadia is up to seventh, so he's starting his charge now. He's got ahead of George Lyne and Shane Kelly. I believe it's George in that car, as we said. Not 100% certain on who's in car 11. Apologies there. There goes the 87. Goldie Mark II as the team got. He had a bit more gold on the paint job last season. 9 laps completed then by our leader Chippy Westmail. Leads by 0.8 of a second ahead of Ben Collins. Much up to third place. Weldon down to fourth, and he's lapping a few tenths of a second off the pace of the leaders now. Canning next, then Lini, Capadia, the Lyne Kelly number 11, the University of Wolverhampton Motorsports run car. Rod Goodman is 9th, Tommy Foster 10th, and then we've got Ed Bridle a couple of laps down after that pit visit. Ash Dibden is in the pits, so catching up to him to move into 12th will be Scott Mittel in the 77. Settling in now, but it'll be all change again fairly soon because the pit window opens in just over 1 minute's time. Who we see as our first pit calls. Rob Weldon, a bit of a lock up there into Club Corner. So whether he's got some sort of an issue, we've seen him drop back from the leading trio. Here they come down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Chippy Westmail continuing to lead. It'll be Dan Gore, the ex-F1000 single-seater star, who will take over from him. Ben Collins hands over to Jay Morton. Praga's celebrity racers this year, celebrity guest racers. Leaders head through the loop. Stefano Lini is being caught here. That's Alex Capadia. So the number 1 car is starting to move up now. He must have been delayed on the opening lap, we didn't quite see. Here come the leaders. Collins runs a little bit wide there, coming through Luffield. Gordy Much on his tail. through the world of junior racing, then up to Ginetta sports cars over the last few years. Gordy Much, very, very quick driver indeed, the young northern-based racer. Charge their way through Copse Corner towards the Maggots Beckett's complex. Kapadia, another fastest lap. He's into the 156s now. Watch for the number 1 car. He'll be on the tail very shortly. In fact, he is on the tail of Stefano Lini, the 28 and the number 1 battling for 6th position. As the leaders come down the Hanger Straights, the battle for 6 is just coming out of the Beckett's complex. There they are, and we can see that Alex Kapadia has now caught Stefano Lini. The battle is joined for 6th position between the 2 Tim Gray Motorsport cars. Quiet race so far for Kapadia, but now he is reeling off the fastest laps. There is the number 1 car, and he is starting to catch his teammate Stefano Lini. They will then be going after the top 5. The pit window is now open. We'll wait to see who will be the first to come. Keep an eye on the fight for 6th at the moment. Comparing their lap times, Lini is lapping in the high 158s at the moment. Kapadia in the mid 156s. Stefano Lini is new to Pragas, but he has experience in cars such as the LMP3 Norma in the past. He's raced in Europe, so he knows sports cars. Leader throws it through Brooklands there. Chippy Westmail. His last lap was his best of the race, 157.3, as he tries to hold off Ben Collins. In fact, where is Collins? That's Gordy Much, I think, in 2nd place. Yes, Much is through in 2nd. What's happened to Ben Collins? He's disappeared. We were concentrating on the 6th place battle, but we seem to have lost the 85 car of Ben Collins. That's a great shame, as it had come through from the back of the grid. So Collins has had a problem somewhere. He's still not come through, so he's missing somewhere in the 2nd half of the lap, I think. We'll try and pick up where he is. But it's Gordy Much now on his own in 2nd. The battle for 3rd between Canning and Weldon. The battle has opened up again between... now, is that Kapadia ahead? Yes, it is. He's up into 5th position. Stefano Lini has dropped down into what is now 6th place. There's the Line and Kelly number 11 car. But what has happened to number 85? Where is Ben Collins? We've also, I think we've lost number 84 somewhere on circuit as well. Ed Bridle seems to have stopped somewhere. We saw him make a pit stop early on, so they've got problems as well. Meanwhile, Rod Goodman has come in to make his stop, car number 31. He's driving solo. So Rod Goodman is the first regular pit stop of this race. No, Ben Collins has not come through, so we cannot see at the moment where the 85 car has gone, unfortunately. There goes your leader, still Chippy Westmail. Now, will we get any pit callers this time through? Gordy Much now in 2nd place. Westmail will be handing over to Dan Gore. Gordy Much will hand over to Jimmy Broadbent, UK's number 1 sim racer. Something like over 750,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel now, has Jimmy. Quite a lot of them sure joining us today, so thank you very much. For your company here. Rob Weldon still in 4th place, the early leader in this race. There is car 86 of Tom Canning. He will hand over to Alex Connor. On the timing screen, Ben Collins is not showing us having stopped on circuits. He's showing us 2 laps down. So I'm not quite sure what's gone on there, whether he's had an off somewhere. We haven't seen the 85 car. He was in 2nd place. He's now showing us 10th. We've lost car 84 out on circuit as well, Ed Bridle. We know Ashley Dibden is in the pits, car number 7, with his problems from earlier on. Rod Goodman is in as well. Wait for him to rejoin. The Bridle car, I think he's now showing as in pit on the timing screen, so they may have made it back in. The gap 1.5 seconds near enough between Westmail and Much. Kapadia up in 5th position. New fastest lap of the race recorded by Tommy Foster, number 53, 1:55.991. He's down in 8th place. No further pit callers as yet. There go the leaders out of Luffield. What's the gap going to be this time? It was 1.5 seconds. Just over 34 minutes of this race to go, so we're coming up towards half distance. The gap is down to 0.9 of a second. Personal best for Gordy Much that time through, 1:57.13. Canning still in 3rd place, 2.2 seconds ahead of Weldon. We can go down to the pits once again with Ian Waterhouse. I believe he's with car 84, the Adola Motorsport car of the Bridle twins. We saw them have some problems. We can hear from them with Ian in the pits. Bit of a problem with Ian's microphone there, apologies for that. Pick that up hopefully in a moment as the leaders head through from Abbey towards the loop. Can Gordy Much take the lead away here? Probably be going towards the end of the pit window these two, as we say. Most of the cars with the drivers classed as the pros on board at the moment. Towards Brooklands. Gap, it looks like, has opened up just a little bit at the moment between the 29, the Mittel Cars run machine. Their other car is still going. It's running in 11th place, some 4 laps down in the hands of Scott Mittel at the moment. After their problems early on. Battle for 3rd between Canning and Weldon. The gap pretty much the same as they came over the line. They're the 2 leaders. Westmail 0.9 of a second ahead of Much. Kapadia 1.7 seconds ahead of Weldon. Now Kapadia up into 3rd place. So Alex Kapadia is on a charge. We've got a yellow flag. I couldn't quite work out where that was. We've got cars coming into the pits as well. That's why Kapadia's moved up. Canning has come in. And Stefano Lini has come in as well to hand over to Jack Tomerlin. So Tom Canning will hand over to Alex Connor. They're beginning to make their stops now, the front runners. Kapadia has gone through into 3rd as a result of Canning coming in. And I think we can now hand over to Ian Waterhouse down in pit lane. He was with the Bridle team after their problems a few laps ago. We can find out what the problem is there.
Right, here we are down in the pits, and we are definitely now with Chris Bridle. Chris, your brother's out there. How's he doing?
Not great. He started the car and he kept having an intermittent issue with the car, would shut off. He came in, went back out again. We think he's stuck out on track somewhere, so no radio communication. So it's an issue with basically the electrical issue with the car, which is a shame. Started off okay. His pace was pretty good actually, but yeah, unfortunately he's somewhere out of track, we think. So
we might be able to pick him up on the stream for you.
Yeah, if you can, that'd be nice. If you could let me know where he is, that'd be great.
Yeah, that guys. Can we find him, please? Can we find car number
84?
84. Let's find car number 84 on track, please. Best of luck when you do get out. Anyway, thanks for talking to us. Let's see if we can find car 84. We think it's stuck out on track somewhere. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, you are correct, Ian. Unfortunately, car 84 is not circulating. It has stopped somewhere on track, as has the 85 car. We haven't seen them yet. We did see a yellow flag. I think that was up at Abbey, so it might be up there. Meanwhile, here come the leaders, and the gap has come down very slightly between Chippy Westmail and Gordy Much. Now, how far behind is Alex Kapadia? He has just done a 1:56.218. He's 7.7 seconds behind these two. So we'll wait to see how things work out after the stops, possibly. I don't think he's going to catch them by the end of the pit window. There's car 86. That's the Tom Canning, Alex Connor car. They are in the middle of their stop. In fact, they've just completed their stop. Alex Connor heads out onto track. Timing screen at the moment showing in 7th place. We'll have to wait for everybody to cycle through their stops to see where they're all going to come out. Tommy Foster has yet to stop. He's up into 5th place now. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.991. The Line and Kelly, number 11, has just come into the pits. University of Wolverhampton will be swapping drivers. And Rod Goodman's car, number 31, has not, according to the timing screen, rejoined. So it looks like he's got problems as well. So that's 4 cars, I make it, with issues at the moment, unfortunately. Rod Goodman, the 85 of Collins and Morton, the Bridles, and Ash Dibden. That's a great shame. And we can now head down into pit lane with Ian in a moment once again. He's talking to Supercar journalist Miles Lacey as the leaders come in.
Well, it's a great race so far, isn't it? Even more pit action very quickly. Miles Lacey. Miles, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, more important? Because you're about to go out.
Yeah, I know. Bloody hell, is that what I'm doing then?
First ever Praga race as a standalone series. How's it gone for your teammates so far?
Yeah, so he had a mega start. Started from P7, got straight up to P4. And then the engine cut out on lap 1. So we went straight back to the back, but he's recycled the engine, and so far so good. He keeps circulating, and he's doing, it's like a good 1.5 seconds up the road each time. So he's attacking, that's for sure.
You look ready. You ready?
I'm ready.
Good luck. Thanks, Miles. Miles Lacey there. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to keep talking you through the action.
Well, the lead car is now number 1 of Alex Kapadia, because the 2 leaders we saw just as we went down to Ian in the pits there, Chippy Westmail and Gordy Much, both pulled into the pit lane together to make their mandatory stops. Dan Gore will take over car 29, Jimmy Broadbent will take over car 87, and so it is now the reigning champions who lead the way. Number 1, Alex Kapadia. Rob Weldon has come in as well to hand over to Ben Stone, car number 4. And Tommy Foster's just pulled in as well. So the man we just heard from, Supercar journalist and YouTuber Miles Lacey, is going to take over the 53 car. I think that means that with the exception of car number 1, everybody will have now made their mandatory stops. Yeah, the 77 should be in as well. There's the 87, that is Jimmy Broadbent getting in. Number 1 and one of the world's top sim racers. He's won the online Indy 500 among other things in the past. He raced in the virtual Le Mans 24 hours this year, but now he goes racing for real. Out goes Jimmy. There's the 29 as well, and the 87 car has in fact got ahead of the 29. Now that is significant, because it looks to me as though Broadbent will be ahead of Dan Gore for the restart. Meantime, Kapadia has come in, so Richard Wells is going to take over the number 1 car for the reigning champions. Kapadia got the fastest lap back again as well during that little stint, 1:55.703 for the number 1. Now, we'll wait to see who is in the lead. Miles Lacey getting aboard the 53 car. Tommy Foster, ex-British F4 single-seater racer among others, gets out. There is car number 4, now driven by Ben Stone. That's showing in 4th place at the moment. We've now got to wait to see how everything cycles through. Pit window will be closing in a few seconds. everybody has made their stop. Car 87, that's the Broadbent Much car, has been given a black and white warning flag. That's for exceeding track limits. If they do that again, they could risk a time penalty, so they'll have to mind their P's and Q's out on track. There's the 86, that's now driven by Alex Connor. He is just behind Jack Tomerlin, the car taken over from Stefano Lini. So they're together on track. We can now head down to the pits to hear from one of our drivers who's just got out of his car, number 53, Tommy Foster. He just finished his stint in the 53 Idola Motorsport car. He's talking to Ian in the pits.
Right, Tommy Foster just walked off to our side actually. Miles Lacey in the car. We just spoke to him. Come with me. Let's go for a little walk so we can quickly grab him. He's just run down here. Let's go say hello to him. And he's stuck by himself as well. Tommy, quick word if we can. Just chatting to Miles. He was saying you've done very well out there. What was it like?
Car was good when we were up and running. I think we were setting the quickest times. It's just a shame on the first lap we, I don't know, just lost all power for some reason.
It's an hour's race. Anything can happen though, can't it?
Anything can happen. I think we need a safety car, and by the looks of it, it's all sort of too spaced out for that at the moment. So, I mean, fingers crossed, but it's not looking good at the moment.
Still time, still time. Thanks for talking to us, Tommy. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right, let's head back to commentator Dave Goddard.
Just as we cut away to that interview there, we saw the 86 of Alex Connor try and move on the 28, now driven by Jack Tomlin. They almost collided at Club Corner. I think they've survived that. Now, we've got to wait to see how everything cycles through. Now, there is number 1, driven by Richard Wells, and he is behind Jimmy Broadbent. So I reckon the 87 car could well be leading this when everything cycles through. We'll wait to see where the 29 of Dan Gore is as well. Is that Dan Gore just going through there? I believe it was. So we've got to wait until the times cycle through at the end of this lap. But by my reckoning, Jimmy Broadbent in 87 is in the lead ahead of this man, Richard Wells, the ex-Radical racer in car number 1, the reigning champion, sharing with Alex Capadia. Based in the West Midlands, runs a legal business, does Richard Wells. And is that a door open I just saw on the number 29 of Dan Gore? It looks like his door has come open, so he will have to come back into the pits. If so, he runs wide there coming out of the loop. It looks to me as though the door was not fastened properly on the 29 car, and I think it's come open. There's the 87. Now we're just waiting for the times to cycle through as they end this lap. I think Jimmy Broadbent is going to be your race leader. Yes, he goes across the line. Now what's the gap to Richard Wells, number 1? 4.1 seconds. So car 87 is now your race leader. Broadbent leads from Richard Wells. So Jimmy Broadbent now needs to build on the work done by Gordy Much in that opening stint. There's 22 minutes of this race still to go for the Praga Cup UK. Can they pick up Team 87 where they left off at Donington at the end of last season? They scored a double win there. Dan Gore in 3rd place, 5.5 seconds back on Richard Wells. They're all on their outlaps at the moment, so we'll have to wait to see representative lap times come through. 4th place rather, is Ben Stone in car number 4. 5th is Alex Connor. Jack Tomerlin should be in 6th place, car number 28. And next through we should see the Line and Kelly car. Yes, there you can see that door open on there. That's the number 29 car. So if they get called into the pits to refasten that door, then that will undo all the good work done by Chippy Westmail in the opening stint, because they'll have to come in and shut that door, to paraphrase Larry Grayson. I'll wait to see what happens there then, as Jimmy Broadbent leads the way in car number 87. I'm sure the comments on our live stream on YouTube are going to be going absolutely mad at the moment as Jimmy leads the way. A lot of Broadbent fans tuning in. Thanks again for your company here on BARC TV. As Goldie leads the way. The gap was 4.1 seconds. Richard Wells will wait to see if he's still there in second. As Richard Wells, with all due respect to him, is not as quick as Alex Capadia. Oh, we've got problems there. That's the number 11 car. That's the Line and Kelly machine, the University of Wolverhampton car off track. Now, is that missing a wheel? It looks like that's missing a rear wheel. So at the end of game for the number 11 team, if that car has 3 wheels on its wagon. Just waiting to see there if it can get moving again, but it looks like that car was missing a rear wheel, and that will be George Line and Shane Kelly out of the race if so. Yes, there is the wheel. Now, where has that happened? Just trying to work out where on circuits that car is. I think it's coming out of Stowe. Now, if that car's on track, that could trigger a safety car. A bit tricky to see whether it's on the tarmac or not from that angle. Oh, we've just had notification through on the timing screen. Car 87 has got a stop-go penalty. That's the race leader. And there's yellow flags out around the circuits. I'm wondering if we're about to go safety car because of that car stranded, the number 11 car. So it's all happening here at Silverstone. We've just had notification on the timing screen. Car 87, that's the race leader, has got a stop-go penalty. I can only assume for exceeding track limits. But we've got yellow flags out. The 11 car on the exit of Stowe Corner, and it is on the tarmac there. We couldn't quite see from our camera angle, but it is on the track. And the 87 car, is it coming into the pits? It is coming into the pits. But it looks to me as though we're going to have the safety car here, because that car is on track there, yes. Yellow flags out around the circuit as the University of Wolverhampton team. There is the safety car. So the 87 car has a stop-go penalty. We didn't get the reason come through from the timekeepers, but I can only assume it's for exceeding track limits one too many times, or it may be for a slightly short pit stop. So this will give the lead to car number 1, driven by Richard Wells, showing with Alex Capadia. 1 second stop-go penalty. It is now confirmed for Jimmy Broadbent, so that will be for a short pit. There he is. Into the pit, so he'll pull in and stop for 1 second. I assume that means the pit stop was a second too short. Out he goes. He's taken the penalty. Where's he going to rejoin as a result of that? So Wells and Capadia now with the lead. It's Dan Gore and Chippy Westmail in second. This is going to close everybody up again for a restart. There's the recovery vehicle to pick up the number 11 of Shane Kelly and George Line. 3 wheels on there, Praga. There's the 87 car. He'll catch up to the back of the safety car train now. Fair play to our volunteer marshalling team here at the Silverstone circuit. Of course, we could not go racing without the Orange family, as they're known, standing out there in all weathers to make it possible for motorsport to take place. The sky has darkened slightly here at Silverstone as well. I hope we're not going to have any rain. So the recovery operation underway. Shouldn't take too long. 16 minutes of the race to go, so we should get some green flag racing in. After this, the leader has completed 20 laps. The gap between Wells and Gore was nearly 11 seconds. It's going to be a lot less than that in the restart. Behind them it is Ben Stone in car number 4. Yes, there he is, the black car. There's the 86 of Alex Connor. They'll be in 4th place, sharing with Tom Canning. And Jack Tomerlin, yes, there he is, the red car, number 28, is next. I think Jimmy Broadbent has rejoined in 6th position, possibly. Yes, he's just ahead of Miles Lacey there, so he should be 6th, ahead of Lacey and Foster. And the car behind them is now driven by Charles Hall, sharing with Scott Mittel. That's the car that had the problems at the start. So we've lost 5 cars, unfortunately. There's the 84 car. That stopped earlier on, so that's down at the exit of Stowe Corner by the look of it as well. Or is that the exit of Woodcote? One of the two. Will we get a restart this time? No, the light's still flashing atop the safety car, so I think we're going to do one more lap. So only probably a couple of laps behind the safety car, because it is a long lap here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, of course. So Jimmy Broadbent, as a result of that stop-go penalty, has lost 5 places, down into 6th. The lead is with Richard Wells in the number 1, the reigning champions. They must have been delayed at the start, because it took a few laps for Alex Kapadia to start to make his way through. Looks like the number 29, Dan Gore, has managed to close his door. Hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing this time. The lights are still on atop the safety car at the moment. Drivers weaving to keep the heat in their tyres. In his first ever standalone Praga Cup UK race. Seen a bit of attrition, but 1 or 2 teething problems just being ironed out. These cars have another 1-hour race tomorrow. There is the 87. Oh, the 29 has now stopped. That's Dan Gore. What has happened there? It's suddenly come to a stop on the entry to Stowe Corner. Hopefully he can get it restarted. We don't want to lose another of the front runners here. Hopefully doing a Control-Alt-Delete on that car. Yeah, he's being pushed there by the marshals. We have a rainbow above Silverstone. I hope that's not a sign of an impending cloudburst. That's the last thing we need. So the safety car still circulates. There's certainly been plenty of action and incidents in this first ever Praga Cup UK race. We've got just over 10 minutes of it to go. Will it be a win for the defending Praga champions? We'll be finding out. We're going racing again this time because the lights have gone out atop the safety car. We'll be going back to racing this time through. Well, the problem there, whatever it was for number 29 of Dan Gore, has dropped him away. It's now Ben Stone second, Alex Connor third. We're about to go racing once again then. Green flag waves and we are back underway. Alex Connor already having a look there as he weaves around down the front straight up towards Copse Corner. The pack charges their way through. Connor has a look, he goes wide there coming out of Copse Corner. And your leader is the number 1 car of Richard Wells, chased by car number 4 of Ben Stone. There is 87 of Jimmy Broadbent, trying to chase his way through from the back of the field. Miles Lacey seems to have disappeared, as meanwhile Ben Stone up the inside will try and take the lead into Stowe Corner. He does so, and following him through is Alex Connor. Wells has gone down from first to third, loses 2 places at Stowe Corner. So your race leader is Ben Stone, car number 4, ahead of Alex Connor in 86. Connor was challenging as they went into Club Corner there. 6 cars line astern on this restart. Oh, and a spin there. Round goes Richard Wells. Car number 1 loses it at Abbey into the gravel, just on the edge of the gravel trap there. Let's hope he can get that going again. Richard Wells, car number 1. Now, can he get that out of there? The rear wheels are in the gravel. Well, all sorts of chaos on this restart. We didn't see car 53 come through of Miles Lacey. Now here come the leaders, and it's Alex Connor, looks like that's gone to the front in car 86, sharing with Tom Canning, so they lead the way. Second on the road is car number 77 of Charles Hall, but they lost laps early on, of course, so that car is a couple of laps behind at least. So it's Ben Stone, number 4 in second. The number 1 car is Beached of Richard Wells. Now he's dug in the edge of the gravel trap there, just went a little bit too far. That car's going to be out of the race as well. So Ben Stone is second. It's Jack Tomerlin, number 28 rather, in third. Jimmy Broadbent is back up to 4th. He could still win this despite that Stopco penalty. Well, Dan Gore we lost during the safety car period. I don't know where the 53 car has gone. We didn't see that on the restart of Miles Lacey. Down to Stowe Corner they come once again in the closing stages now of this inaugural Praga Cup UK race. There's a yellow flag in sector 2, that's because of Richard Wells' stranded car. So it's Alex Connor, took over from Tom Canning, who leads from Ben Stone. Yellow flag at Abbey Corner, that's where the stranded car is. Connor is pulling away. The green 77 car there is 4 laps down after it's had to come into the pits at the start of the race. That's not a factor in the lead battle. Jack Tomerlin is, though. He's up there in third, behind the black car of Ben Stone. Then we've got Broadbent in the 87 car. Alex Connor has pulled away. They start to space themselves out now. It was less than a second last time through, but that's because they were just released from behind the safety car. So Alex Connor and Tom Canning looking good here. Still 5.5 minutes to go. It could still all happen in the closing stage of this Praga Cup UK race. Over the line comes the leader. 4.3 seconds back to Ben Stone now. It's Tomerlin third in the car started by Stefano Lini. And the safety car is out again. Safety car is out again. That will be I'm almost certain for Richard Wells' stranded car. Apologies there, we didn't get the notification through that the safety car was coming out again. And there is the stranded car, just a bit too close to the edge of the circuit. Such a shame for Richard Wells. Alex Kapadia charged through the field to take the lead in his stint. And then Richard Wells, it might have been because of slightly cold tyres from being behind the safety car, spins off into the gravel trap. Miles Lacey is showing us still running, but a lap down, so not sure where he disappeared to. He is out there somewhere on circuit, I think. There's your leader, Alex Connor. Second place is still Ben Stone, car number 4. Jack Tomerlin, former rival of Dan Gore in the F1000 single-seaters, is next. There's the 53, so it is still running. Thought that had disappeared on the restart, but Miles Lacey still going. The number 1 car still has the fastest lap of the race, set by Alex Kapadia, a 1:55.703. Waiting to see whether this race it could finish under the safety car, unfortunately, or we could get a 1-lap shootout. It's 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Finishes under safety car, it will be a win for this car. Number 86 of Connor and Canning. Ben Stone and Rob Weldon in second, the Raw Motorsport car. The man frustrated by this safety car most will be Jimmy Broadbent, because this was his chance to get back up the places after that penalty. Waiting to see if the lights will still be on the safety car as it comes through this time, because if so and it does another lap, this race will most likely finish under safety car. There's only just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Lights still on at the moment. We'll see if it comes out of Luffield. Yes, the lights are still on. And it looks as though we are going to have to finish under the safety car, which is a little bit disappointing, of course, but safety first. We've got the telehandler on track there to recover Richard Wells and Alex Kapadia's Praga, the Tim Gray Motorsports run car. Their other car in third place. So it looks like it is going to be a win for car number 86 of Tom Canning and Alex Connor, ahead of Ben Stone and Rob Weldon, the Raw Motorsports car. They've just got to complete this final lap under the safety car. Certainly been an eventful first race for the Praga Cup UK, their first standalone race. We've seen Praga's race mixed with other cars last year, of course. It's been a good race up front until the 2 enforced safety car periods. And certainly an unpredictable race. And our fair share of different race leaders. Clock is about to count down to 0 in just a few seconds' time, and the safety car will lead them up to the line. To take the checkered flag, it will be a win for Alex Connor and Tom Canning. Frustration for Jimmy Broadbent's stop-go penalty for a slightly short pit stop. There is a minimum pit stop time, of course, in the regulations. There's Richard Wells. They've got him out of the gravel. He's still running in what I think will be 6th position. As we know that the 77, the green car there of Charles Hall, lost 4 laps at the start of the race. Checkered flag is now out, so race over once the cars reach the line. So it's officially race over. Connor and Canning will take the win ahead of Ben Stone and Rob Weldon. And Jack Tomlin and Stefano Lini will be 3rd. Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Much in car 87 4th. Miles Lacey and Tommy Foster a lap down in 5th. And we'll have to wait to see whether Wells and Capadia are classified in 6th place. And the other car left running, Charles Hall and Scott Mittell, which of course lost laps early on. We lost Dan Gore and Chippy Westmail during the first safety car period, which was brought about when George Lyne and Shane Kelly's number 11 car lost a wheel and spun into retirement. Great shame we lost Ben Collins as well after he came through for 2nd. But the safety car leads them out of Luffield up towards what will be the checkered flag this time, and the first ever winners of a standalone Praga Cup UK race will be the Arden Idola car of Alex Connor and Tom Canning. There is the checkered flag. The safety car leads them home. Car 86 of Canning and Connor takes the win. 2nd place goes to the Raw Motorsport car, Rob Weldon and Ben Stone. And 3rd to number 28, Tim Gray Motorsports, Jack Tomlin and Stefano Lini. The original result reads as follows then. Number 86, Connor and Canning, your race winners, completing 26 laps. Ahead of Ben Stone and Rob Weldon in the Raw Motorsports car. 3rd, number 28, Jack Tomlin, started by Stefano Lini. 4th place for number 87, Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent. 5th place, Tommy Foster and Miles Lacey in car 53. 6th for number 1, Alex Capadia and Richard Wells after that spin into the gravel. And the 7th and final finisher will be Scott Mittell and Charles Hall. We lost Dan Gore and Chippy Westmail during the safety car period. We lost George Lyne and Shane Kelly after they lost a wheel. Rod Goodman never rejoined after his pit stop, so a problem for him there. Ben Collins made it through from the back of the grid to 2nd place, but then he dropped out, so Jay Morton sadly never got to drive. Hopefully he'll get out in race 2 tomorrow. The bridles we lost midway through, and Ash Dibden sadly an early problem for the number 7 car. Well, shortly we'll be able to head down to hear from our race winners in Parc Fermé with Ian. And then it will be the lunch break for just under an hour before we get ready for the first MSUK British Endurance Championship race of the season. 3 hours around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. A whole variety of awesome machinery we will see in that one. We've got Ferraris, we've got McLarens, we've got Lamborghinis, we've got Porsches, we've got TCR Cupras, and much more in between as well. 3 hours of racing coming up this afternoon. for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Another race from the Superkarts comes up after that as well to conclude today's action, and a full programme of racing starting just before 11 AM tomorrow here at Silverstone as well. The Pragas being led back round to the pits then, and we will hear from Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé in just a couple of minutes' time.
Well, welcome everybody down to Parc Fermé. As you can see, no cars yet. However, I can hear a bit of a rumbling. Here they come now. Let's bring the camera around, have a little look at it. Connor and Canning, your race winners there. Impressive stuff there. They are as well. Car number 86. It's a round of applause from everybody behind the gantry as well. I'm going to pull you out of the way because I don't want you to get run over. A couple of cars coming in now. Number 4 as well. Wonderful race. Second place there. And here comes in your third place car as well. Let's go grab a word with the winners. Connor and Canning, let's go round and let's go grab a word. Look at this is what we like. He's all smiles, he's all happy. You come out 12 as well. How was that out there? Congratulations.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, pace was there for the whole time. But yeah, no, I mean, it was a fun race. A shame about the safety cars, but you know what to do.
It's the first ever race, obviously, for the Praga Cup as a standalone. You've got a 100% record, never lost a race.
I know, it's great, isn't it? I mean, we'll see. You know, hopefully it stays that way.
A word for your teammate as well.
Pardon?
A word for your teammate.
Oh yeah, no, that first stint must have been tough. I mean, racing against all the top guys like he was, he did really well. And I think, you know, put us in a good position for the pit stop. Team did a good job on the strategy, but yeah.
Well done, go enjoy it. Congratulations, well done buddy. Fantastic stuff. Where's, oh here we go. We've got Ben Stone over here as well. Let's grab a quick word with him.
Sorry mate, you just dropped that.
Oh, sorry, you got it, there you go. Ben, we'll grab a quick word as well, if we can. It's just getting a sticker back on, there we go. Ben, congratulations. Do you want me to let you get your helmet off first? With that help. There we go, have a breather, have a breather.
Race, but you've got to be there at the front.
This is what we like, innit? Right here, right now.
Session for you?
You're right there, need a hand. You want some help? It's the hands device, isn't it? Better to be safe than sorry though, Ben, that's the important thing. Congratulations, by the way. How was it out there? Because it was quite a hectic race, wasn't it?
Yeah, quite hectic. There's quite a lot going on, and not sure how many cars finished. 6, 7?
7, I think, officially classified.
There's quite a lot of people flying off everywhere, but yeah, it was good. Obviously, a shame to have so much under the safety car, but yeah, it's a good race. First race in a Praga, so.
Well done, guys.
First ever race, what's it like to drive around here? Because you can really open it up, can't you?
Yeah, it's really. I mean, they're incredibly quick. I raced Radicals last year, and you really notice the power difference as they accelerate out of the corners and on the straight. So yeah,
you deserve a nice cold drink of water, of course, as well. Congratulations. Tell us how was that? Oh, sorry, you've got a wider. How was that out there?
Great, honestly. Feels so good to be in that car.
Yeah,
Steph, brilliant running with the pros. Came in a little bit earlier than everyone else. Got me in the car, started going around, just getting into the rhythm. You know, I haven't done much dry testing here. So just getting back into it all.
Yesterday was torrential, wasn't it? A bit of a different day today.
Yeah, a complete different day. So we had a dry 2 sessions in the morning, afternoon so wet. But the cars drive brilliantly in the wet. I kind of hoped it was going to be wet today, but no, brilliant job by the team. Team put an absolute brilliant setup on it, so I can't complain.
They look absolute diamonds to drive. If you're going to walk away, I might just hop in actually and take it back for you, although I'll probably spin it and crash it down here anyway. Congratulations, well done. I think that's about it actually. I think everybody else has gone. There you go, the first ever Praga Cup race is done, and it's the 2 C's who wrap it up. So I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to tell you what's going to come up next for the rest of the show.
Well, thanks very much, Ian, and congratulations to our race winners, Alex Connor and Tom Canning. That car was in fact running in an invitation class, so the win in the Praga Cup category went to Ben Stone and Rob Weldon. They take the Cup category victory. Looking at what's coming up later in the day, well, we have a lunch break for about 50 minutes, or just under 50 minutes now. The next race starting at 2 p.m. will be the MSUK British Endurance Championship, 3-hour season opener for them. All manner of GT and TCR spec cars running in that race. That's going to be an absolute cracker coming up at just before 2 p.m. The start procedure begins, and then we have another race from the fantastic British Superkart Racing Club Super Series, their second race of the day. If you missed the race earlier, where were you? It was a win for Matt Robinson ahead of Lee Harpham and Ross Allen. A bit of news on that race we saw earlier on this morning from the Superkarts. The winner of the 450 national category, Costa Kiritsis, has been excluded from the results of that race, so the win in that category goes to Nick Flint, number 59. So a little bit of an update on the Superkarts from earlier on. Costa Kiritsis disqualified from race 1. So that's coming up in just under an hour's time. We will have our lunch break now, so thanks to all of you for watching. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Thanks to all the volunteer marshals and other officials for their hard work here today as well. We'll see you just before 2 p.m. for the resumption of the action here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit with the MSUK British Endurance Championship here on BARC TV.
It was okay, yeah, it was consistent. I need to find a bit more pace. I haven't really done much dry time in the car. I've done a lot of wet time, but not much dry time. I've got the time in me and in the car. I've done lots of it somehow. So, but listen, we're on the podium. I'm really happy. It's Jack's birthday on Tuesday, and he said he wanted a podium for his birthday, so he's got one.
Oh no, these boys really young guys.
13 years old.
But yeah, enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah, great fun. Absolutely loved it. Carl's brilliant, team's brilliant. You know, we've got a great team around us, so looking forward to ultimately tomorrow.
Yeah, no, really chuffed. It's our first event. I haven't had a car too long, so to come back to winning the Pro-Am class and second in a row, can't be about that.
And
yeah, so I think we've got some changes we can make to find a bit more speed and get a bit closer to himself. Well, they've probably shown me the way around, and yeah, we'll be happy days then.
let's hope he's happy on the race track. And these two youngsters on the top. Now, I've just asked the question. When you two second out of kart racing, you must have done kart racing fairly recently. Step up from that to driving cars, so good news.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fun car to drive, well balanced, yeah, it's quick. So
and what's the next step on the career training?
Oh, not 100% sure yet. Hopefully it's single seated all the way up, but we'll see.
Are you going to probably run one right?
No, so I race in DTs. This is my first time in Praga. Yeah, definitely going to go to this way. And yeah, loving all the different aero and how to go from 2-3 lights and 1-2.
So is the more target for you?
So here we are down in the pit lane then, ready for the start of the British Endurance Championship 2022, and look how we found down here. Johnny Molam, welcome back to Silverstone, welcome back to racing. It's going to be a busy day for you, isn't it?
It is actually. It's nice to be back, especially with it being the British Endurance Championship, and Claire Headley has done a fantastic job. I can see she's a little bit twitchy with it being the first race, and rules and regulations are being thrown around that perhaps weren't there before, but all in all a fantastic grid. It's nice to see so many cars out there in each class, and yeah, quite nice to be back with Marcus Fothergill and Dave Bennett in their trusty Porsche, and it's back to roots for me. I haven't raced a Porsche since 2006, I think, so it's mostly been Ferrari, but very nice to get in the car, and I'm going to be doing probably about an hour and 45 minutes in the race, so it's going to be a hard slog for me at the end, but looking forward to seeing how she reacts. I haven't done more than like 4 or 5 consecutive laps, so it'll be interesting to see come the race how she handles.
You've done a lot of laps around Silverstone, I'm sure, there, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I know Silverstone very, very well, but different cars, the same track, it's almost better to be in a car you know on a track you don't know than the other way around. But nevertheless, she's handling really well. Nigel Moore's doing a fantastic job with Top Gear Motorsport. It's really nice to work with him actually and sort of engineer the car together with him, and I'm sure as the year progresses we'll get closer and closer to the sharp end. Qualifying, we were sort of 3rd overall at one point, even in this, but I got the checkered flag first, so sort of slipped down the order, but we're still starting 7th overall. So Dave's taking the start, hopefully keep it on the island, and when I get in we'll see what I can do, but it's going to be tough. I know how good the Ferraris are from having raced in them last year, but it'll be interesting.
It was a bit tricky this morning in qualifying. We had a kind of greasy track, didn't we? So hopefully by now things have kind of dried out a bit, so that will give you some quicker times as well.
Absolutely. I mean, in actual fact, the last lap I did had a little bit of traffic on it, which everyone was getting, but then I took the checkered flag probably about 3 seconds after it came out, so I was one of the first to take it. It was getting 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap quicker each lap, and I noticed on that lap that I did before I took the checkered that a few places were flat that hadn't been flat before. So I think at the end, if you were on the dry line, you could almost go, apart from maybe down at Stowe and Vale, you could almost go as quick as you could in the dry. So when it's dry, the times will, I mean, I can't remember what overall pole is, but everyone will be probably 2 minutes, sub 2 minutes. I did a 2:05 in testing the day before, so I think you're going to see some really quick lap times as the track rubbers in, and with it being dry, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I think we saw about 2:08 this morning, so we're quite way off, aren't we?
Yeah, I reckon you're about 3 to 4 seconds off a dry time. If I'd got that last lap, I probably would have done like an 08 and 09 as well, and there's a few places you lose it, but it's only 2 or 3 seconds off at the end for sure.
And this year, is it a full campaign for you with the team?
Yeah, I've got a few other things because I'm still racing with Bonamy Grimes. We're doing the European Classic Championship in a Porsche 911 2 litre, which is going to be fun. So we're doing that together. So there's a couple of clashes, I think, but most of the time, if I can and they want me, I'll be here having some fun, having someone with Marcus and Dave.
Yeah, as you said, Claire and the team have done a fantastic job to get all these cars on the grid, a new championship effectively for this year. So it's going to build, it's going to be great, and I'm sure numbers will come even further as we head through the year.
Yes, I think the proof will be in the pudding in that, because obviously first race of the year you always have a lot of people coming out, but hopefully those numbers will stay strong all the way through the year, and really looking forward to a really great season.
And it kind of returns to an endurance thing, doesn't it? Because we've got 3-hour races, 2-hour races, which is a little bit better than the hour-long races we had before.
I love that. Personally, the longer the better for me, because you can really get into the strategy. You know, you can see the guys practicing tyre changes behind us. They need to. That becomes a lot more critical. You can throw the dice a little bit on strategy. We're a little bit with having 3 drivers in this race. We're a little bit unusual, but the way we worked our strategy, I don't think that's going to handicap us in any way. Maybe in some of the shorter races it might, in which case I'll probably step out. But no, really looking forward to getting our teeth into the longer races, and I like the fact that this year the calendar looks really good, slightly longer races, and I really think it's a great championship to come into, whether you're an established sort of veteran or whether you're somebody just trying to get used to sports car racing and endurance racing. I think this championship's a really good place to start.
Johnny, always great to see you. Good luck for the race. I hope it all goes well. We'll be watching you with wide eyes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Johnny. Johnny Molam down here in the pit lane, and we just saw behind us as well the car having a practice pit stop as well. So Johnny, with, as he said, with Marcus Fothergill and Dave Bennett, they're just doing the practice runs down here. They're not the only one, because we've got the Mercedes behind as well. Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars have been doing a bit of practicing as well with the fuel and the tyres. And of course, this is so critical this year because, as we just spoke to Johnny, it's an endurance theme. So there's pit stops which will lose you or gain you time in the pit. So it's all important to get these done during this sort of break they get before the race gets underway, which is not too far away. Just seeing if I can, just maybe catch the eyes of Wayne Mars, who is over here. We'll go and grab Wayne, who's just having a quick chat, and see if we can have a quick chat with Wayne. See you, race helmet on to go. Very loud down here. Are you in the car first?
Yeah, I'm starting the race. Yeah.
Doing a few pit stop practices here, which is always good.
Yeah, it's the first ones we've done, so we've got to try everything we can, haven't we?
A good team this year, good teammate as well.
Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, fingers crossed we'll have a good result.
It's a bit different for you as well. We're used to seeing you in lots of Ferraris, but it's a Mercedes now. What made you change?
Well, I wanted to try a GT3, and everybody just said to me, "You've got to try a Mercedes. Got to try a Mercedes." I mean, to be honest, we've probably only had it 10 or 12 days, so we've done nothing really with it. We've tried to get out, but we've had a bit of bad luck. So it's all quite new for this weekend, but hopefully we'll have a good result. It's good fun to drive.
How did it go this morning in qualifying?
We got 5 laps or something like that, 6 laps. It was, we had a problem with the fire extinguisher. We put a new fire extinguisher in it, and then it didn't work. So then we had to re-plumb a new one in, and it took all our time out of practice and qualifying. So,
well, you got a 3-hour race to look forward to now.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 3 hours to make up for it, haven't we? So.
Wayne, good to see you. Good luck.
Brilliant, thank you.
There we go. Wayne Mars then. He'll be doing the first stint in the 160 machine. There's Tom Jackson, who's just jumped out. He's done his quick driver change, make sure he's good. But as we said there, Wayne Mars is the man who's going to start that car, the 160 machine. So, as you can hear in the background, cars now started to be fired up, so we're going to hope to head onto the grid and catch up with some of the drivers and teams before the race gets underway in just a few minutes' time. So we'll be back with you for that very shortly.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents, and welcome back to BARC TV after our lunch break. We are counting down at the moment to the start of our next race here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit here at the home of British Motorsport, here with the British Automobile Racing Club. And it is our feature race of the day, the MS UK British Endurance Championship. 3 hours of racing coming up before we get underway with this one. Earlier on, our interviewer Matt Suckling caught up with a few of the drivers down in the pits and paddock.
Down here with Lucky Kerr and Lee Frost, who are racing the British Endurance Championship for this year. Lucky Lee, you've done many racing over the years. You're now kind of going into a new championship for 2022. It's going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's a great championship. You know, the changes are great, and racing back with Lee. So it's put a bit more fun into it now.
And of course, you've raced the Lamborghini in British GT last year. Is it the same car you're bringing here?
It is the same car. Yeah.
So you got a bit of practice. You know what it drives like.
Yeah, I did a round. You can call that practice. But yeah, just getting to grips with the car really.
And you've got Lee Frost with you this year. Lee, you looking forward to the challenge ahead for 2022?
Yeah, definitely. It's brilliant to be out in Lamborghini, and with Lucky, it's perfect really.
A great circuit to start on as well, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I haven't done much on the GP, to be honest. It's all the national and international, but yeah, learning it quickly, and it should be a good day.
And how have things gone so far? You've had practice and qualifying. Where do you think you're going to get through today?
Qualifying was a bit mixed up with the weather and the drying track, a bit further down than what we wanted to be, but make the race more interesting, won't it? So.
And Lucky, it's a long race, 3 hours. Any plans of what's going to happen?
Yeah, just get the head down and just keep doing what we do and see where we land.
And is it a full campaign this year?
Yeah, it is, most definitely. Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun.
Well, guys, thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
We're now going to have a quick chat with Steve Tompkins, who is in the Aston Martin Vulcan for this year's championship. Stephen, this is an immense car. First off, what is it like to drive?
Well, privilege, an absolute privilege. Amazing. It's actually very forgiving. So if you make a mistake, and obviously in qualifying today, the car moved. I joked with Glebs, and I said that she looks after us really well if you do something wrong. But no, it's amazing to drive. Very stable, lots of aero, and it's really getting the heads around the aero, the energy that we can carry through corners.
I suppose Silverstone's an open circuit, so you've got plenty of room to kind of explore if anything does go wrong.
Absolutely, yeah, and if something goes wrong, there's room. Cops, not that you want to run wide, but there's a lot of room to go and collect the car up. Maggots Beckett's the same. So I'm a little bit more nervous about Alton Park the next rounds because it's very narrow. But we're not using more than track limits, so sorry, Chuck. So no, it shouldn't be a problem. But obviously, Alton Park's a different sort of circuit. Most of the driving we've done on this has been the bigger international circuits, at Kota and Abu Dhabi, etc. So it'll be quite a culture shock. And bumpy. Yeah.
And talking about your experience, you said you've done other things. What has your kind of primarily racing experience been like?
I started in Formula Fords. I did BMW club racing, raced in GT4, Porsche, then Aston Martin, and this. So bits and pieces. It's the age-old problem. Wanted to go racing, never had the money. Yeah, aren't I lucky now? Look what I found myself in.
It's an immense car, as we said. You got Glebs, of course, with you as well for the full season.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and he's coming on really well. He's making good progress. So really, it's both of us building our confidence and to find more and more in the car. And then we'd like to think we'll be able to sort of develop the car a little bit and try and make it, I don't know, maybe stiffer, handle a little bit differently, but it's one step at a time. There's more in us to come than the car, and it is just an amazing car.
And there's 30 others on track as well, so there's always people to learn and experience what it's like out there from those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's a nice sort of mixture of cars out there. And we've got some of the Seats here, and they're very quick, some really talented drivers. We obviously benefit from more power and more aero. But yeah, you can always learn from anybody. Just different lines, see somebody carrying a little bit more speed into corner. Yeah. And that was very much how it was in qualifying. And each lap changed. So you thought you knew where the circuit was, and the next time round it was quicker still. And you could also pick that up from following the car in front and seeing what's going on. Traffic was obviously a bit of an issue, but you know we qualified third, happy with that. It puts in, you know, we're first in class, so hopefully the cars in front of us, you know, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Not a bad qualifying at all for the first time out this year. Long race, 3 hours. What do you reckon you're going to try and get from it? Is it kind of play the steady game to start with?
100%, yeah. We haven't turned up here to expecting, demanding to win or anything. We're just going to go do our best. It's a long race, as you say, and yeah, to finish, that is the top priority. Finish and the main priority is to have fun and make it enjoyable.
But it would be nice to win, wouldn't it?
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Steve, we wish you all the best. Lovely car, as we said. You've got a great teammate yourself. You're going to be quick off the mark as well. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the team, really good, because we've had a lot of issues very recently, and they've done a great job getting the car out. So well done to Venture.
Brilliant stuff, well done.
Cheers, thanks, Matt. Bye.
We're down here on the grid then for the first ever British Endurance Championship race, the start of the 2022 season, and cars very shortly making their way onto the grid, ready to start a 3-hour endurance race, which we cannot wait for. So we're going to try and see if we can grab some drivers before they head off. It's not too long now before the race gets underway. It's a 2 o'clock start, so they're going to be heading off very, very shortly. The pit lane has already closed, so that is now done. All cars should be heading their way onto the grid, and what a mouth-watering selection of cars we do have for this first round of the championship. You can see the 555 Ferrari putting itself onto pole position, and what a great job this morning both John Seal and Jamie Stanley did do in that car. So that's the 555 machine which sits there on pole position. Very shortly alongside them should be the PB Racing machine of Peter Ersig and Marcus Clutton. Now, Marcus is a very experienced GT racer, so he'll be very quick. He'll be teaching Peter all the ropes as we go through along the 3-hour race. So they'll be arriving very shortly in the Porsche, but as of yet they haven't arrived. Behind that we can see the absolutely stunning Aston Martin Vulcan, which is in the hands of Gleb Stepanovs and Steve Tompkins. We had a quick chat with Steve a little bit earlier on, and he's quite jubilant about what he can deliver this afternoon, so he'll be one to watch out for in the orange and white Aston Martin Vulcan. It's a lovely car, a quick car, a car that had a few invitation rounds last year with the British Championship, and is looking to get a right hold on this for this year. So that's the first 2 rows. As we said, we're still waiting for the Porsche to arrive, but it shouldn't be too long until that joins us. We've got another Ferrari making its way onto the grid as well. That will be the number 51 machine to look out for as well. That's the tricolore colours of the Italians, and I think behind us actually is now going to be the number 9 machine, which is arriving. Yep, here it comes onto the front row then. So that is Peter and Marcus, and I think if we have a quick look inside the car, that looks to be Peter who's going to be starting the race. So he's going to be in the number 9 machine. It's John Seal who's in the Ferrari on pole position. So that's going to be the first row of the grid, and what a sound these cars do indeed make. A bit plain for the number 9 machine, but there'll be a lot of sponsors on that car as the season goes on, because if it does well here at the first round, that's going to be one to watch out for. So Ferrari and Porsche front row. We're going to have a look at the Vulcan very shortly, the orange and white Vulcan, which will be joined in just a few minutes by the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes GT3, which we saw practicing in the pit lane with its pit stops. We had a quick word as well live with Wayne Mars, and Tom Jackson was the man who was in the car, so that'll be arriving right here. Not yet though, but if you look over this side, that is a car which just makes you drool every single time. That is the Aston Martin Vulcan number 6, which starts on the second row of the grid, as we said, with Stephen Tompkins and Glebes as well. Stepanovs, who is, I don't think, let's have a look inside the car and see who is in there. I think, yeah, that is Glebs inside the car, so he'll be starting that one. Thumbs up from him, which is great to see. So he's again happy to be starting on that second row, and of course, as you mentioned, it's going to be a rolling start for the British Endurance Championship, so that's going to be lots to look out for as these over 30 cars head their way down towards the first corner very shortly. We're still missing, actually, the car which should be here 4th on the grid. So that has missed the cut-off for the pit lane. So that car, unfortunately, is not going to be here. So already we're missing one from the second row. We're missing one from the 4th row by the looks of it. So they've missed the cut-off. It was a very short window to get out, but they've had the lunch break to deal with. And, of course, they've had a chance to get out there, but they've just missed it, unfortunately. And with the klaxon sounding, that means it's 1 minute to go, and we're ready to get the British Endurance Championship for 2022 underway. And let's hand you up to the commentary team of Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much, Matt. So getting ready for 3 hours of racing on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the first round of the revived MSUK British Endurance Championship. Let's have a look at the grid in full then. This is the 555 FF Corsa Ferrari on pole. John Seal starts that car. We'll hand over to Jamie Stanley. Alongside him, the number 9 Porsche, Peter Erseg with his new car for this year, the new Porsche 911 Cup car. We started by Peter, sharing with Marcus Clutton, a very quick GT driver indeed. Second row, as we've seen, the gorgeous Aston Martin Vulcan. Gleb Stepanovs, the Latvian, will start that car. Stephen Tompkins takes over. And alongside them should have been the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes GT3. Wayne Mars, normally a Ferrari racer, is down to start that car. We didn't see it on the grid, so hopefully that'll be out starting from the pit lane. Looks like we've got a few cars starting from the pit lane. Row 3, number 51, the Veluga Racing Ferrari 458 Challenge. Carl Cavers will start that car, sharing with Lewis Plato. 144 is next, that's the blue Ferrari, started by Chris Goddard, no relation, alongside Charlie Hollings. Row 4, the Bespoke Defenders Porsche, won its class title in the championship last year in Britcar. That's started by Dave Bennett, sharing with Marcus Fothergill and Johnny Molan. And alongside them should be the Tyrannus, started by Ben Sharrett, sharing with its creator Johnny McGregor for MacG Racing. Row 5, the Race Lab Lamborghini, Lucky Kera and Lee Frost's car. Lee Frost will be going first, alongside the ING Sport BMW Z4. Good to see that car back in the championship for 55. Ian Lawson will be starting that car, sharing with Kevin Clark. Row 6, the number 1 car, the reigning champions Motus 1. Unfortunately, that car is a non-starter. That car suffered a broken steering rack in qualifying, so that car will not be out. The number 19 Race Lab car should be there, though. That's the Ferrari 488. Claude Bovel's taking the start in that one, sharing with Dave Donald. Then we've got the Team Hard Porsche, new car for the championship this year. New recruits for Team Hard, Ollie Turner and Callum Jenkins. Ollie Turner starts alongside the first of the Class E cars. That's the TCR class. That's the Cupra TCR Competition of Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford for EDF Motorsports. Ashley Woodman is going first. Row 8, the number 50 car, the first Class D car, the Aston GT4, T7 Motorsport. Peter Montague starts. Stuart Hall takes over. Alongside Veluga Racing's number 7 Porsche, which is the Little family. James Little going first. Row 9 is the Motus 1 Seat Cupra TCR. Stuart Lyne starts that car running in conjunction with his team Maximum Motorsport, sharing with Anton Spires. Alongside them, the Dragon Sport Amigo Opel Astra TCR, Reese Lloyd starts that car, Max Coates will take over. Looking through the rest of the grid, we've got the Sheared Autosports Cupra TCR, Jonathan Beeson starts that car, alongside the CTR Alpha Tune example, started by Alex Day. Row 11, Stanbridge Motorsports Lamborghini, started by James Simons, alongside the number 33 Aston Martin, which is the Albert family. Mark Albert starts. Team Brit are next with their Aston Martin, Andy Tucker and Luke Pound. It's Luke going first, alongside Team Hard's Ginetta. 3 drivers in that car, to be Michael McPherson going first. Penultimate row, 22, EDF Motorsports Cupra TCR. Richard Avery starts that car, sharing with Nick Hull. The Jaguar F-Type of New Barn Racing is next to the Thompson family. Adam Thompson going first. The final row is the McAleers in their Porsche RVR Motorsport. It's Mark McAleer taking the start. And finally, the Woodrow BMW 1 Series, started by Chris Murphy. What a magnificent sight they make. GT cars, TCR cars, and much more besides. This is going to be a very special 3-hour race indeed. Almost ready to rumble then with the first MSUK British Endurance Championship race of the season. John Seal in the Ferrari on pole position. Peter Erseg in his new Porsche, alongside then the beautiful Aston Martin Vulcan, getting ready to settle in for 3 hours of racing. There's that lovely BMW 1 Series of Moss Motorsport with Woodrow Motorsport at the back of this grid. A few cars starting from the pit lane ready to join in as well. The pace car is in pit lane, and we're about to unleash the pack around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The 2022 MSUK British Endurance Championship is go. And down towards the first corner they go. It is John Seal in his Ferrari who leads them off. We saw him racing a Lamborghini with Jamie Stanley, had a few wins in that last season. They're all round Copse Corner okay, side by side for second place. Peter Erscheg in the white Porsche, the orange and white Aston Vulcan of Gleb Stepanovs in third place. The Lamborghini Huracan of Lee Frost starting to move up as well, with the second of the Ferraris. That is Carl Cavers. Then the blue Ferrari of Chris Goddard next in the order. There's the Jaguar F-Type number 88 driven by Adam Thompson, making its way up as the Vulcan moves to the inside. It's such an aggressive looking car. Gleb Stepanovs on the inside into Stowe Corner, trying to make a move for the lead. Side by side there, Lamborghini, and that's the Seat Cupra TCR Competizione car, the newer model of TCR car being driven by Ash Woodman for EDF Motorsports, the number 60. One of the Astons dropping to the rear of the field there. But the leaders are heading through Club Corner up towards Abbey, and it is the Aston Martin that's come out in the lead. John Seal has dropped down to third place, and here comes Lee Frost in the black Lamborghini. That car started back on row 5, but because of a couple of gaps has been able to weave its way through to challenge for the lead there. It's the Race Lab rub machine shared with Lucky Kira, and Lee Frost is going for the lead. The ex-BMW racer takes the lead at Village. Peter Erscheg having a look at John Seal as well. There's a long, long way to go yet in this 3-hour race. Lambo leads, Aston Martin second, Ferrari now in third place, holding off Peter Erscheg. Erscheg forced wide onto the curbs there. He may have lost out to, I think that was Carl Cavers coming through in the Beluga Racing Ferrari, shared with Lewis Plato. But it is Lee Frost, that menacing black and yellow Race Lab Lamborghini, that leads the way. His old BMW racing colleague Lucky Kira, who races in a variety of sports car series these days, will share that car with him, and that Lamborghini fairly rocketing away at the front of the pack. Big chance to explain. Oh, there's a bit of a collision there. Bit of wheel banging between Chris Goddard in his Ferrari, the blue car, and the number 87. That's the shared Autosport TCR car. It's actually a Golf, not a Cupra, as I said earlier. Apologies there. Driven by Jonathan Beeson, who's gained 12 places around that first lap. He's flown up the order in his VW Golf TCR. A few cars did start from the pit lane. Wayne Mars in the Mercedes, Ian Lawson's BMW, the Z4. We've also had through Stuart Lines in his TCR car further back. Ollie Turner started from the pit lane as well in the Team Hard Porsche. Somebody stopped already. That's the number 33 Aston Martin, Mark Albert, in the Infinity with Team Brit Aston Vantage GT4. That car has come to a halt already on the Wellington Straights. Chris Goddard's dropping back, so he may have got some damage. That bit of wheel banging with Jonathan Beeson's TCR Golf. There is the Team Brit Aston Martin. Team Brit, of course, made up of drivers who have overcome a number of physical and in some cases mental obstacles to race. That car being shared by Luke Pound and Andy Tucker. But the Lamborghini clearing off into the distance. There is the Team Hard Porsche in its very bright livery. That car started from the pit lane with Ollie Turner on board, the ex-Ford Fiesta and VW Racing Cup star. Number 94 behind that, Stuart Lines. Again, that car was down on the entry as a Cupra TCR. It is a Golf they're racing. There's the battle for third place. John Seal running a bit wide there out of the loop. Could lose third place there to Peter Erscheg's new Porsche. As Lee Frost continues to lead the way, the Midlands-based racer in the Lamborghini. We're only 5 minutes, not even that, into this 3-hour race so far. There's a yellow flag out at Abbey. We may well be going safety car. Yes, the safety car is out. So someone has had a problem somewhere. Whether that's for Mark Albert's stranded Aston Martin, I'm not too sure. There it is, stranded under the bridge on the Wellington Straights. There's Wayne Mars, that gorgeous Mercedes GT3, started from the pits. So that's now up and running. Now, did any cars not take the start? The only other car I think we may have lost is the Reece Lloyd Opel Astra TCR car. So the safety car picks up Lee Frost, our race leader in the Lamborghini. It was a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 that won this corresponding race last year. That was on the international layout here at Silverstone. It was driven by John Seal and his racing partner Jamie Stanley. They were in a Lamborghini then, a Ferrari now. There's the number 7 Beluga Porsche, James Little at the wheel of that car. So the order very mixed up already in the early stages, with a number of quicker cars starting from the pits and starting to come through. This gives me a chance to explain some of the classes, as we see a couple of cars into pit lane. Chris Goddard's Ferrari is one of them. The Macalia family Porsche is in as well. Mark and Jake Macalia, long-time Porsche racer is Mark. But the classes, Class A is for GT3 spec cars. They're the quickest, should be the quickest cars, but there is a balance of performance in place. Class B, that's for modern GT2, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Ferrari 488 Challenge, Porsche 992 Cup cars. We should have seen a couple of other cars out in that one as well. The beautiful Mosler of the McInerney family, prepared by Scott Sports, should have been out there. Unfortunately, in testing yesterday, that blew its engine, so it was unable to race. Also entered for this meeting but not able to race was a Dodge Viper, 8-litre V10 engine in the Dodge Viper, but sadly not here. Class C, that's for older challenge spec cars, Porsche 991 Cup, 458 Ferrari 458 Challenge, the BMW 1 Series that's out at the back is a Class C car as well. Class D is for GT4 cars, Porsche, Aston, Ginetta, and Class E is for TCR touring cars. Class F is for cars similar to Class C and D, but not homologated GT4 cars. That's the Porsche of the Macalias and the Jaguar F-Type. So that's a quick explanation of the different classes we'll see racing out there. Someone about to get a good view of the whole circuit by helicopter. Very busy heliport here on the infield at Silverstone. But the safety car out, presumably for the recovery of the Albert Aston Martin that had come to a halt on the Wellington Straight. There's the Taramis, the yellow car there at the back of the field, with Ben Sharich and its creator Johnny McGregor, loosely based on an Ultima GTR sports car with a Chevrolet V8 engine. There we see the recovery vehicle, the Land Rover, about to tow Mark Albert's Aston off the course. There's one car being worked in, that's the Opel Astra TCR car we mentioned, Reese Lloyd and former Clio Cup star Max Coates racing that car. Something wrong with the left front on that car, as you can see. Frantic work going on. Looks like a drive shaft. One of our YouTube commenters says, what class is the helicopter in? Nice to get a view from that helicopter if they've got a camera with them. So looking at the race order at the moment, it's Lee Frost leading in the Lamborghini, Gleb Stepanovs in the Vulcan second, and third is Carl Cavers in the Beluga Ferrari, the Italian Tricolore liveried car there, shared with Luis Plato. John Seal in the red Ferrari is fourth, then Peter Erscheg in his Porsche. The Little family in their Porsche, number 7, is well up in sixth place. They're leading Class D. And Class E is being led by Jonathan Beeson in the Golf in 7th place, number 87. Alex Day is next. There's another Lamborghini, Claude Beauville's at the wheel of that one. That's the other Race Lab car, shared with David McDonald. Ollie Turner just behind him in the Porsche. Behind Beeson and Day, there are the two TCR cars. We've got the number 41 Lamborghini of James Simons. Rounding out the top 10, Michael McPherson in the Team Hard Ginetta. Mark Albert's Aston Martin is going again, making its way back to the pits. So hopefully we'll be going racing this time by. Okay, we can in a moment hand over to Matt Suckling down in the pit area. He's talking to the man whose car started on pole for this race, 555 Jamie Stanley.
Thanks, Dave. Yep, down here with Jamie Stanley. Jamie did a great job this morning to get the Ferrari on pole position. You're not doing too bad at the minute, but we've got a safety car at the minute. What's happening out there?
Yeah, I think there's an Aston Martin broke down, unfortunately, and yeah, safety car is good for us. You know, it helps us extend our fuel range a little bit. Obviously, it's the biggest disadvantage we have with the Ferrari. It's a wee bit thirsty.
You've been busy, of course, over the last few years. You're back with John, which is great to see, in a Ferrari, which is unusual for John because he's normally in a Lamborghini. So it's all new, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously, come back to the Ferrari. You know, we won another championship in 2014 in a Ferrari, so it's nice to be back with John in a Ferrari and here at FF Course as well.
And of course, you've been doing GT4 and British GT as well over the last year.
Yeah, I managed to keep myself out of trouble, keep myself busy. You know, the wife moans I'm at home too many weekends, so yeah, we're back in British GT as well this year, and hopefully we'll do more of these with John as well.
It's great to see this championship flourishing once again, and now with the British Endurance Championship under its name, it's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, Claire's worked really hard to get it to where it is, and you know, hopefully plenty of people come out and support it during the season and keep it as successful as it needs to be for them to keep moving it forward.
And in terms of the stint today, what are you going to do? Are you in shortly or later?
The plan is to try and get John to the point where he's done all his driving, and I'll basically try and finish the race.
Well, good luck, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Jamie Stanley down here in the pit lane. Back to you, Dave.
Well, thanks a lot, Matt. Looks as though the race is about to get underway once again. Yes, the green flag waves, and Lee Frost leads them down towards Copse Corner. John Seal, in the car whose co-driver we just heard from, Jamie Stanley, having a look there as they came through Copse Corner, but it's Frost that leads. Gleb Stepanovs, the Latvian, in second in that beautiful Aston Martin. Through the Beckett's complex they go, both in Class A. Third place, Carl Cavers, that's a Class C car, his Ferrari, in third. John Seal is leading Class B with his Ferrari, that's a 488 as opposed to the 458 ahead of him of Carl Cavers. Class D is being led by the Littles in the blue and white Porsche there in 6th position. Class E for TCR cars by Beeson in that TCR Golf number 87. Class F, I believe, by the Jaguar F-Type. A little further back in. Alex Day at the inside in the Cupra TCR, attacking Michael McPherson in the Team Hard Ginetta G55. There's number 18, the Moss Motorsports 1 Series, driven by Chris Murphy. I believe that's the ex-Aston Martin racer, won the Britcar Endurance title a few years ago with the Whitebridge Aston Martin. Lee Frost leads the way, used to race in the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship along with co-driver Lucky Kera. Carl Cavers going well in third. Here's this battle a little further back in the order. This is for 9th, 10th and 11th place. There's Ollie Turner making his way through the field in a Team Hard Porsche, qualified on the 7th row of the grid, but had to start from the pit lane as the Ginetta has a look at the inside there on the back of the number 41 Lamborghini of James Simon. He's sharing with Fraser Smart. There's the BMW Z4 with Ian Lawson on board, sharing with Kevin Clark, the reigning Britcar Trophy Champion in the 1 Series. Last season shared with Simon Baker. Somebody running a bit deep through the right-hander coming out of Village there. That was the number 69 Porsche of Dave Bennett, shared with Marcus Fothergill. Been racing that Porsche for many years now. Johnny Molem joining them for this year. 14 minutes of the race gone. 2 hours 46 to go. Wayne Mars moving up the order in the Mercedes. Where's he got that car up to from the pit lane? 15th place now, the Mercedes GT3 run by Rob Boston Racing. Tom Jackson will take over that car. The variety we have here is magnificent. There's the GT3 Merc closing up on the Team Brit Aston Martin and tags the back of the Ginetta. The Ginetta of Mike McPherson didn't see the Mercedes coming there. There was contact there, and that's allowed the other Team Hard car to come through. The Porsche of Ollie Turner, who's ripping his way through the field, having started from the pit lane as well. He's got the GT3 Mercedes behind him. This will be an interesting matchup between those two. And the TCR Cupra, the TCR Altitude sponsored car of Alex Day and Will Foster in there too. Turner runs wide over the curb, goes past Luke Pound in the Team Brit Aston Martin. He's going after the number 41 Lamborghini of James Simons as well. Here comes Chris Murphy, that's BMW 1 Series, challenging the Cupra Competition of Ashley Woodman, sharing with ex-BTCC man Martin Byford. It's still Lee Frost who leads from Gleb Stepanovs. There's the battle for 6th place. That's between James Little and Jonathan Beeson, both leading their classes. Ollie Turner is going like an express train here. He's up into 8th place now in the Porsche. Here comes Wayne Mars. Normally see him racing Ferraris, a new mount for him this year, the Mercedes. Raced successfully in the Ferrari Challenge UK, the Pirelli Ferrari Open Series as well. Takes the Lamborghini there. There's the Taramis, big lock-up from Ben Sharich as he takes one of the TCR Cupras. That was Richard Avery in the number 22 car, another ex-Porsche racer. And we can now head down in a moment to one of our intrepid pit reporters, who I believe is with Max Coates of the Opel Astra TCR crew. Again, problems with Ian's microphone, sorry about that, we'll get that sorted for you as the Ginetta takes Alex Day in the Cupra. Behind them Chris Murphy in the BMW 1 Series. New fastest lap last time through by Lee Frost in the Lamborghini, 2 minutes 2.891. He leads by 9 seconds now, just over, ahead of Gleb Stepanov, so he's really getting the hammer down in that Racelab Lamborghini Huracan. There's the battle for 4th place. John Seal under pressure from Peter Erscheg. The two cars had started on the front row of the grid. You can see how even the classes are, because the Porsche of James Little there, the 718 Cayman GT4 and the TCR Golf are not far away from the big GT cars at the front. I think we can try in a moment to head down to Ian Waterhouse again in the pits, hopefully to talk to Max Coates of the Opel Astra TCR crew.
I know, I hope you can hear me as well.
It costs us a lot of time
so Max Coates, he's quick on track. So he's quick around to the
Well, in just over a minute, the pit window will open. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race and closes 20 minutes before the checkered flag. So the pit window opens in about 90 seconds' time. We expect that cars will make 3 pit stops during this 3-hour race as Lee Frost continues to charge away from Gleb Stepanovs at the front of the field. He's opened up another second on that last lap, 10.8 seconds now the gap. Now there is the Opel Astra after its earlier problems. It is out there and running with Rhys Lloyd on board. There's our 3rd placeman Carl Cavers, and he's pulled away now from the battle between John Seal and Peter Erscheg because Seal is being kept busy by that lovely Porsche chasing. Peter Erscheg raced Porsche Cayman, I believe, last season, and Jonathan Beeson has got ahead of James Little, and here comes Ollie Turner going for the gap in the middle between Wayne Mars in the GT3 Merc and the Porsche of James Little. Ollie is absolutely flying. It's his first ever race in that car. You wouldn't know it to watch, though. He began racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship, Ollie Turner, a few years ago. Won that after a couple of years, after an apprenticeship served on the short ovals. Then went on to the VW Racing Cup before joining Team Hard with the Porsche for this season. He's taken to that Porsche like the proverbial duck to water. Not quite a match for the more powerful GT3 Merc of Wayne Mars, though, who passes Jonathan Beeson, who is going great guns as well in that TCR Golf shared with George Healer. He's absolutely flying right up there among the more powerful GT cars. Turner behind them. This is the battle for around 8th place overall. Still your leader is Lee Frost as Peter Erscheg again challenges John Seal as they come through. The left-hander at Brooklands, he's all over the rear wing of that Ferrari of John Seal. John Seal, very rapid, one of the elder statesmen of GT racing in the UK. Turner's now got the Porsche ahead of the Golf. Still chasing Wayne Mars, who will hand over to Tom Jackson, another very rapid GT racer. Cavers across the line in third. He's 11 seconds down on Stepanovs, who's now 15 seconds down on Lee Frost. Main battle is for fourth. Mars is up to sixth in the Mercedes. He's gained 3 places. What was his last lap time? 2 minutes 7. So he's lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than these two ahead of him at the moment. Seal and Ersheg. Turner up to 7th. And third in Class C behind Cavers and Ersheg. Let's take a quick look at the class leaders on the tiny screen while we can. Lee Frost leads Class A. Class B, it's John Seal. Class C is Carl Cavers. Class D is being led by James Little in the Porsche. Class E, the TCR class by Jonathan Beeson's Golf. Class F, that's being led by Adam Thompson in the Jaguar F. Those are your class leaders as we see the main battle among the front runners between Seal and Ersheg. And that Porsche of Peter Ersheg is going to absolutely fly once Marcus Clutton takes over. Marcus races for Enduro Motorsports in their McLaren 720S as well, but Peter Ersheg's not waiting for him to take over. He's having a go at John Seal for that 4th place. John, the ex-Lamborghini racer. There's the Opel Astra ahead of them as Ersheg to the inside at Village Corner. But Seal will be on the inside for the next left-hander at the loop, and he holds the place. They're aware that they're being closed down all the time by Wayne Mars in the Mercedes AMG GT3 there. Next through is Ollie Turner in the Porsche. Lee Frost has gone through to complete his 9th lap. He's nearly 20 seconds ahead of Gleb Stefanovs. He's lapping about 5 seconds a lap quicker than the Aston Martin Vulcan. Ersheg has now got through past John Seal up into 4th position as they came down the Wellington straight there. And now here comes Wayne Mars. Carl Cavers there. Let's catch a glimpse of the Ferrari on his own in 3rd position, 9 seconds clear of Ersheg, 13.5 seconds down on Gleb Stepanovs. Stepanovs on his own in 2nd now, having been dropped by Lee Frost, and I believe in a moment we can hand down to the pits, talk to the leader's co-driver with Racelab. Yes, we can now go down to the pits and hear from Lucky Care.
Right, so welcome to the pit lane and the garage. I hope you can hear me this time. We've got a man watching the race as well. He's about to come out as well. Lucky. Great to see you again. How are you feeling today? All right, ready for this?
Yeah, ready for it.
Yesterday, obviously, testing and practice, it was a bit wet, slightly different conditions today. Prefer it dry?
Yeah, I prefer it dry. I don't mind the wet, but I do prefer it dry.
How's your teammate doing at the minute?
He's doing really well. He's got a cracking start, and he's pushing on.
Look, we're actually watching us interview, talk to each other right now, look, on the phone. There we go. Look, there you are, superstar. Enjoy the race. Best of luck as well. Thanks for talking to us, Lucky. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
A man of few words, Lucky Kira, prefers to let his driving do the talking. The West Midlands base racer, runs a food business. Certainly one of the nice guys of British Motorsport, and a very quick driver as well. Was the Ferrari Challenge champion a couple of years ago. Racing for, if I remember correctly, the Grey Paul Birmingham team, but in the Lamborghini of Racelab today. And the leader, driven by his partner Lee Frost, coming up to lap the number 41 Lamborghini there. That's been into the pits. We have had stops begin to happen, so it may well be Fraser Smart that's on board in that car. But as we say, these cars will be making more than one pit stop in being a 3-hour race. We didn't see if a driver change took place, but no one driver may do more than 60% of the race length. They have to share the driving outs fairly equally. So it may well be Fraser Smart in that Lamborghini now. Unfortunately, we haven't got notification on the timing screen for if a driver change has been made. But anyway, here comes our race leader. Lee Frost, 25 seconds up now on Gleb Stepanovs. No real change among the race leaders. The cars that have stopped so far are Dave Bennett's Porsche, number 69. That car is being run with 3 drivers. I would imagine it's his long-time racing partner Marcus Fothergill that has taken over that car. Johnny Molan, a very quick racer indeed, is also in that team. The Jaguar F-Type has come in of the Thompson family. And there's another car that came in as well. Yes, the Macalia family Porsche. That came in earlier though. They had an issue early on. There goes Gleb Stepanovs in second place. But the leaders very, very well spaced out now. Cross leads by 25.5 seconds over Stepanovs. And Stepanovs clear of Carl Cavers to the tune of 16.2 seconds. So the main focus is in the battle for the more minor placings in the top 10. There's Chris Goddard's Ferrari. We saw that come in earlier after a bit of contact with Jonathan Beeson's Golf. Number 19 is the other Race Lab Lamborghini. That is running down in 16th place with Claude Beauvais at the wheel. Sharing with David Donald. They've got the Team Hard Ginetta behind them. It's Mike McPherson and the number 18 BMW 1 Series driven by Chris Murphy. Towards the half-hour mark then, 2.5 hours to go near enough. As Racelab's Lamborghini Huracan GT3 continues to set the pace. There's the Macalia Porsche, so it is running again, father and son Mark and Jake Macalia. 94 is the Golf driven by Stuart Lines, the boss of Maximum Motorsports, running that car in conjunction with the Motus One team this weekend. Of course, sadly, Motus One's main car, the reigning endurance champions, Dave Scaramanga and Will Powell with the McLaren GT3, unable to start the race due to a broken steering rack, as Wayne Mars has a look at John Seal. That's the battle for 5th place, Ferrari against Mercedes. Really is a stunning looking car, that Mercedes GT3. Wayne Mars normally more accustomed to being in a Ferrari 488 GT3 and or 488 Challenge car as that one is, and not climbing all over the back of one. Wayne Mars runs a fruit and vegetable business by trade. Fresh and fruity you'll see written on the Mercedes, that's Wayne's business. Sharing with Tom Jackson. Down towards Club Corner they go. That Ferrari will fly when Jamie Stanley gets aboard. He is a very, very rapid driver indeed. There's Peter Urseg's Porsche. Again, a very quick co-driver in his team, Marcus Cluck. Here comes Miles. He's surely going to get through there. Gets the better exit from Club Corner down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, and he goes through into Abbey, up into 5th position. Lee Frost has completed his 12th lap meanwhile. Continues to lead in the Lamborghini. There he is, coming through Beckett's. Coming up to lap 1 of the TCR cars, that's Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull, both ex-Porsche racers, in the TCR Cupra, run by EDF Motorsport, based up in Lincolnshire. Running a couple of cars here this weekend. They've got the number 60 car as well of Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford. And there's number 69, I think that's Marcus Fothergill on board that car now, the Porsche. We've not yet had any more pit callers. I can tell you that the Jaguar F-Type, I think, came in with a problem because it hasn't yet rejoined. So that means Class F is now led by the Macalias. Lead gap is now 32 seconds. It's pulling away at the rate of nearly 3 seconds a lap, Lee Frost. Ian Lucky Kera began their careers in BMW M3s only about 5 or 6 years ago. I remember being at their first, what I think was their first ever races here at Silverstone. John Seal in the FF Corsa Ferrari. Won here last year on the international circuit. He and Jamie Stanley scored a double in their Lamborghini Huracan. Had a win at Snetterton as well last year. There's Ollie Turner in the background. He is catching John Seal. He's lapping his best lap about a second quicker than John Steele. They were about the same on the last lap. So can young Ollie catch John Seal, as we said, one of the elder statesmen of the NSUK British Endurance Championship. Drivers young and old, professional and amateur, cars of all kinds. It really is endurance racing at its very best with its best appeal. There's Stuart Lines, the boss of Maximum Motorsports, the communications company boss from Birmingham. And number 36, that's Mike McPherson, sharing with Ray Harris and Josh Hislop in the Ginetta. Well, we can now head down to the pit lane once again, where we're talking to Max Coates.
Right, welcome back to the garage, and we saw a lot of commotion happening in this garage, didn't we, as well? This man over here, Max Coates, I'm just going to quickly grab a word. Max, very quick word if we can. Now, I know you're a very quick driver, but my word, I saw you moving around the car very quick. You had to fix a drive shaft, I believe.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I fixed a drive shaft. It was, you know, credit to the Amigo Motorsport team. They did a great job to get it fixed and changed as quickly as we could.
That's part of motorsport, isn't it? You've all got to muck in, and you certainly did. How's it going now? Obviously, a couple of laps down.
Yeah, so Reese is restarting the car now. We are, I think, 4 or 5 laps down. He seems to be posting some decent times, but it's still going to take a little bit of time to get back up there. Just with having the tyres being cold after being sat in here for a little while. So yeah, we're on the back foot, but we'll push through.
Long old race, isn't it? Best of luck.
Oh, yeah.
Now stay with us. No, it won't be, Max. Let's keep going as well. I've got Andy Tucker over here from Team Brit. If you just stay with us a little bit longer, let's just go ambush him. He's always happy to talk to us as well. So let's just grab a quick word with him. He's just got his head in too. Hello, mate.
Hi, buddy.
How are you doing? I'm very well. How are you?
Not too bad at all, thank you, mate.
How you feeling? Look like you're going out soon.
Looking forward to it. I can't wait. We've just snuck up from P4 into P2. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it big time.
You've answered my next question. I was saying, how's Luke getting on? But he's doing pretty good.
Mate, he's smashing it. I knew he would. You know, it's the first time we're racing together, so for us this is a big day. We started the academy and Team Brit together, so yeah, can't wait to see what we can do.
Best of luck, mate. All right, thanks for talking to us. Right, time to hand back to Dave Goddard. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Well, there is the car that Andy Tucker will be getting into fairly soon, driven at the moment by Luke Pound, from by Team Brit, a team that helps rehabilitate those overcoming physical and mental difficulties in order to race. So both Luke Pound and Andy Tucker have both come back to race after serious motorcycle accidents in the past. Both drivers suffered very severe injuries, but they've overcome those injuries and associated handicaps in order to race, and it is great to see them out here today in that beautiful and very purple Aston Martin. Another Aston Martin ahead of them there, that's Mark Olbert's machine. That's the car that stopped on the Wellington Straight early on with a problem. Tucker and Pound running in 15th place. They've got the Team Hard Ginetta running up behind them at the moment, and they're about to be lapped by our race leader. Frost continues. Not had any further pit callers as yet, other than those with a couple of problems and those we've already mentioned earlier on with their stops. We've had a change for third place meanwhile. I can tell you Wayne Mars has got the Mercedes up into third position ahead of Carl Cavers in the Ferrari, so he's now going after Gleb Stepanovs in the Aston Vulcan. Luke Pound, looking for a way to get out of the way of Lee Frost. He does so, coming through Woodcote. Lee Frost still with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.891. 2 hours 25 minutes of the first round MSUK British Endurance Championship to go. We said it was very purple, and you can see there the Team Brit Aston Martin. Last year we saw Aaron Morgan and Bobby Trundley racing for them. They are moving up into the British GT Championship this year. We'll see a car for Team Brit in the Britcar Trophy races tomorrow as well. They've got their BMW M240 out in that one. There goes Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings in the blue Ferrari. There our class leaders. Overall leader in Class A. Class C is led by Carl Cavers. Class B by John Seal. Class E by Jonathan Beeston's Golf. And Class D by the car we saw in the background there, number 7 Porsche of James Little. There's the Tyrannus. Started from the pits. Now where's that gone up to? 12th place in the hands of Ben Sharich. The lead gap is exactly 39 seconds. Lee Frost over Gleb Stepanovs now. There's number 94, the TCR Golf of Stuart Lines. That car is running further down the order in 20th place. There's Peter Erscheg. He's catching Carl Cavers. He's just done his best lap of the race. 2 minutes 8.847, personal best for the Porsche. Coming up on Carl Cavers. The way the quicker cars, the GT3 cars, tend to run in this race is the slower driver goes first. Slower compared to their partner, of course. No disrespect meant to any of the drivers in this race. Oh, there's a bit of debris there on the outside of the Hanger Straight. Hopefully the Silverstone marshals can clear that away. 51 leading Class C, Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato. Coming up to pass one of the Lamborghinis there, that's the number 41 machine. The number 18 BMW of Chris Murphy is in the pits. Mike Moss, I would imagine, is going to take over that car. Number 41, the Stanbridge Motorsports Lamborghini. James Simons switched into that car in place of Ian Heward when the car of Adam Hatfield and James Simons was unable to race. Should have been 2 cars for Stanbridge Motorsport in this race, but sadly down to 1 Lambo. That's the Huracan Super Trofeo car as opposed to the GT3 car leading this race. There is Lee Frost through Stowe Corner on his 17th lap now. So in 3 hours, we should get about, I reckon, without the intervention of safety cars, about 85 laps. There goes the Porsche of Fothergill and Bennett. They're in 23rd place, though. They've already made a pit stop. I think the Jaguar F-Type has now rejoined. That's running down in 26th. Just saw the Mercedes go through there in 3rd place. 21 seconds off 2nd place Aston Martin. And we can now hand down to the pits in just a moment, where Matt, our reporter, is in the Team Hard pit area. And he'll be talking to one of the pilots of their new Porsche, currently running in 7th, Callum Jenkins.
Right, everybody, I'll pop down to the Team Hard garage. We've got Callum Jenkins over here. Let's go have a quick word of him. He's racing with Ollie Turner, so let's have a quick word with Callum. Callum, quick word. So, Ollie, he's doing quite well out there.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I honestly didn't expect this. It was an unfortunate start having to start from the pit lane, but seeing how he's made his way up to, what, 7th now?
Yeah.
I believe it is. It's such a strong charge and almost makes me think how much higher we could have been had we had maybe not started from the pit lane.
Well, it's a long way to go. It's a 3-hour race, of course. You've got your pit stop. What's the plan? When are you thinking of going out?
So hopefully I'll be going out soon, but honestly, the pace he's got at the moment, I almost feel like I don't know if I can match it.
You'll be absolutely fine. We also can't miss your car either, can we, with the colour scheme?
No, there's definitely no way to miss that on the TV.
Bright pink Porsche. Thank you very much, guys. That's all good. Best of luck. Yeah, look out for that. The Team Hard. It's a bright pink Porsche. Ain't going to miss it. Right, so I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to keep taking it through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Not Matt, apologies there. Matt's down in the pits somewhere, though. Thanks to both of our intrepid interviewers for their help today. Yes, Ollie Turner has been giving Callum Jenkins some coaching in the run-up to the new British Endurance Championship season. The car currently running in 7th and 3rd in Class C, following Turner's charge through the field. He's currently lapping nearly a second quicker. There he is, nearly a second quicker than John Seal ahead of him. Wayne Mars has brought the Mercedes into the pits meantime from 3rd place. So Tom Jackson is probably going to take over the wheel of the Mercedes. Is Ollie Turner coming in this time? No, he's not. racing since he was 9 years old on the short ovals, Ollie Turner. Still Kehrer leading by, Frost leading rather in the car shared with Ricky Kehrer by over 45 seconds. There's John Seal. Could be about to lose 6th place, but it won't matter too much to him because they're in different classes. The Ferrari and the Team Hard Porsche. Team Hard, of course, famous for British touring cars, for Volkswagen racing, just about every form of motorsport they have a hand in somewhere. Tony Gillam and his Barmy Army. Even British truck racing they've had a hand in over the years with Simon Cole in his Mercedes. "18 laps completed by our race leader. Looking down for any close battles on track. The Golf of Jonathan Beeson still going well, shared with George Healer. That's running in 9th position and leading Class E, just behind Ian Lawson in his BMW Z4. There is the Mercedes GT3. Keeping it on the stopwatch. They have to be stationary for a minimum amount of time, of course. I'll push slowly backwards. Oh, looks like there might be a problem here. Couldn't get the engine fired up. That's lost time for the Mercedes crew. Gorgeous sounding car when it does fire up, the Mercedes GT3. That's going to drop them back a little. They were 3rd when they came into the pits. That bit of debris, incidentally, that we can see on the hangar straight there to the right of your picture, we're told that's the rear wing off the number 18 BMW. So that's why that's come into the pits, I think. There it is. I think Ian can tell us a bit more.
Right, here we are in the pit lane, everybody. Really cool story here. Chris Murphy car number 18. As you can see, they've had to borrow the rear wing from tomorrow's trophy car. They've literally taken it off. You can see it says number 10 on it. Don't be confused. It's not number 10. It's number 18. They've changed it. You can see that. Come with me. I'll show you where they've taken it off from. Here we go. They've taken it off this car right here. Look at that. So they've literally come into the pits, got the tools out, ripped it off here, put it on car number 18. So number 18 has a new rear wing. Pretty exciting stuff. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, thanks, Ian. And there's the old one. If he gets a chance, he can stop there and pick it up. That's the way past. I jest, of course. But the car we saw there in the pit garage, of course, is the car that won the Britcar Trophy Championship last season in the hands of Kevin Clark and Simon Baker and Ollie Rubin at some rounds as well. So we'll see that car in action tomorrow. So a quick change of boot lid for the Moss Motorsport and Woodrow BMW, number 18 of Mike Moss and Chris Murphy. I think we can hand back down to the pits very shortly to hear from Wayne Mars, who is with Matt Suckling in the pits. Wayne Mars, of course, having just got out of the Mercedes GT3.
Yeah, down here with Wayne Mars, who's just jumped out the Mercedes. Wayne, we had a quick chat with you before you got in the car and, of course, went out for the race. But how was that for you? You've had a little bit longer in the car now. Did you enjoy it?
I loved it. It's a bit of a shame that we started from the pit lane, but it's a bit of fun. Getting through the pack.
Makes you work a little bit harder, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and you just got to be so careful because you'd be surprised the 488s and the 458s and the Porsches are as fast as us on the straight line, so we have to get on the brakes and the corners. So,
but you have got some slower cars as well, which is always a bit tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because they're having their battle as well. I mean, I got stuck behind 3 cars and we're really having a ding-dong battle, and I just could not push my way through because it was too dangerous. So I had to sort of let that go a little bit and then just get through when I could. So yeah, it's got to be careful, but it's fun.
You're making progress. What do you reckon Tom can do now?
Oh, he's going to bring it back in first place. There's no doubt about it. I don't know how far the other 3 are in front, but Tom's quick. He'll be up there.
But you've still got a couple of hours though, so it could change.
Yeah. We'll be up there.
How long till you're back in the car?
I don't know. I've literally just got out of the car, so they haven't told me. But I would imagine Tom will be out for 40-50 minutes, maybe more. I don't know what is allowed. So.
It's been quite a cold day today, but it looks like you worked hard in that car.
yeah, it was non-stop from the minute coming out of there. I was on it.
But you enjoyed it?
I loved it. It's always fun starting from the back of the grid anyway. But first time really driving that car properly, it was real good fun.
Well, nice to see a smile on your face, Wayne.
Brilliant, thank you. Cheers.
Good old Wayne Mars, full of fun as ever. Great entertainer, whatever he races. He's probably off for a glass of fruit juice now. 2 hours 14 minutes of the race to go. The Aston Vulcan has come into the pits. There it is. Gleb Stepanovs has brought the Aston in. It's about to be pushed back out. So as it leaves, let's listen. Beautiful sounding car. Kilometres an hour pit lane speed limit, leaving just behind the Taranis. There we can see at the end of the pit lane that's come in. There's a Porsche in as well. I think that's the is that the Macaleers? Yes, the Macaleers are in. That's probably father handing over to son. Stephen Tompkins, I believe, is now on board the Aston Vulcan. Hopefully we can hear from Gleb Stepanovs soon. There goes the number 160. So that's put Peter Ertscheg and Carl Cavers up into second and third places in the Porsche and the Ferrari. There's the Aston Vulcan. It's rejoined just in front of the Seat, the Cupra TCR to be precise, of Alex Day and Will Foster, the CTR Altitude sponsored car. That's in between Aston and Porsche. So with a pit stop here, you can see you lose pretty much a lap here at Silverstone with your minimum pit stop time. Such a futuristic looking car, the Aston Vulcan. We saw it out at Donington last year. Meantime, the leader, Lee Frost, coming up to lap Ollie Turner. Lets him through at the exit of Beckett's. No problem. Turner now in 5th place with a couple of the cars ahead having stopped. So it's Lee Frost that leads. Peter Erteg in 2nd place. Carl Cavers, John Seal and Ollie Turner. 6th should be Ian Lawson now in the BMW Z4. 7th for Jonathan Beeson. That TCR Golf going well. Meantime, back in the pits, that's the number 41 Lamborghini of James Simon, and Fraser Smart. It's already made a pit visit earlier on, and there is the creator of the Taranis, Johnny Mack himself, John McGregor, in the Taranis. That thunders its way out. Gorgeous sounding V8. Sounds more like a dragster than a circuit racing car, the Taranis. As we come up towards the end of the first hour in 11 minutes 40 seconds time. There is the Mercedes. Now where has that cycled back in? 12th place, but Tom Jackson... Was that Wayne Mars? I didn't quite see. I believe that's Tom Jackson set the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 2.135 for the Mercedes. There's the newer model of Cupra TCR, the Cupra TCR Competition. And I think, is John Seal coming into the pits? No, he continues on. I thought he was turning off into the pits there. Hand over to Jamie Stanley, but not just yet. And we can hand down to Matt Suckling in the pit area to talk to the man who's just got out of the Taranis Mac G Racing. Matt Suckling's talking to Ben Sharich.
Yeah, thanks very much. We're down here with Ben Sharich. Ben, you just jumped out the Taranis. Everything okay?
Yeah, well, I mean, it could have been a better start to the race. Having to start from the pit lane on unscrubbed new tyres, and then a safety car catch up after that, and then I feel like I was making some good progress, and then unfortunately it looked like a bit of a glitch between shifting gears, so I wasn't sure if it was the start of something anything worse, but just sort of tried to keep the pace up as long as I could, and then bring it in, and then let Johnny take over and see if he can work out any more with it.
Yeah, we just saw the team have a quick look at the back of the car, just checking things over.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it doesn't look like there was anything visual untoward, so we'll have to see what Johnny feeds back over the radio and go from there.
Yeah, Johnny's of course very familiar with this car. How many times have you been in it?
I've been on it on and off since 2016, but it's been a couple of races here and there, so if I have anywhere near a quarter or a third of the mileage that Johnny has in the car, I'll be doing well.
What are track conditions like out there? Okay now?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, compared to this morning when our dry patch was slowly getting drier as the session went on. Now dry everywhere, lovely. Car's got good grip, so that feels good and nice to get some speed up again.
Good stuff. Well done, Ben. You have a rest now. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Ben Sherrick down here in the pit.
Thanks, Matt. There is the Tyrannus with its creator, Johnny McGregor, now on board. Been racing this car for a number of years now in various endurance events. It just sounds superb. There are some stunning sounding as well as looking cars out in this event. Team Brits have come into the pits with their Aston Martin, so Andy Tucker is going to take over there. Still no sign of the leader coming in, Lee Frost. There is Team Brit. Fuel going in.
We're there now.
Then Andy Tucker will climb aboard. The Ferrari of Carl Cavers, we can see in the background, has come in there as well to hand over to Lewis Plato. There's the leader. He's lapped John Seal now, by the look of it in the Ferrari there. Hasn't shown up on the timing screen yet. Just got past him at Copse Corner. Yes, there is John Seal, still leading his class. He leads Class B. Class C is led by Peter Erscheg's White's Porsche in second overall. Class D is being led by James Little in the Porsche 718. It's the GT4 class. The TCR class still by Jonathan Beeson's Golf. And Class F, that should be the Macaleers. Yes, they're still leading Class F. Coming up towards the 1 hour mark then in this 3 hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Lee Frost has led every one of them so far in the Race Lab Lamborghini Huracan. Carl Cavers has come into the pits. Frost leads and is yet to stop. There is Carl Cavers' Ferrari, the 458 Challenge. In goes the fuel rig. It's the 458 Challenge, slightly older Ferrari running in Class C. One of 2 458 Challenge cars in the race. The other one is the blue one of Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings. There is the Aston Martin. It's running down in 14th place now after its stop. Of course, everybody will have to cycle through as they make their stops. One car that came in out of sequence was the Ferrari mentioned, the Goddard Hollings car. They had a bit of contact early on, I think, came in just to check the car over. And didn't count as a mandatory stop because it was before the window was open. I believe the leader has just come into the pits as well. So Lee Frost is in. Lucky Kira is going to take over the Lamborghini. This should give Peter Erscheg the lead in his Porsche if he comes round in time. Depends how far apart. There was a lot of distance between them on the track. So we'll pick up Peter Erscheg's Porsche when we can, unless he comes in as well. With Cavers having pitted, John Seal is now up into 3rd place. Turner is now 4th in the Team Hard Porsche, 2nd in Class C. Because Peter Erscheg has taken over the lead. Out goes the Ferrari. And that car now driven by Lewis Plato. Very rapid sports car racer. He's raced Porsches, he's raced Radicals very successfully. No relation, incidentally, to touring car legend Jason Plato. The Aston Martin continues its climb back up the order after its stop. It was just behind the Cupra of Woodman and Byford. Ashley Woodman on board that car. He should have got past that by the finish line. So the leader is in the pits. Hopefully we'll hear from Lee Frost fairly shortly once he's got out of the Lamborghini. Stephen Tompkins and Gleb Stepanovs, I believe it's Tompkins on board the Aston now up into 11th place, with others having stopped. There is the white Porsche of Peter Erscheg. Now he should be about to take the lead here with the Lamborghini having stopped. So Peter Erceg, by my calculation, your new leader, but he's yet to stop. John Seal in the Ferrari has yet to stop. Ollie Turner has yet to come in the Team Hard Porsche. Likewise, Ian Lawson in the Z4. Beeson's TCR Golf. Chris Goddard's Ferrari has come in, but that was before the pit window opened with a problem. Claude Beauvais with the number 19 Lamborghini has yet to stop. The car to watch, though, I reckon, is the Mercedes, because Tom Jackson has just done a lap of 2 minutes, .803, and that is over a second quicker than anything anyone else has managed. So Tom Jackson is really on it in the Mercedes after taking over from Wayne Mars. I think we can shortly hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pit area as well. The pit's a hive of activity at the moment. We can hand down in a second to Ian to see what he's got for us.
Right, here we are in the pits. Reece Lloyd just finished his stint. Of course, Reece, that was a bit interrupted, wasn't it, at the start of the drive shaft, but it got sorted. How's it running now?
Yeah, it seems fine. Yeah, it seems good now. It's just really frustrating. We've had like 4 or 5 good days of testing, no problems, and then this morning it's like radio isn't working, drive shaft before going out. It's just one of those things.
Literally, it's been great, and you turn it on, it don't work.
We've had 5 great days in that car, and nothing's gone wrong. It's just like today and typical of how it goes.
You two, though, you and Max, you make some super team.
I think we'll have some good results. We will have some good results. Obviously, today's probably not going to be our day, but we just got to get to the end, get some time in the car, and just learn, keep learning, really.
Yeah, fantastic. Reece, thanks for talking to us. Still a long way to go as well. Thank you very much. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard to keep taking you through the action.
Well, as we come up to the 1 hour mark, there's plenty of activity as expected in the pits. The leading Lamborghini has been in. Lucky Kira has headed out in that car. John Seal has come in, so has Ollie Turner. Callum Jenkins will take over the Porsche. Jamie Stanley is going to get in. There he is, getting into the Ferrari as I talk to you. Jamie Stanley is going to make that Ferrari fly, same as he did with John Seal's Lamborghini last season. They had 3 overall wins in that car, and a class win at Snetterton as well in the Lamborghini. Now back in the Ferrari. Anybody else coming in this time? The Ginetta has come in. Mike McPherson, I believe, handing over to Ray Harris. The Team Hard car, so both of Team Hard's cars are in. And the Tyrannus, I believe, has come back in as well. Yeah, that's showing us having made 3 stops now, so the Tyrannus looks like it's got a problem, unfortunately. Just listen to the Ferrari going out there behind the Porsche, now driven by Callum Jenkins. But your race leader on the road is this car, number 9, Peter Erceg, who has yet to stop in his Porsche. So his new car, run by PB Racing, is out front. Second car will be Ian Lawson in the ING Sports BMW Z4. And he has yet to stop as well. So most of the runners have now made at least 1 stop, at least a lot of the leading runners. Are there any cars we've lost so far? The Jaguar F-Type has got problems. That's lost a lot of laps in the pits. We know the Opel Astra TCR of Reece Lloyd, who we just heard from, had problems early on. That is still going though. The Alberts family Aston Martin had problems on the first lap. They've got that running again, but are a few laps down. And the Tyrannus has made a couple of stops as well. I think that's in the pits at the moment, so hopefully we can find out what's happened there. Looks like there is an issue with the Tyrannus. The number 7 car going well. This is James and Jake Little in the Veluga Porsche. This is the Porsche Cayman GT4. Been in the top 10 all race long, running in 8th place, leading Class D. Peter Erceg. That's a Class C car. We come up to the 1 hour mark. We'll run you through the order. If we have time, we're about to hit 1 hour into this MSUK British Endurance Championship race here at Silverstone. Now, 2 hours exactly to go. So your leader is Peter Erceg and Marcus Cluck in the number 9 Porsche. Second is Lucky Kira and Lee Frost's Lamborghini. They're 27.5 seconds off the lead. Just got a glimpse of the Lambo going through onto the hangar straight there. And third place is the Ian Lawson, Kevin Clark BMW Z4. They've yet to stop. Fourth place, having risen back up the order, Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson in the Mercedes GT3. Tom Jackson's flying in that car. Fifth position, and yet to stop, is the Beeson Healer TCR Golf. Sixth place is Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings in their Ferrari 458 Challenge. That car had an early pit stop with a problem, so they've got to make another stop soon. In fact, Beeson has just come in as I talk to you now. Seventh is Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald's Lamborghini. That's the blue and red number 19 Lamborghini. That's being listed on the timing screen as a Ferrari, but it is definitely a Lamborghini they're driving. Eighth place is now the Aston Martin of Stepanovs and Tompkins. Stephen Tompkins on board, the Aston Vulcan. Ninth place, number 7, the Little family Porsche that we just saw, although that car has now come into the pits. And rounding out the top 10, the Woodman and Byford Cupra TCR. That's your top 10 at the 2 hour mark. 2 hours to go, I should say. 1 hour mark into the race. There's the number 19 Lamborghini. It's Peter Erceg who still leads. A good performance by Peter, who took some class successes in Britcar Endurance last year. With PB Racing, but now up in the higher division, Class C, with his Porsche 911. He's yet to make a pit stop though, so there's 4 of the top 10 I should say, have yet to stop. 11th behind them is the Day and Foster Cupra TCR. John Seal and Jamie Stanley, their Ferraris rejoined in 12th. Then we've got Stuart Lyons, who's yet to stop in his TCR car, shared with Anton Spires, who starred in the Clio class of Britcar Trophy last season. Behind them, we have Callum Jenkins, the car taken over from Ollie Turner. There he is. He's just got past the number 94 of Stuart Lyons. Behind them, rounding up the top 15. No, in fact, ahead of them, sorry, they are rounding up the top 15. Apologies there, it's Lewis Plato ahead of them. I missed him out of the order. Apologies. There is the fastest man on track at the moment, Tom Jackson in the Mercedes GT3. He's lapping in the 2-minute bracket, or 2 minutes 2 brackets to be precise. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes .803, held by that car. He's trying to close in on the Lamborghini of Kira and Frost ahead of him. As number 41, Lamborghini. 23rd place with Fraser Smart on board. They're some 4 laps down on the leaders. That's a Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, as opposed to the GT3 car of number 24. We can hand down as the leading Porsche goes through in the hands of Peter Erceg there. Matt Suckling has got that car's other driver, Marcus Clutton, with him, who'll shortly be taking over.
Thanks, Dave. Yep, down here with Marcus Clutton, who is co-driver to the leading car at the minute. The Porsche doing well, Peter's doing well. How's it going for you?
It's going fantastic, you know, considering Peter only drove the car for the first time yesterday in, you know, what was a fairly poor test day, unfortunately. He's probably done 20 laps. He's getting quicker and quicker. He's done his personal best lap time today in the race. He's leading the race overall. We are due a pit stop very soon. We're starting to get low on fuel, but he's doing a fantastic job, and car's in one piece. Hopefully when he brings it back to me and I can jump in and do the same job as him, and there's potential of a great result really in what's been a manic week.
Now you're used to all sorts of cars, so I don't think the Porsche will be a problem for you, and you've got great pedigree, Marcus. You're up there in the top ranks of motorsport, so all you've got to do now is trying to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, you know, you say all I've got to do, but it's still a hard job. There's still 2 hours of the race to go, and you know, anything can happen. There's a lot of cars out there, a lot of variety, so yeah, you know, providing I can do my bit, hopefully I'm a little bit quicker than Peter, that's my job, so bring the car home. You know, we said to ourselves, if we can come away with a podium this weekend, then fantastic. Like I said, the car's been working on the car flat out this week, trying to get into the circuit. It was going to come in the Cayman. We decided let's just come in the Cup car, and here we are, leading the race. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, great job from Peter so far. He's, I'm sure, going to get back in the car after you as well.
Peter only has to do 72 minutes. That's not the idea. We're trying to split it 50-50. Track time's important for him because he hasn't done many miles in it. So we're not quite sure. We're praying for a safety car and a few other bits and bobs, but it's not quite happened just yet. So the next 10 or 15 minutes will tell us what we do for the rest of the race.
And a great championship that Britcar have put together again this year. Great competition out there for all of you.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You know what the team at Britcar have done to bring this championship on to what it is now. You know, it went through a patch where the grids weren't as good, but look at it now, it's thriving, and even with the trophy event tomorrow, everything's full. So credit to the team that they're doing a great job.
I know you're about to get in the car, so I'll let you get on. Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go, Marcus Clutton down here in the pit lane very shortly to jump aboard the number 9 Porsche. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, Peter Erscheg has done a superb job considering his lack of experience of this car, and I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in this time around to hand over. Now, we have a notification on the timing screen. Car 160, 42 seconds to be added to their race time. That is the Mercedes GT3 of Mars and Jackson. 42 seconds to be added to their race time, we've been told. I can only assume that's due to a short pit stop. They didn't meet the minimum pit stop time, and they will now have to be given a penalty. That's a great shame for the what is currently the quickest car on the circuit. So Tom Jackson is presumably going like a bat out of hell in order to try and make up that time when he hears about it. Meanwhile, when Peter Erscheg pits to hand over to Marcus Clutton, which I suspect he might this time by, it will be Lucky Kera who will take over the lead in the Lamborghini. He's currently 8.8 seconds behind Peter Erscheg. He's been catching him at the rate of some 5 seconds a lap. See the Porsche almost ahead of him now. Erscheg into Brooklands. Now let's wait and see if he comes into the pits this time by, or whether he's going to do another lap here in the new to the team Porsche. No, he's continuing on, and it won't be long before that car comes in. We can head shortly down to Ian Waterhouse in the pit lane. He has made his way to the Team Hard garage once again, and he's talking to new recruit Ollie Turner.
Right, I'm back in the pits. I've popped down once again to the Team Hard garage, and Ollie Turner just finished his first ever stint in the Porsche. Let's just grab him. Ollie, quick one. That was your first ever stint in a race in the Porsche. What was it like?
Leery, that's all I can say. But no, I absolutely loved it. I was because we had to start from the pit lane. It was a real struggle to get back up there, but yeah, we made it, and yeah, all we need now is just for Callum to maintain the pace that he's on, and see what we can do.
All right, thinking 2 weeks ago you didn't even know you were going to be doing this.
Yeah, I mean the goal was to try and do TCR this year, but we had such a good opportunity to come up, and we couldn't really say no. And it's great to be here with Team Hard, and I can't thank them enough. Can't thank my sponsors, Samco Sport, KBC Consulting, and and my parents as well. They're the ones that have got me here, and bring on the year.
A little bit faster than the Fiesta.
Just a bit, just a little bit. But no, I'm getting to grips with it really quickly, which is a surprise. But amazing series, and amazing day really. So it's good.
Best of luck, Ollie. Thanks for talking to us. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Ollie Turner, only a young gun, but he's certainly a very mature and professional racer. He's been coaching his driving partner, Callum Jenkins. They're currently running after their stop in 11th place and 4th in Class C. We've had a notification of another penalty. 22 seconds, I think it said, for car number 50. which is the Peter Montague and Stuart Hall Aston Martin running down to 15th place. So presumably that's for a short pit stop as well for car number 50. They'll have that time added on to their race time. Meanwhile, while that interview was going on, I believe we've had a change for the lead. Yes, indeed we have. The Lamborghini of Lucky Kera has caught Peter Erscheg, as I was expecting him to do, and is now into the lead of the race. Here he comes onto the Hanger Straights. Lucky Kera, the West Midlands-based driver, has taken Peter Erscheg. There is your new race leader. The Lambo back in front. It wouldn't surprise me now if Peter Erscheg does come in this time. And Marcus Clutton, very rapid GT racer indeed, a former champion of radical sports cars, now with the Enduro Motorsport squad in their McLaren 720S as well. Take over alongside Peter Erscheg. The Mercedes in third place still. We know that's got a penalty as we added on though. The leader comes up on the Porsche of Marcus Fothergill, number 69. Lucky Kera, very rapid racer. Raced for charity as well, raising money for Birmingham Children's Hospital through the various series that he's raced in. His daughter Sukhmani has taken up racing in karts as well now. He's pulling away from Peter Erscheg in the Porsche. Mercedes still third, ahead of Ian Lawson and Kevin Clark. We're not seeing much of the BMW Z4 so far. Kevin Clark, of course, the reigning Britcar Trophy Champion, along with Simon Baker and Ollie Rubin in the BMW 1 Series. We'll see out tomorrow. 1 hour 48 minutes of this race still to go as the Porsche comes in now. Is Marcus Fothergill about to hand over to Johnny Molin? Because Johnny is a very fast, vastly experienced sports car and GT racer, has won many titles in his time. The number 19 Lamborghini is in. That's Claude Beauvais handing over to David McDonald. Porsche comes in, and the second place car is in as well. I saw in the background there Peter Erscheg has come in, so Marcus Clutton is going to take over. Also in, we've got the number 44, which is the Alex Day Will Foster car. Will Foster is going to take over. It looks like, unfortunately, we have lost... Oh, that car's pulled into the garage. Is there a problem there for Peter Erscheg? And yes, there's a problem for the number 9 car. I thought it had slowed a little. Looks like there is an issue with car number 9, unless they are... Or are they refuelling in the garage instead of out in the pit lane? Can't quite see that. No, it looks like there is something amiss here. We'll have to find out what the problem is there, because that car was fighting for the lead. So whether Peter Erscheg's had a problem, we will wait and find out. Another car that has had a problem is the Taranis. That's back in the garage as well. It looks like the Taranis, after 3 stops, could be out of the race as the tyres are changed. A fresh set of Goodyears go on the Lamborghini number 19. Another car coming into the pits there. I think that's Ian Lawson to hand over to Kevin Clark. It's a BMW Z4. Chris Goddard brings his Ferrari in. Charlie Hollings is going to take over that car. They were running in 6th place. And the car that's charging up the order as a result of all these stops is Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan.
.555 is
the Ferrari comes in. The Lamborghini goes out. There's the BMW Z4, the red and white car we caught a glimpse of there. Kevin Clark will take over at the wheel of that one. Here's a battle between the Albert family Aston Martin. Dale Albert, I believe, is now on board the yellow car. They've got the 2 Team Hard cars behind them, but they are on different laps. After, of course, the Alberts lost a few laps early on with a problem on the first lap. The number 36 Ginetta is being driven by Ray Harris. I think that's the ex-Super Silhouette. and Callum Jenkins in the Porsche behind the XVW racer. There goes the race leader, the Lamborghini, and there's one of the TCR cars having an off-track excursion, the number 22 of Nick Hull. So everybody has now made at least one pit stop, with the exception of one car, number 94 Stuart Lynes. He hasn't come in yet to hand over to Anton Spires. The Woodman Byford car has come in. They were leading Class E, the TCR class. So eventually we'll be able to see how the cycle works out and see where everybody is after this first round of pit stops. Waiting to see what's going to happen with the number 9 Porsche as well. We don't know yet what the issue was there. It's still showing us in the pits at the moment. Well, there it is, it's back in the pit now. So we'll have to find out whatever that issue was for Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton, or whether they were just pulling into the pit garage to refuel rather than in the pit. Some teams have done that in the past. It's going back out. Angry blip of the throttle there for Marcus Clutton. Now he'll channel any anger he has into charging back up the order in that 911. There's the leader, Lucky Kira. Just a personal best in the first sector for that car, 37.488. Lamborghini has been well and truly on it for the whole race for the Race Lab team. Leads by just under 17 seconds ahead of Tom Jackson in the Mercedes GT3. Completing a top 3, all of Class A cars. Now is Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan. So everybody's cycled through their pit stops pretty much now. Just got to wait to see where Marcus Clutton slots back in the Porsche and the BMW Z4, as well as the two Team Hard cars there, trying to get past Dale Albert in the yellow Aston. There's number 87, the TCR Golf, being chased by Jamie Stanley in the Ferrari, number treble 5. See him flashing the headlights away there. And that car's actually made a second pit stop, so whether there was a problem there, I'm not sure. That Ferrari's been showing us having made 2 pit stops on my screen. So maybe Jamie Stanley has had an issue there with the Ferrari. Stuart Lynes has now finally made his pit stop from 10th place. And we'll hand over to Anton Spires, the ex-Clio racer. There's Tom Jackson with the Mercedes. He's just done the best first sector of all, 36.585, trying to catch Lucky Kira. There is the Lamborghini. It's Lamborghini from Mercedes. Aston Martin. The Ferrari of Lewis Plato is back up into 4th place behind Stephen Tompkins. There is Tompkins, 3rd place. Coming up to lap another Aston. That's the number 50 of Stuart Hall. Long-time Aston Martin GT racer in various categories. 5th place, I believe it's going to be the BMW Z4. We're going to wait and see where they cycle through. Yes, I think he's come through in 5th. And it's Ollie Turner and Callum Jenkins 6th in their Porsche. Lewis Plato in the number 51 car, 4th overall, leading Class C. Waiting to see where the last couple of cars slot in after that round of pit stops. Well, we can now shortly hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits, and he's in the EDF Motorsport garage. They've got a couple of cars out there in this race. He's talking to one of their drivers, Ashley Woodman.
Right, here we are in the pits, and I am with a very happy Ashley Woodman. Now, what did you just say to me? It was like best experience ever.
That's one of the best things I think I've ever done. Considering it's a brand new car, we got no dry running with it here. The best I'd done yesterday was a 220, then it was red flag. Go out, I think I know what to do, another red flag. So the start was tentative. It was like, I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll just keep the car safe. And then we'd all talked about it. It's like, actually, it's the first time in the car. in anger in this one. Wow, yeah, it took me some winding up, but I got there. Once I got it there, I wasn't even looking at my times, I was just looking for green sectors and for plus or minus. I didn't know what it was a plus of or a minus of. It was just like, don't worry about the time, just can you go a little bit quicker, can you go a little bit quicker, and then it levelled out, and it was like plus 0.4, minus 0.4, 0.1, 0.2, 0.1, 0.2, minus plus. And I thought, okay, just keep that rhythm because I'm safe. Brilliant. Wow.
I can see how much it means. I really can. Are you done or are you back out?
No, I'm not. I don't know. There's a possibility I could go back out.
Well done, actually. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. Go have a glass of water. Go on. He's got it. All right, I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to keep talking you through the action.
Good to hear from Ashley Woodman. That's a new car to the EDF Motorsports team, replacing the older Cupra TCR they ran last season. That's the Cupra TCR Competition, which is a new model of Cupra from Spain, the only one of its kind in the UK, I'm told, at the moment, and it's certainly running well. They were leading Class E earlier on. In fact, they are still leading Class E with Martin Byford, ex-British touring car racer among others, now on board in 11th place overall, leading Class E ahead of the Beeson and Healer Golf. Anton Spires and Stuart Lyons will wait to see if they're still in third because they've just been into the pits. Callum Jenkins, I think, has just come back in the 222 car. Yes, the 911 is in. Bit of steam there, possibly a bit of overheating for that car. Fluid top-up being done there. Garrick standing by with fire extinguisher there, so it looks like that's possibly refuelling. I can tell you Marcus Clutton has rejoined in 6th place with the Porsche, behind Kevin Clark's BMW Z4. There's the leader. They lead Tom Jackson in the Merc now by 13.2 seconds, the Racelab Lamborghini, ahead of the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes GT3. Looks like the driver is out of the car, so that would be fuel going in. You cannot refuel a car with the driver on board.
Elliot.
Here comes the Aston Martin Vulcan. He's being caught by Lewis Plato here. You can see the Ferrari just behind him there. So a battle is about to be joined for 3rd place. The lead gap has come down a little as well. Tom Jackson took half a second out of Lucky Kera on that previous lap. Clark 5th, Clutton 6th. It's the Beauvais McDonald Lamborghini in 7th place, leading Class B now. They're running well. 8th place was the Turner Jenkins Porsche. We've just seen that in the pits. Then the Goddard Hollings Ferrari and the Montague and Hall Aston Martin leading Class D and running 10th. So we know they got a penalty earlier on for a short pit stop, so that time I think is to be added on. Now we've seen the Team Hard Porsche number 222 in the pits there, and I believe Ian Waterhouse has made his way down to their garage to find out what's going on with that car.
Right, welcome down to the pit lane. We've just been watching the Porsche 222, the Team Hard car. As you can see, it took on quite a lot of fuel. Callum Jenkins came in, he's just got back in the car. Let's just go grab Ollie very quickly. Ollie, quick word, if we may. Just a standard fuel stop, I take it, Ollie, because it seems to take on an awful lot of fuel, this.
Yeah, we're just going to do a quick splash and dash, and in the hope that this will be enough for the rest of the stint, the rest of the race, sorry. And then Callum's going to do the rest of his stint, and then I'll jump back in, fresher tyres, and see what we can do then after that.
Take it home, yes. Thanks, Ollie, thank you so much. The Porsche is about to head back out, but it will be back in for at least one more stop to change drivers. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Thanks for the update there, Ian. Just finding out about what was happening with the Porsches there, just taking on enough fuel to get them to the end of the race. That's the reason for the extra stop by Callum Jenkins there. Initially I thought the car may have a problem, but thankfully that is not the case, and the car able to continue. We'll see how that gets them home later on, whether it gives them any advantage. That car's dropping down the order at the moment, but it may work out in their favour later on. Different strategy by Team Hard, and we'll see whether the same strategy scores for Marcus Clutton and Peter Erscheg as well. Meantime, there goes the leader into club corner, Lucky Kera. He is being reeled in though. Tom Jackson turning up the wick in the Mercedes. There is the Mercedes. He's 10.5 seconds down on the Lamborghini now, so Lucky Kera is going to have to start to push harder now. The Mercedes lapping some 2 seconds quicker than the Lamborghini. Here comes Tom Jackson, headlights aflare on that lovely Mercedes GT3. The Aston Martin, though, of Stephen Tompkins is not hanging about. He's just in the fastest first sector of anyone, 36.366. But he is over a minute behind the leading duo of GT3 cars. Lewis Plato is in 4th place. Try and see how far behind the Aston he is. They were together on the track. I think they might be a lap apart, those two, as the Cupra with Martin Byford on board, just lifting a wheel there. They're a bit wide through left field. Kevin Clark is in 5th position in the BMW Z4, just coming over the line now, but he's 26 seconds down on Lewis Plato. BMW 4th place in Class A. Kevin Clark has raced this car for a number of years now. Another man who started his career on the short ovals, then moved into Eurocar. Remember those? The space frame Ford Mondeos. Those pickup trucks as well. Flashing the lights there, Stuart Hall, long-time Aston Martin racer, on the tail of the Ferrari of Jamie Stanley. Stanley down in 10th place. Must have had an issue with that car and made an extra stop, because I'd expect that car to be higher up the order than that. Also flashing the lights is Tom Jackson coming up to lap Martin Byford. New fastest lap of the race by Tom Jackson, that time through 2 minutes 0.795 seconds. So he's closing on Lucky Kera. They're coming through club corner now. Look for the Mercedes in the background. There's the Lambo, there's the Merc. So he is catching and is shortly going to take the lead, but we know that Mercedes-Benz GT3 has been given a time penalty earlier for a short pit stop that is to be added on. So whether that's added on at the end of the race, I'm not sure. I would imagine it will be. So Jackson has got to overcome that. He's really pushing hard. The team will have been informed of that, of course, in the pit lane. They'll be sending out the pit signals to Tom Jackson after he took over from Wayne Mars. There's the leader coming up on Kevin Clark. Clark not giving way there at Brooklands. The marshals waving the blue flags to warn Kevin that he's behind him. Through Luffield goes the Merc. Coming up to 90 minutes to go, so we're just about up to half distance in this MSUK British Endurance Championship season opener. Lamborghini now finally gets past the Mercedes, but the gap has now halved. Another fastest lap for Tom Jackson, 2 minutes 0.566. He is really flying. There's the Mercedes in the background, and Lucky Kera is having real trouble with the back markers. Mercedes gets past Stuart Hall's Aston Martin, no problem there. The Aston running in 10th place. Kera now gets past the number 41, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car being driven by Fraser Smart. Now Wayne Mars has got to, Tom Jackson, sorry, has got to deal with these two. The car he took over from Wayne Mars. The Lambo Super Trofeo car and the BMW Z4, who are being a little bit obstinate there until the marshals threw the blue flags at them. Smart gets out of the way. There's Jamie Stanley. He's running further down the news route to make an extra stop. We know not why, unfortunately. He's in 9th place. There's Kera. Passing the number 18 BMW, the Woodrow car. So we reach halfway. 90 minutes to go. Still your leader is Lucky Kira, Tom Jackson. For how much longer? The Aston Martin Vulcan has come into the pits. Whether that's going to be a driver change, I'm not sure. Whether it's just a tyre stop from third place. They were a long way ahead of Lewis Plato. Plato will be up with them when they rejoin, I would think. Now, Tom Jackson trying to get past Kevin Clark and has to go wide there. Kevin needs to be paying attention to the blue flags here. No, the Mercedes is coming in. I was wrong, Tom Jackson comes in. So the Mercedes on a different strategy to the Lamborghini. Kera stays out. Just had an update from trackside on the number 69 Porsche, which is in the pits at the moment. Johnny Molam's getting in that car, and he plans to run through to the finish. Mercedes is in. Tom Jackson gets out. We'll wait to see if Wayne Mars gets back in that car, whether Tom will continue. Of course, if they're putting fuel in, the driver has to get out, regardless of a driver change. So you cannot have the driver in the car while fuel is going in for safety reasons. There goes the Ferrari and the Team Hard Porsche. Callum Jenkins back in the car, running down in 20th after that extra stop for fuel. The Vulcan, that's been into the pits for a second stop. It is now just in front of our race leader. Still a long way to go. This MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Britcar team has done absolute wonders over the last couple of years to get these huge grids. Great variety as well, as we will see in their trophy category. The Britcar Trophy has 2 races here at Silverstone tomorrow. It's a shame a couple of the cars didn't make it, sadly. As we said, the beautiful Mosler of Aaron Scott and the McInerney family, that blew its engine in testing yesterday and was unable to race. The Dodge Viper, the brutal V10 engine, 8 litre V10 engine car of Angus Fender and James Gornall, was entered for this race but also unable to compete. We also lost the McLaren in qualifying of the reigning champions, Will Powell and Dave Scaramanga. The Motus One McLaren 650S GT3, that broke its steering in qualifying and was unable to race. Magnificent duo we've got here. Aston Martin Vulcan, Lamborghini Huracan GT3, and the Ferrari 488 challenge car ahead of them as well, of Jamie Stanley. Looking at the lap times of that car, I think it is still Jamie Stanley in the car. The 160 car is headed back out of the pits. We'll see where that slots back in. The Mercedes heading into the Hanger Straights. Let's take a quick look at the class leaders. We know Kira Frost are leading Class A. Class B is being led by the Claude Beauvais Dave McDonald Lamborghini. They're in 6th overall. Class C is being led by the Carl Cabers Lewis Plato Ferrari in 3rd overall. Wait to see whether Marcus Clutton can make his way back up in the Porsche. He's in 7th overall, second in class at the moment. Class D is being led by the Montague and Hall Aston Martin. They are in 12th place. And Class E by the Woodman Byford Cupra Competition in 10th place overall. Class F, there's only one car left running, the Macalea family Porsche, because the Jaguar F-Type unfortunately is out of the race. Jenkins in the Porsche. Here comes the Vulcan up the inside. Oh, look out, Jamie Stanley, nearly tagged there by the Aston Vulcan. Not sure which driver is on board that car now, whether it's Stephen Tompkins or Gleb Stepanovs, unfortunately. Leader is being rather held up now between these two. They're having their own little scrap. Jamie Stanley and the Aston Vulcan. They haven't noticed Lucky Kira is lurking behind them. Lucky Kira's getting impatient here, I think. Mercedes having rejoined, I would expect. We'll have to wait and see who's in second, because it was the Mercedes. There's the number 41 Lamborghini. Now, is he just letting back markers through, or has it got a problem? Fraser Smart's Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. It's let the Mercedes through there. It's on its out lap at the moment. It's just waiting to see whether it'll come up on the timing screen. I think they're still second because the Mercedes and the Lambo were so far ahead. So I think Jackson is still second after that stop. There is the leader of Class B, the number 19 Race Lab Lamborghini. They say on the entry list it said they were racing a Ferrari, Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonnell, but in the Lamborghini, as you can see. They're running in a fine 6th place overall. One hour 23 minutes still to go. There's Peter Erscheg in in Peter Erscheg's Porsche, I apologise. He's closing on the car of Dave McDonald and Claude Beauvais. It's McDonald on board the Lamborghini. So he'll move into 6th place, I reckon, shortly. Lap times are about the same. There is the Porsche. Behind him is Martin Byford. And there's the Mercedes. Jackson and Mars. It is Wayne Mars back on board that car. They've swapped over drivers once again. And Matt is down in the Mercedes GT3 pits, and he'll be talking to Tom Jackson in just a few moments' time.
Yep, just down here with Tom Jackson, who's just jumped out of the number 160 Mercedes. A great stint, Tom. Wayne's now jumped aboard. You look quite hot and sweaty. Was that fun?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. You know, the weather's turned out to be quite nice compared to yesterday, but you know, getting in it, it's a joy to drive. You know, it's what I think personally is one of the best GT3 cars I've driven, enjoyment-wise. You know, Lambo's a bit twitchy, but quick. You know, comfortable-wise, and for a gent as well. You know, Wayne's getting into it more and more. We've only had it 2 weeks. So thrown in the deep end, and why not? You know, give it a go. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I started to see, I think it was the Lucky, I don't know who was driving it. Yeah, so just towards when I came in, but I got a low fuel alarm. So I did want to make a move and try to see if I could come in, hand the car over in P1. But I've got another stint later on for another 52-minute stint. So we'll get them then, you know.
You were eager to stay out there. You wanted more, didn't you?
I did. You know, when on the pit ward, you know, when you're first one out, you says you're like 46 seconds behind him, to then be coming into the pits when you're 1.5 behind him. You know, it's you want to get the job done. You want that last little bit just to make the move. But it's fine. We still got another hour and a half left of the race. So you know, it's endurance racing. So there's plenty of time, and as long as we have a clean race, some good pit stops, you know, by the end of it, we should be in a good position.
It shows you've done a sterling job, though, with a very extensive chat there with Rob Boston. Was he giving you any pointers, or telling you were wrong, or telling you how good you were?
No, it was just feedback from a driver's side, what's going on in the car and what I need a bit more. I like quite a lot of feedback or just like information that's going off around the track. So I had actually my dad on the radio talking to me every lap, you know, with distance and gaps and stuff. So yeah, I was just saying to the boys, our alternator's not feeling too healthy, so just making sure the boys have got that battery pack ready to fire it up. But no, just a bit of feedback on, you know, working out how much fuel we're using per lap. You know, obviously I'm using more than Wayne, so that's why I had to come in early, because we've actually ended up seeing that I'm using a lot more than Wayne. So it's all learning, and we're having a blast. So.
And how are you getting on with Wayne as well?
He's a good lad. He's a good lad. He's very quick. So so I have to go back out in the car sometimes and do a better delta lap for him. But he's a good lad. And he's super consistent, and he's got some good banter off track as well.
He's a good driver. He's done Ferraris for a lot of years, hasn't he?
He has done Ferraris for a lot of years, so it's quite hard to convince him to buy a Mercedes. But no, yeah, he's got quite a lot of experience under him, so he's a really good gent in the UK scene. But we'd like to get him a little bit faster and see where we go.
Tom, cracking job. Have some water. We'll see you later on.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much.
There we go. Tom Jackson out the Mercedes now. It's Wayne Mars back in the car. Let's see how he gets on as he's out there on track.
Surely Tom Jackson have some fruit chips rather than water, and given his co-driver's line of business. Wayne Mars running a fruit and vegetable business based down near London. He's in second place. They're still there, one lap behind Lucky Khera and Lee Frost's Lamborghini. Luis Plato is in third place. And the Aston Martin Vulcan, they're a couple of laps down now in fourth, having made their second stop. I believe it's Gleb Stepanov's back on board that car now. So the GT3 cars continue to set the overall pace. The Challenge and Super Trofeo cars can be quicker in a straight line compared to GT3, but GT3s have the aero advantage, so they're quicker in the turns. Cornering just like they're on rails there, the Lamborghini and the big Vulcan. Really is a huge car, hugely impressive, the Aston Martin. There is the Class C leading 458 Challenge car with Luis Plato on board. A couple of laps behind our race leader, Lucky Khera. Here comes another 458 Challenge. This is Charlie Hollings at the wheel of the car, owned by Chris Goddard, who's got quite a collection of Ferraris. He races in Ferrari Formula Classic as well, Chris Goddard, with his 308s among other cars. Got a 355 as well. They're running in 8th place. Third in class behind Marcus Clutton in the Porsche. A lock up there from the Cupra ahead of them. One of the TCR cars, that might have been the Opel Astra actually, running at the tail of the field. We were told that the 69 Porsche, as Mars comes up on Marcus Clutton there, the 69 Porsche, they were going to put Johnny Molem, quickest of the trio in that car, into the finish, and he was going to double stint to get through and get just inside the maximum driver stint. But that car has now spent a few laps in the pits, so there is a problem by the look of it with that Porsche, unfortunately. A great shame, because it would have been worth seeing Johnny Molem flying along in that car. We saw Johnny Molem take a few class wins in Britcar Endurance last season with Bonamy Grimes in the Red River FF Corsa Ferrari. Johnny Molem, the Le Mans veteran among many other things. So problems for his car, sadly, by the look of things. And that could become the third retirement of the race. We've already lost the Taranis and the Jaguar F-Type, and the leader is into the pits. Lucky Khera has come in, so the Lamborghini comes into the pits for its second stop, and Lee Frost, I imagine, will get back on board. Now, they were a long way ahead of their opposition, so will they retain the lead here? Wait and see. They were quite a distance clear of Wayne Mars in the Mercedes. Through he comes. I think there was a lap between the two of them though. So the 24 car is in. There is the Mercedes. We'll have to wait and see. What happens here, and down in the pits, I believe, in a few moments' time, we can hear from Johnny Molem. We were just talking about the number 69 Porsche, which Johnny was due to take over, but I think they've had problems with that car. And hopefully we can hear from Johnny Molem with Matt down in the pits.
Yeah, down here with Johnny Molem. Johnny, we spoke to you before the race in better circumstances. It hasn't gone to plan. What's happened to the Porsche?
you're the kiss of death, obviously, coming in to interview me before. No, it's very unfortunate. We had a problem with Dave Bennett at the very start. The whole thing died and he went into the paddock, so we virtually lost a lap from the beginning. Managed to get it fired up after recycling the ignition. And then we got him out after 20-25 minutes, got Marcus in, and he said the car was juddering. Then I got in and it was juddering a little bit, and the upshifts, there was something funny going on, but more important than that, I had water alarms from the get-go. And we've done a head gasket, so it's a real shame, because I went out there and pushed. The car felt pretty good. Got into the sixes literally on my first flying lap, and that seems to be around where the pace of the class is. I'm sure we could have got into the fives, which is bang on it. We were probably being optimistic. I think we could have got a podium, but at least it would be nice to finish the race. And so I only got a few laps. I only did about 8 or 9 laps, and we were losing power. Wasn't even able to take top gear down the straight. So I'm really gutted for the guys, because they've worked so hard. Gutted for Marcus, gutted for Dave, and that's it. But we just hopefully come back stronger next time.
And that's the thing with you, Johnny. You've got the experience, so you can get in the car. You can kind of judge what the problem may be, what isn't working well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I knew there was a problem with the engine, but I didn't know it was a head gasket until I slowed down, and then I smelt it. Because when you're going quick, your smells kind of stay behind you. When you slow down, suddenly it comes into the car, and I was like, yeah, you can smell it. Horrible smell. Have you ever smelled a blown head gasket? It's just like a rotten steam is the best way of describing it. But yeah, I mean, my experience counts for nothing when the car breaks. I don't think I can really do about it, but I drove it like I stole it for a little while. Hopefully come back and do better next time.
Yeah, we've still got a few rounds to go this year. Of course, this is round 1. Is it any consolation that has happened at round 1 that you can kind of now look at it over the next few weeks?
I don't know. Are we allowed drop scores? To be honest, I'm just here for help out. I love the new championship. It's lovely to be a part of the first race, and we'll see what happens the rest of the year. I've got other programs that I'll be doing as well, and I know from motorsport that you have to take the rough with the smooth, and this is just part of that.
I'm so sorry I was the kiss of death. Hopefully round 2 is better.
I won't let you come near me and interview me next time.
I'm not there, Alton, so you'll be fine.
All right, no, I'm safe.
Thanks, Johnny.
Thanks a lot.
There we go, Johnny Molam, who, as I said, is out of the car as a retirement for the number 69 Porsche. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, curse of the commentator, sadly, for the 69. We just bigged up that car, saying that Johnny was going to try and double stint through to the end of the race, but sadly it is end of race for the number 69, the Bespoke Defenders sponsored car. That's Marcus Fothergill's business, specialising in Land Rovers, and sadly that car out of the race. Saw it take a few past successes over the last few years in the Britcar Endurance Championship. Now the Lamborghini is back out on track, so we'll see what the gap is as the Mercedes comes through, this time of Wayne Mars. I believe it's Lee Frost now back on board the number 24 Lamborghini. Unusual seeing Lee in number 24, because he normally races under number 98, so using Lucky's number. Let's hope it is a lucky number for them today. The gap is 27.5 seconds between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. Black and white flag I saw going out there, that's the car number treble 2, which is the Ollie Turner Callum Jenkins Porsche. That's a warning for exceeding track limits, so I'll have to be careful. They don't want a time penalty, especially with their revised strategy, refuelling the car to the finish and only making a quick stop for driver change the tyres next time in. So BARC comes through to lap Will Foster at the wheel of the Cupra there. So the order, with 1 hour 11 minutes to go in this MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Lucky Kera and Lee Frost in the Lamborghini lead the way after their second stop, ahead of Wayne Mars, sharing a Tom Jackson in the Mercedes by 27.5 seconds. Third place is the Aston Martin Vulcan of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Fourth place is Ian Lawson and Kevin Clark's BMW Z4. Fifth place, having a good run, is Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. I assume it's a Super Trofeo anyway, because as I said earlier, they were listed as racing a Ferrari. Sixth place, having just come into the pits, is the Porsche of Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton. That's made another stop. Seventh place is Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings Ferrari. Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato's car, there it is, the number 51 Ferrari. That's on its outlap, having just made a stop. So I believe it's Carl Cavers back on board that car now. They just dropped behind John Seal and Jamie Stanley in the timing as well. And rounding up the top 10 is the Class E leader, the Woodman Byford Seat Cupra TCR car. So 3 retirements so far. The Porsche we've just mentioned, the Taranis and the Jaguar F-Type. As we come through towards the conclusion of the second hour, there's the BMW 1 Series from Woodrow Motorsports. Mike Moss and Chris Murphy. It's Britcar Endurance Championship. Chris Murphy formerly with the Whitebridge Motorsport team in their Aston Martin. I believe Chris is racing tomorrow as well in the Snetterton Saloons race in the Z Cars category with the BMW Z4. That's coming up tomorrow afternoon. To have the Snetterton Saloons with us. Here's the Porsche. Number 9, just been into the pits, so I believe that's Peter Erscheg back on board now. Waits for confirmation on that. Fresh tyres on there, certainly. Ahead of McCaver's Plato Ferrari in the background. As I can't see the pits from my commentary position, it's tricky at times to confirm which driver has swapped into the car. The car makes a stop, so apologies if I miscall any of them. No further messages from race control at the moment. Of course, the Mercedes is going to be the one to look at in the final reckoning, because that may be carrying that penalty, but he's currently 26.3 seconds behind this man, the race leader, Lee Frost, in the Lamborghini. Coming out of Luffield towards Woodcote to complete its 50th lap of this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 50 laps in the book then, 1 hour 51 completed. See what the gap is back to Wayne Mars in the Mercedes. Here he comes through Luffield. You can see what the gap is visually. We'll see what it is on time. The gap is 25.8 seconds. So Wayne Mars closing at only the rate of about half a second a lap, but the leader's got a whole phalanx of back markers to deal with, as you can see. Just lapping the 87 in the background. That's the Beeson and George Heeler car. George Heeler on board. That car's calmed down slightly after its very fast start. Was up in the almost in the top 5 at one stage. Now in 11th position and second in class. Wonder a bit of side-by-side racing there. Jamie Stanley's Ferrari was in there. Now, was there contact there? I wonder if it was the 40. Yeah, it was the 41 Lamborghini. No, it's still going. Almost contact with the Ferrari of Jamie Stanley. There's the 87 car we just mentioned. George Heeler getting past the Albert family Aston. The Hislop Harris McPherson Ginetta has come in. I would imagine that's Josh Hislop taking over. Come up to the conclusion of the second hour fairly shortly. There's the second place man, Wayne Mars. Coming up to lap the 22 Cupra TCR. Through Village towards the loop. Lead gap continues to slowly come down. We're almost a lap ahead of Stepanov's and Tompkins' Aston Vulcan. Beauvais and McDonald now to fourth, because Kevin Clark has come into the pits for his second stop in the BMW Z4 to hand over to Ian Lawson. Beauvais and McDonald on a slightly different strategy. There's the number 36 car, the Team Hard Ginetta G55. Josh Hislop, I believe, is taking over that car from Ray Harris. There is our leader. Lucky Kira and Lee Frost have led, apart from in pit stops, almost every lap of this race. Peter Erscheg did lead for a few laps in the Porsche. fairly well strung out on track at the moment. Where Callum Jenkins starting to rise back up the order, closing on a couple of TCR cars ahead of him. The Team Hard car. There's the 555. The Jamie Stanley, John Seal car. Sure who's in. Oh, and going off onto the outside there. I think that was the 555 Ferrari. We saw some a cloud of dust there. Somebody's gone over the curb there on the outside of Village. I believe that was the 555 Ferrari. There is the BMW of Ian Lawson and Kevin Clark on its out lap after its second stop. See there, the dirt's been churned up where that car went off over the curb. That's where Liam Morley went off earlier in the kart race as well. There is another race for the British Superkarts coming up after this MSUK British Endurance Championship race, of course. See what the lead margin is this time through. Last lap for the Lamborghini was at 2 minutes 4.385. Mercedes being held up slightly by the Alberts family Aston Martin here. Blue flags being waved from the marshals, we can see there. Over the line, 29 seconds is now the gap. So the Mercedes losing a bit of time on that lap, Wayne Mars. There goes the Ersheg and Clutton Porsche. George Healer has brought the Golf in for its second stop, so Jonathan Beeson will climb back aboard. There's the leader in Class E, by a pretty dominant margin as well, the number 60 Cupra of EDF Motorsports. They had a few class wins last year, Woodman and Byford. Very quick team indeed, EDF Motorsports, based up in Lincolnshire. Prepare cars for a number of different series, including the Fun Cup, historic racing as well. They've got a few Lotus Cortinas that they look after, their Lincolnshire base. There's the Porsche of Ersheg and Clutton getting past the Opel Astra TCR, that car running down at the tail of the field after problems earlier on replacing that drive shaft at the start of the race. Here comes the Goddard and Hollings Ferrari in fine 5th place, and they're now leading Class C ahead of the Ersheg Clutton car. We'll see how the different strategy works out for them. Of course, the Ferrari will have to have made changes to their strategy. They had to make an early stop after some contact. There's the Seal Stanley Ferrari. That's lapping about 4 seconds off its best pace of the race. So I'm wondering if it is John Seal back on board that car. We didn't see it come into the pits, so I didn't see if there was a driver change or not for its last stop. The leader a full lap ahead of the Stepanovs Tompkins Aston Vulcan. Ferrari and Lambo together. Seal and McDonald. Definitely Dave McDonald on board that car, because the Lamborghini number 19 has only made one stop, leading Class B in a fine 4th overall. One hour of the race still to go. See a few rubber marbles appearing on the edge of the circuit now as well, so it's getting a bit treacherous out there. Dale Albert. After the early problems, there's that Aston in the order, 23rd now. That's made 3 stops. A The third stop being made by James and Jake Little in their Porsche as well. They had a great early run, up to as high as 6th at one point. They're still setting the pace in Class D. They're battling for the lead of Class D with the Tucker and Pound car. That's the Team Brit Aston Martin. They're about 30 seconds apart when Team Little came into the pits. That's the Veluga Racing Porsche, the Little family. At the back of this group, the only Class F car left in the race, that's the McAleer family. There it is, their Porsche. Mark and Jake McAleer, racing Porsches for many, many years, the McAleers. The RVR Motorsport run car, the only Class F car left in the race, with the Jaguar F-Type of the Thompson family out. And the number 19 car is in from 4th place. Hollings Goddard Ferrari is in as well. Refuelling taking place. It's been a very good, consistent run for this number 19 car, run by the Race Lab team, teammate to the race-leading Lamborghini. I think we can head down to Ian Shortley in the pits as well as the Opel TCR car comes in. Ian's down there in the pits for the number 19 car.
Right, guys, welcome back to the pit lane. As you can see, the number 19 Lamborghini's just come in, and David McDonald has just got out of the car. David, are you going back in, or is it just a quick refuel?
Back in now.
Okay, straight off. Look at that. How good is that? Right in the heart of the action. He's straight back in the car. Watch this. Look how quick they go. Quick tyre change. Back in the car. David McDonald. He was literally out for the 30 seconds or so. In he goes. Listen to that. Car number 19, the Lamborghini, is going to be straight back out on track. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, we were hoping to hear from Dave McDonald, but it wasn't a driver change. He's getting back in the car. Away goes the Ferrari. Here goes the Lambo. Quick tyre change and a quick refuel. Having a cracking run, this car, as we said earlier, consistently running up there in 4th place, leading Class B. As he goes. .55 laps completed now, 2 hours 2 minutes by our race-leading Lamborghini of Kara Frost. See what the gap is to Mars and Jackson. 28.5 seconds, so it's stabilised. That's around there, just a few tenths difference each time through. Here comes the Mercedes with Wayne Mars aboard. They've got one more stop to make. Seal and Stanley Ferrari has come back in, so I imagine that's Jamie Stanley getting aboard for the end of the race. They were 5th. I think it will be possibly Charlie Hollings getting back aboard the blue 144 Ferrari. Usually the strategy is to put the quicker driver in for the final stint of the race. So race is over 2 hours for the British Endurance Championship. They have to make 3 pit stops minimum. Minimum pit stop time is 120 seconds, 2 minutes. Pit window closes with 20 minutes of the race to go, so plenty of time left yet. So John Seal and Jamie Stanley making their 3rd mandatory stop. Goddard and Hollings as well. Or is it? No, one of those was taken outside the pit window, wasn't it? So they've got another stop to go. So they're out of strategy caused by that early contact. The Little family are back in. James' father, Jake's son. They've just made their 3rd stop. The Moss Murphy BMW is back in as well. I imagine that's Chris Murphy taking over. Gap increases just a little. 29.2 seconds now between Lamborghini and Mercedes. Still all to play for though after the final stops. The top 5 in the race have all made 2 pit stops. So has Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton, who just moved into 6th with the stop for Seal and Stanley. The Woodman and Byford Cupra has only made 1 stop. So they've got 2 still to make. They have to make 3 mandatory pit stops at a minimum. Stuart Lines and Anton Spire's TCR car has only made 1 stop as well. So they're working on a slightly different strategy. Some of the TCR cars doing things slightly differently. Alex Day and Will Foster's cars only made 1 stop as well. Out of Club Corner. Is that a little bit of smoke I saw from the Mercedes there, or was it just a bit of dust being kicked up? Keep an eye as it comes towards Village. Maybe I was seeing things, maybe just a little bit of a lock-up. It's got the Lamborghini behind him. There is the 555 car. I imagine that's Jamie Stanley getting back in. Confirm in a moment. Started from pole, but was down to 10th place. Team Brit in the pit lane. That's their 3rd stop. So I imagine that will take them to the end of the race. Wait and see. Gorgeous livery on the Aston Martin for this season. The purple replacing the white. Said the 2 drivers, Luke Pound and Andy Tucker, have both overcome serious injury in order to race, sustained in separate motorcycle accidents a few years ago. Team Brit has done so much to help them, to rehabilitate them, and all their other drivers as well. Of course, we've seen the likes of Aaron Morgan, a man who is in a wheelchair after a motocross accident a few years ago. Bobby Trundley, the autistic racer. They'll be in British GT this year. Thanks to Team Brit, and fair play to them for their brilliant efforts over the years. There goes the leader through Village. Still the Lamborghini. Nearly 30 seconds up on Wayne Mars in the Mercedes. Still the Aston Vulcan in 3rd. Beauvais and McDonald still showing in 4th place. They're 2 laps down, some 7 seconds ahead of Lawson and Clark in the BMW Z4. I think this is them coming through now. Yes, there's the 4th place battle, I think. No, that's the Mercedes behind. Apologies there, that's the BMW. So the Mercedes is now in between the 2 of them. Tricky to see in the setting sun here at Silverstone there. Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton are in 9th place, and that car's just done its best lap of the race. So they're catching the Lawson Clark BMW. In comes the Mercedes. So that, I imagine, will be a swap back to Tom Jackson. And we can head down to the pits in a few moments' time with Ian to hear from Team Brit. He's down there talking to one of their drivers you just mentioned, Luke Pound.
Right, here I am in the Team Brit garage, and it's a man actually I wanted to catch up with earlier. It's Luke Pound. Now, Luke, actually come to phone you a little bit earlier, but you'd gone out, so I couldn't grab a word. How was it out there in the Aston Martin?
Yeah, it was good. It was... went out, started the race, and then we had a bit of vibration towards the end of the stint, and had to stopped early. Andy jumped out, and then we made a strategic call then just to do a. He done a little stint, and then I swapped back in and that. So first stint was a bit messy, and but the second one was good. So I think we come in P2 at the moment, so it's going well.
Left headlight looked a bit wobbly. What was that about?
I don't know. Must have been hitting the curbs a bit too hard or something. So I'm pretty sure I didn't touch anyone. So yeah, but yeah, it's not too bad. So it's car's going well, and yeah, we're in a good position.
So you've just been past your Alice band as well, of course. Look at that head of hair, by the way. Quite often we like to compare our hair, don't we?
That's it.
What do we think? Who's got the best hair? It's got to be Luke, isn't it?
I don't want to sort of say, but probably, yeah.
Definitely. Luke, thanks for your time. Well done, congratulations, and we'll catch up later, no doubt. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Great to hear from Team Brits, full of fun as ever, as Andy Tucker continues on in his Aston Martin, the man from Newport in South Wales. Where are Team Brits running in the order at the moment? Let's have a look. Running in 16th place, second in Class D at the moment. It's Montague and Hall in their Aston Martin currently leading Class D as the new tyres go on the Mercedes, the second place car. Just waiting to see who's in the car there, whether Wayne Mars has got back in or whether it's Tom Jackson taking over, I'm not sure. See, there's that bit of damage to the headlight we mentioned during the interview there on the Team Brit Aston, so it may have had a little bit of contact somewhere as the leader comes up to lap them, the Lamborghini of Lee Frost. It's got the Team Hard Porsche, which is now up into 12th place ahead of it. The Montague and Hall car has come into the pits. The Ferrari of John Seal and Jamie Stanley hasn't rejoined, so I think that car may have a problem. The 555 Ferrari. That'd be a great shame if the pole-sitting car did not finish. The Lloyd and Coates Opel Astra TCR is back in as well, the number 66 Amigo Motorsport car. They've had their fair share of problems with that car, as we heard from Reece Lloyd earlier. That car now back in the pits. There is the number 18, the BMW 1 Series. That's the car that's had to have its boot lid and rear wing replaced earlier on. That car is currently running in 20th place, 5th in Class C. Certainly doesn't look like your average 1 Series, does it? The big wide arch car. As we see our class leaders there. Class C now led once again by Clutton and Erscheg's Porsche, 6th overall. Ahead of this car, the Cavers and Plato Ferrari. Still 3 cars have only made 1 stop. They're all the Class E cars. Woodman and Byford, Spires and Lyons and Day and Foster. The Aston Martin had briefly taken 2nd place, Stephanovs and Tompkins, but they've now come back into the pits for their 3rd mandatory stop. The Lambo's still only made 2, they've got 1 more stop to make. And we'll shortly head back down to Ian in the pits. Let's see who he's got for us.
Right, welcome down to the pit lane. As you can see, a lot of action going on. Car number 41, we've got the Lamborghini, and look over at the other side as well at the Vulcan over there. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Now, a bit of information to give you how fast you think you're allowed to go down the pit lane. Have a guess, comment below. Oh, I'm going to tell you, it's actually 40 kilometres an hour. That's only 24 miles an hour. You imagine that when you're steaming around Silverstone, you've got to come into the pit, you've got to drop it down to 24 miles an hour. If you don't, you get a penalty. So there we go. Still a lot of action, a lot of racing still to go. Who's going to win? We're going to find out in the next 45 minutes. I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the pit lane speed limit's rigidly enforced for safety reasons. The cars have pit lane speed limiters on. You hear them bouncing off the rev limiter when that's active, when they are in the pit lane, before they are unleashed back out to the circuit. For just over 45 minutes to go. Here's our race leader. They've led almost every lap of this race except for during the first round of pit stops. Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. Both of their rivals currently in the pits, their main rivals, the Aston Vulcan and the Mercedes GT3. Lee Frost just trying to build as big an advantage as he can so he doesn't lose the lead, but he comes in for that team's final stop to hand over to Lucky Kera. Mercedes should be next to head back out onto track. We've got the Lambo, as we saw, still in the pits as well, number 41. That car quite a way down the order, Smart and Simons. There is the number 19 car, Beauvais and McDonald. Dave McDonald running well. Behind him, Andy Tucker for Team Brit in there. Aston Martin up into 14th place and now in the lead of Class D with the Montague and Hall car having pitted. We can shortly hand over to Matt Suckling in the pit lane. He's got some news for us as well.
Yeah, we've got some issues down here, unfortunately, for the number 160 Mercedes. Rob Boston's just in the car at the minute with Tom Jackson, and he's talking about an alternator problem. They're trying to sort some things out to try and get it to the end of the race, but it looks like now Rob has called day on that car as team manager, and Tom steps out a bit dejected with the whole situation. So a real shame for the Mercedes. And then just behind us we can see as well the 555 Ferrari, which has been in for quite a few minutes now. Jamie Stanley still behind the wheel, but they've been changing pads on that car, but there's been more issues as well, so I'm going to try and see if I can speak with John Seal, the other driver, and see what the main issues are. But that one, as I said, has been in there for about 10 minutes now, so there's some real issues for a couple of the leading cars down here in the pit lane, so I'll try and find a bit more out about those, Dave, in a few minutes.
Well, that is such a shame. It does look as if we have very sadly lost the Mercedes. Alternator problems, as we heard from Matt there, for Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson. Such a shame for Rob Boston Racing, their first race with that car. They were chasing hard after our leading Lamborghini, but that car now appears to be out of the race and also out of contention. The 555 car of John Seal and Jamie Stanley. Brake problems for that car. There it is, going down the Hanger Straights there, down to around 19th place now. We appear to have lost on circuit somewhere, looking at the screen, the timing screen, the number 18 BMW, Colin Moss and Mike Moss, sorry, and Chris Murphy's car. That's disappeared somewhere out on circuit. It hasn't come through for a couple of laps, so that BMW is missing somewhere. We could have another retirement on our hands. The TCR cars we mentioned earlier in for their second stops, the Spires and Lyons car, the Day and Foster car as well. Number 14 Porsche there, of father and son team Mark and Jake McAleer. That's the Class F car in the pits. And there's the Ferrari of Cavers and Plato. Cavers second in Class C. Peter Ersheg and Marcus Clutton have climbed back up. They're in third place. In second overall is this car, the number 19 Lamborghini of Beauvais and McDonald. They've had a superb run. Very impressive indeed. Couple of laps down on the leading Lambo, and in fact Lee Frost has come into the pits. So this probably be this car's final stop. There's 40 minutes left on the clock, so Lucky Kera will be getting in that car, and with the demise of the Mercedes and the Aston having dropped back with their final stop, then it's looking good for the number 24 Race Lab team, with Lucky Kera about to get in that car. And that should see him through to the end of this race. They've got a 2-lap lead over this car, the Beauvais and McDonald machine. Ersheg and Clutton in third place, all three of those cars leading their classes. The Woodman and Byford car is coming, that was up to 7th, the Cupra. There is the number 9 Porsche, third place now. Good recovery after that longer refuelling stop. Is that strategy going to play into their hands? Well, behind them is the Lawson and Clark BMW, one of the quiet achievers of this race. They're chasing on behind. They're lapping a second or two a lap slower than the Porsche. The Aston is down to 5th, the number 6. Under 40 minutes of this race to go. There's the BMW Z4. A steady run for them. Second in Class A now. 4th overall. And well, we mentioned problems for the 555 Ferrari. Jamie Stanley now back on circuits in that car, well down the order, and Matt is down in the pit area talking to his teammates John Seal.
Been joined down here in the pit lane by John Seal, who's been in the 555 Ferrari earlier on today. John, we saw the Ferrari in the pits for quite a while there. What seems to be the issue?
We wore the brakes out. Brakes went, so we've had to change the pads. It's cost us 12 minutes, but that's life. We'll know for next time.
Up until that point, it was going really well. You're running inside the top 10.
We were on to win the class because the other one ahead of us in our class had yet to pit again, so we were on with that. But it's just life, it's happened, can't look back, only look forward.
And of course for you it's a new year, another new car, the Ferrari British Endurance Championship. Life can be much better.
No, life's good. So let's leave it at that.
And it's nice to have Jamie back as well.
Very much so, he's a good man.
Do you reckon you can salvage anything? Could there be a few problems for others in the last 40 minutes?
We just wait and see. Let's hope.
And effectively for you it becomes a bit of a test session now.
Yes, it has. Yeah. But we've had some good times, the pair of us, so we're both happy with what we've done today. We may not win, but that's life. We've learned a lot.
John, well done today, and hope to see you at round 2.
Thank you very much. All the best.
There we go. John Seal, who, as I said, with the 555 machine back out there on circuit, is still going, but it's a 12-minute pit stop, which has cost them quite a few places in class. But as ever, John, very optimistic with that result he's going to have today here at Silverstone.
Good to hear from John Seal there with Matt Suckling in the pits, very experienced racer in Ferraris and Lamborghinis. There is his car, out of contention for any major honours now. It is still second in Class B, so if the number 19 Lamborghini should hit any problems, we hope it doesn't of course, then they could benefit, but a long way behind after that long stop with brake issues. The number 19 car does have one more stop to make. They've only made 2 pit stops. The Kera and Frost Lamborghini has rejoined from the pits. The Ersheg and Clutton Porsche is in for its final stop. The BMW of Lawson and Clark and the Cavers and Plato Ferrari both have one more stop to make as well. The Goddard and Hollings car has now made its 4th stop. Of course, they had 3 mandatory stops and the early stop was out of schedule because of a bit of damage. So a couple of the TCR cars still have a stop to make as well, but everybody else I think has made their 3 mandatory pit stops. Lamborghinis together, these are the 2 leading cars at the moment. I think Lucky Kera now back on. We've got a green flag waving there. There's a yellow flag at Club Corner. That might be where the BMW number 18 has gone. Now, I noticed a yellow flag there on the entry to Club Corner, so I assume that's where the number 18 Mike Moss and Chris Murphy BMW is. Leading towards the final half hour of the race then. MSUK British Endurance Championship. Lamborghini still circulating a lap apart. Could soon be 2 laps apart if Lucky Kera gets past Dave McDonald here. As we mentioned, the second place number 19 car still has another stop to make. And those of you asking on our comments, I've just noticed, have been asking what has happened to the 160 car. It was an alternator problem for the Mercedes. Unfortunately, they were running second, but it looks like that car is now out of the race. Lawson and Clark have been in for their final stop in the BMW. They're just rejoining. So it's Cavers and Plato up to third in their Ferrari 458 Challenge. They've got to make another stop as well, though. Behind them, and only just behind them, is the Aston Martin Vulcan of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. So I suspect we're going to see that car in a podium position fairly shortly. And with the Lamborghini, this Lamborghini, number 19, is still having a stop to make. Wouldn't surprise me if we see the Aston Vulcan up to second in the final reckoning. It's looking good for the number 24 Lamborghini of Race Lab, Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. Just over half an hour of the race to go. Class B led by the number 19, Class C by the 51 of Cavers and Plato, the Italian tricolour liveried Ferrari. Class D is led by Team Brit, Tucker and Powell, but they're only 7.3 seconds ahead of the James and Jake Little Porsche, the Beluga racing car, but they are lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker at the moment. So it's looking good for Team Brit in Class D, the GT4 class, and not too far behind them are Montague and Hall in the Aston Martin GT4. So a good fight going on there. Class E is being led by Woodman and Byford. They're over 90 seconds clear of Beeson and Healer in the Golf. In the Class E, they're both in the top, in the Class E battle, they're both in the top 10 overall as well. Good to see some parity between the classes. The Alex Day Will Foster car has come in to make its third stop. So they're running an interesting strategy, a couple of stops very close together towards the end of the race. It has been a pretty dominant display, hasn't it, by the number 24 Lambo. Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. You'll find them racing in one series or another just about every weekend in the UK. Lucky, as we said, is the former Ferrari Challenge UK champion for the Grey Paul Birmingham Ferrari team. Teams in that series representing Ferrari dealerships around the UK. It's out in the Lamborghini this weekend. In comes the number 19, that's the second place car, in for what will be its final scheduled stop. Wait to see if Claude Beauvais is going to get back in that car. Towards the closing stages, into the final half hour in just a moment. Now we'll wait to see here if the Aston Martin Vulcan comes through into second place. There is the Vulcan. I imagine they're going to take second overall. It won't bother Beauvais and McDonald too much because they are in a separate class, of course. It's been a consistent run by the Aston Vulcan. Great to have this car in the championship. Made its debut at Donington at the end of last season. It did lead the race overall for a time. It was the Pragas on that occasion that came out on top overall. The Pragas now, of course, in their own separate Praga Cup UK Series. Their race was earlier on today. They have another race tomorrow. Here's the battle between Clutton, the Erteg Clutton car, and the Lawson Clark BMW there, nose to tail. This is for 5th overall. Ersheg and Clutton second in Class C, and they could be about to take the class lead because Cavers and Plato's Ferrari has just come in for its final stop, so Lewis Plato will be taking over there. I'd imagine it's Marcus Clutton on board the Porsche, leading Kevin Clark's BMW. Here they come out of Club Corner. Clutton pulls away a little bit. So Cavers and Plato in for their final stops. Everybody except two of the TCR cars now have made all of their mandatory stops. The Spires and Lines car is in for their final stop. Day and Foster have rejoined after theirs. All the action in the pit lane before the final half hour of the race, I should say. The pit window, as we said, closes with 20 minutes left on the clock. So the TCR category cars, the Class E leaders, are leading it late. How close are Woodman, Byford and Beeson here? I think they're a lap apart. Kevin Clark continues to chase Marcus Clutton. Porsche pulling away slightly now. I think he's about to take the lead of Class C. So Kira and Frost now 2 laps up on 1 lap up, on the Aston Martin Vulcan, which is now indeed in second place because this car, the number 19, having made its stop, is down to third overall. Still leading Class B though, by a very handsome margin, because the second placed car in Class B is still the Seal and Stanley car. That's about 6 laps further back after the brake problems. And behind them is the Smart and Simons Lamborghini. Goes the leader. Can afford to take it slightly easy over the last 26.5 minutes of this race. They've got a handsome lead over the Aston Vulcan. Such a shame the Mercedes met with misfortune, else that would have been in there as well, but of course they had that time penalty to be added on as well for a short pit stop, which would have dropped them away. Jonathan Beeson and George Healer back in the pits, the Golf TCR, for their final mandatory stop. So just 1 car still to make a compulsory stop, and that's the Class E leading Cupra of Woodman and Byford. There's the Stuart Lines and Anton Spires Golf, Motus One and Maximum Motorsports running that car. As the leader laps the, I think that's the Makalia Porsche. They're heading for victory in Class F, their only rivals having dropped out early on, the Thompson family in their Jaguar. So by my reckoning, there are 22 cars running out of the 27 that started in this first MSUK British Endurance Championship race of the season. And a magnificent marathon it has been, certainly not over yet. Lamborghini team with that handsome 1-lap lead. They don't want to get complacent though. The Aston Vulcan has just done its personal best lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.754, so the Vulcan is still pushing. I imagine it's Stephen Tompkins on board that car now. So Kera leads it, Tompkins second, Claude Beauvais is third. There is the Vulcan. A bit of a slide there as it comes out of Stowe. Cavers and Plato car has rejoined after its final stop. So Peter Ersheg, Marcus Clutton's Porsche, I'd imagine it's Clutton on board, is now 4th. Kevin Clark 5th in the BMW. They're still just 2.5 seconds apart. What's the gap between Beauvais and Clutton? 26 seconds, so I don't think there's going to be any major change there. Here's a battle in Class, this is for the lead of Class D, so there's still a fight going on here. The Little family in their Porsche, I would imagine that's Jake Little on board there, holding off Team Brit in their Aston Martin, which I think has Andy Tucker on board, and the Aston Martin of Montague and Hall in third place, so that's 4th position. They're all on the same lap. There's some 6 laps behind the leaders, fighting for 10th overall, and more importantly the lead of Class D. These 3, Porsche, Aston, these are the GT4 spec cars. Flashing the lights there, number 50, that's Stuart Hall, long-time Aston Martin racer. Side by side, almost there, the 2 Astons. Up the inside goes Stuart Hall, and he goes through into 2nd in class. Now going after James and Jake Little in the Porsche Cayman. Little way behind them as well, we've got the there's the Team Hard Porsche. Ollie Turner now back on board that machine. They're in 4th place in Class C, 13th overall. Just less than 3 minutes now before the pit lane closes. But I think, and a mistake there by the Team Brit Aston, running wide through Brooklands. Maybe their brakes are going off. They're going all over the place. Look at this. Yes, tyres and brakes will be going off at this point. Ollie Turner is pushing hard here in the Team Hard Porsche. So everybody has now made, I can tell you, their mandatory stops, because the Woodman Byford, the Class E leading car, has now come in. There's the battle in Class D. Pulled away from Team Brits, who made that mistake at Brooklands. There's Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato. They're running in 6th place now, 2nd in Class C, which is being led by Urseg and Club. Class D battle comes through onto, and there's been a change. The 50 car has taken the lead of Class D. Black and purple, number 50 Aston, the T7 Motorsport car. Stuart Hall and Peter Montague now leads Class D. We just saw in the background there the flatbed taking the number 18 BMW back to the paddock. We now know where that car is, disappeared earlier on. Still ahead on completed laps of the Lloyd Coates Opel Astra, but that'll overhaul that by the end of the race. It's the last classified runner, I would think. Lucky Kera has now completed 71 laps in the leading Lamborghini, a lap ahead of the Aston Martin Vulcan, and a further lap ahead of this car, the Beauvais McDonald Lamborghini. They've had a run like clockwork so far today. I won't say too much. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on that car. So they could be on for an overall podium. Certainly on for the Class B victory. Woodman and Byford have rejoined. I imagine it's Martin Byford in that car. Spoke to Ash Woodman earlier on. So everybody has made their pit stops. Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings are going well, considering that car had that extra stop. They're 7th overall. There is our Class C leader, Marcus Clutton in Peter Urseg's new Porsche. They've had a cracking run in that car. Here's Ollie Turner, battling away with Lewis Plato. And there's the leader, as the light begins to fade, here at the home of British Motorsport at Silverstone. Here's the Class D leader, Stuart Hall, pulling away now from Jake Little in the Porsche. I think it's Jake on board anyway. I think he's taken over from his father James. Here comes the race lead. Just got to take it patiently, dealing with the back markers. They know now that Lucky Kera just has to reel off the laps to take the win. First British Endurance Championship race of the season. Pit window is now closed. Ollie Turner needs to watch his mirrors here. He's got the leader behind him. Team Hard Porsche running in 13th place at the moment. 4th in class. There's the battle between Marcus Clutton and Kevin Clark. This is for 4th position. They're in different classes, but still a good scrap on track. Marcus Clutton leading Class C, and Clark's having a look here for 4th place on the inside at Club Corner. He goes through under braking. Good move, Kevin Clark, up into 4th position. 3rd in Class A as well. Here they come. Coming up on the Albert Aston Martin, that's the Infinity with Team Brit run car, Dale and Mark Albert. Race leader still Lucky Kira. Confirmation it is Jake Little in the number 7 Porsche. Turner has now got through, a bit of tyre squeal there. I heard in the background somebody running a bit wide. Ollie Turner now up to 11th overall in the Team Hard Porsche. He wants a top 10. He should get past the Stuart Hall Aston Martin, I would think, to get into 10th place. Kikera. It's ahead of Jamie Stanley in the earlier delayed Ferrari. Of the 27 starters still running. Here comes the number 19 Lamborghini, Claude Beauvais, Dave McDonald. It's getting past the Cavers and Plato car there. That's the Class C car. They're second in class, but a long way behind Marcus Clutton. Lewis Plato. Class E, incidentally, still being led by Martin Byford in 8th overall, ahead of George Heeler's Golf by best part of a lap. 3rd in Class E, we've got the Spires and Lines car down in 15th overall. Stuart Hall has now pulled away slightly at the front of the battle in Class D. We know there's only one car left running in Class F. Macalea's in 20th overall. Just under 16 minutes on the clock then. There is our Class E leader. Another great performance by EDF Motorsports in their new Cupra Competition. Almost a lap ahead of George Heeler, who's in the 87 Golf. There's the Vulcan. Stephen Tompkins just taking it easy in the closing stages. He's a lap behind the leading Lamborghini. See the amounts of rubber on the circuit now creating marbles offline. It's Clutton in 5th place in the Porsche. Claude Beauvais has caught Jamie Stanley here. Has a look at the Ferrari. Oh, look out, that was close. That was nearly a very expensive tangle. Claude Beauvais trying to get past the Ferrari to lap him there. Jamie Stanley is not giving way. He's in 17th place. He's delayed earlier on by those brake problems. hasn't realised that the number 19 Lamborghini is there. Maybe it's because, are they in the same class, those two cars? Yes, they are. Both Class B cars, these two. That explains the similarity in speed between the two of them, and why Lamborghini is possibly having a hard time getting past. So, really, they're on different laps, so Jamie Stanley should let the number 19 Lamborghini by. There is the Class E leader. Martin Byford going well in 8th place. Just over 13 minutes of this race to go. One race to go after this, of course. We've got the Superkarts back on circuit. There is our leader. You can see now that there is a full lap between 1st and 3rd place. Well, on the track that is, there's actually 2 laps between them on time. 2nd place is the Vulcan. That's somewhere further round the lap. Just gone over the line now, in fact. So there's getting on towards just over 1.5 laps between 1st and 2nd place. Lamborghini has now got past the Ferrari. It's a fairly warm day here at Silverstone, especially given that Silverstone is normally a relatively cold and windswept circuit, given its fairly elevated position. It will be very hot in these cars. I've been taken as a passenger in a GT3 spec Ferrari at Croft Circuit in the past, and even after 3 laps it got very hot in the car. So goodness knows what it's like after half an hour to an hour in one of these cars. And that's in your full race suit, helmet and so on. This really is endurance racing, and it's no wonder that the drivers need a large intake of cold water when they get out of the car at the end of a stint. So fair play to all of these drivers for entertaining us. To everyone else here at Silverstone, particularly volunteer marshals and other officials, for making this event possible. As British Motorsport awakens from its winter slumber, it's looking good for Race Lab and their Lamborghini. Here it comes into the hangar straight. A lap and a half ahead of the Aston Martin Vulcan. Now, I predicted around 85 laps for this race. We've got just under 11 minutes to go, so we'll see how close I am. Ollie Turner running wide over the curbs there in the 222 Porsche. He's enjoyed his first British Endurance Championship race. That car now up into 10th. It's got ahead of Montague and Hall. 4th in class. Not bad considering it started from the pit lane. The other cars that started from the pit lane as well have sadly hit problems. The Taranis, of course, did. The Mercedes did, number 160. Another car that started from the pits, though, was, I believe, the number 55 BMW Z4, and that's come through into 4th overall. They've had a good run. There's the Class F leader, number 14, the Macaleers. I believe it's Jake on board that car at the moment, Macaleer Jr. This is the battle for 2nd in Class D. And the team Brit Aston of Andy Tucker has moved back ahead of Jake Little. Side by side there, the Aston and the Porsche. 4th in class behind them is the Ginetta, the Team Hard car. Less than 10 minutes to go in what's been a cracking display of endurance racing. To Team Brit as always. Members who have overcome more than most to go racing. Jake Little up there behind. throwing that Porsche around. I suspect his tyres and brakes are starting to fade now. He's dropping back from the Aston there. There's the number 44 Cupra, the car of Will Foster and Alex Day. They're down in 18th place, 5th in Class E. Fairly quiet race for them today. Ollie Turner still chasing the Ferrari of Lewis Plato, I believe it is, on board that car. Second and fourth in class, a couple of laps apart. There's the Class D leader, Stuart Hall, sharing with Peter Montague. Looks like they're heading for victory in Class D, 11th overall. We have got one race to go today after this, which is the Superkarts. So the main battle on track at the moment is for 12th overall between Team Brit and the Beluga Porsche. Here's a battle in the TCR class, the 87 that is, George Healer, getting past the 22. I think they are on different laps. Yes, Nick Hull is losing a lap there to one of his class rivals. Nick Hull and his teammate Richard Avery used to race Porsche Boxsters for several years. There's the number 9 Porsche in 5th position, heading for the win in Class C. There's the old family Aston. It's a shame they had those problems on the opening lap, running down in 21st, some 12 laps behind the leader. They're all just starting to take it easy now, making sure they make it home safely. I don't think we'll see, unless any car hits major problems, any major position changes among the leaders. But it's never over. Until the checkered flag falls as Team Brit run wide onto the grass there, trying to get out of the way of Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan. Venture Innovations, the owners of that Aston Vulcan, they'll be happy, heading for 2nd overall. Won't catch, I don't think, the Kira and Frost Lamborghini now. With just over 6 minutes of the race to go, we'll have about 3 more laps. Kevin Clark running well on the return to the series for that ING Sport BMW Z4. We haven't seen it out for the last couple of years. There's the blue Ferrari. Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings. I imagine it's Charlie in the car at the moment. Number 41 Lamborghini running further down the order in 19th place. 3rd in Class B though. The Team Hard Ginetta, that's had a fairly trouble-free run. 14th place, Hislop, Harris and McPherson. Just a couple of laps, I would think, to go now then. Here comes our Class E leader. They were the pre-race favourites, Ash Woodman and Martin Byford with the newer Cupra. So it has proved for EDF Motorsports. Eddie Farrow, the team boss, will be very pleased indeed. A great run by the Class B number 19 Lamborghini. It's looking likely that they are going to finish on the overall podium. I said earlier, the Super Trofeo and Challenge cars, can have the straight line speed advantage. The GT3 is better in the turns. There's our leader. Been a pretty dominant display by the number 24 Lamborghini. Started from the 3rd row of the grid, made its way very quickly into the lead of the race at the beginning. Aside from a spell when the Erteg and Clutton Porsche took the lead during the pit stops, they pretty much controlled the race from there on. The Mercedes was up there with them as well, but would have suffered a penalty, as we mentioned earlier, and then sadly alternator issues has put them out. Great shame for the car of Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson. They'll be one to watch in future rounds. The next round of the British Endurance Championship takes place at the beginning of April at Upton Park. April the 2nd is the next round. There goes the race leader. Just a couple of laps left now. Another car that will receive a penalty of 40 seconds post-race we've had come through is the car of Anton Spires and Stuart Lines, and that is for speeding in the pit lane. So TCR Spec Golf will get a 40-second penalty added to its race time for speeding in the pit lane. And that's the reason for the penalty for the number 50 car as well. Now, how far ahead are they in Class D? Because that's going to change things. Take a look as they come through. Montague and Hall, they will have 22 seconds added to their race time for speeding in the pit lane. Not a short pit stop, as we said earlier. We've had the clarification come through. We're just going to wait to see the gap in Class D here. If they're more than 22 seconds ahead of the Team Brit Aston Martin, then they'll be okay. The checkered flag. Waiting to see now as they come through. Yes, they're 30 seconds ahead, so I think Montague and Hall have overcome that penalty. 2 minutes left on the clock, so they'll be coming round to start the final lap of the race this time through. The race leaders, Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. Penalty for the Mercedes was for speeding in the pit lane as well, not for a short pit stop as I initially surmised. So 3 pit lane speeding penalties. One is car 94, one for car 50 and one for car 160, but the latter of course out of the race. 1 minute 20 left on the clock as the race leader comes up to start what will be his final lap. Lucky Kera. Get the car started by Lee Frost. They've raced together for around 5 or 6 years now, began in BMWs. And they are heading for victory in round 1 of the 2022 MSUK British Endurance Championship. Out onto the hanger straight comes the Lamborghini for the final time. Took the lead on the opening lap of the race and have dominated proceedings. A lap and a half clear of the Aston Martin Vulcan of Gleb Stefanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights, past the Grand Prix pits for the final time. A wonderful display it has been by 2 of the emerging stars of British motorsports. They've come a long way in a short time, these 2. They will complete 82 laps of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in this 3-hour enduro. Through the loop, up towards the Wellington Straights goes the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. The clock is down to 0. Official with the checkered flag will be waiting. Here comes your leader into Brooklands Corner for the final time. It's only the double right at Luffield, the quick squirt through Woodcote Corner. And here comes the Race Lab Lamborghini Huracan GT3 of Lee Frost and Lucky Kera exiting Woodcote Corner for the final time up towards the finish line. The checkered flag is in sight. Lucky Kera and Lee Frost win the opening round of the 2022 MSUK British Endurance Championship. Second place is going to go to the Aston Martin Vulcan from Venture Innovations of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins, a lap and a half behind. And completing the podium, a fine display, and winning Class B as well, Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Fourth place and third in Class A will go to Ian Lawson and Kevin Clark in the BMW Z4 run by ING Sports. We just saw Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton's Porsche across the line. They win Class C. Class E is won by Ash Woodman and Martin Byford in a fine 8th overall in the Cupra. And we'll await confirmation of the result in Class D. Yes, Montague and Hall, Peter Montague and Stuart Hall, despite that penalty for speeding in the pit lane, they win Class D in the T7 Motorsport Aston Martin. Class F, well, the only finisher in Class F, but taking the class win in 20th overall, Mark and Jake McAleer in their Porsche. Rest of the field comes home. I'll give you the results in a few moments' time. A couple of cars receiving penalties. Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato get a 5-second penalty. I believe that's for exceeding track limits. Ollie Turner and Callum Jenkins, Porsche in 10th place, gets a 15-second penalty. Owen Jake and James Little get a 20-second penalty as well. We haven't been given the reason for that. That drops them to 4th in Class D behind the Ginetta. We knew about the other penalties. 5 seconds for Nick Hull and Richard Avery as well, and for Day and Foster. I assume they're for track limits. But we'll confirm the results in a moment then. Congratulations, Lucky Kera and Lee Frost, who steered their Lamborghini to a dominant victory in round 1 of the MSUK British Endurance Championship, taking the win a lap ahead of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan. Great run by Beauvais and McDonald in there. Well, it's listed as a Ferrari on the timing, but it was a Lamborghini, as we saw, taking third and the win in Class B. Fourth went to the Lawson and Clark BMW Z4. Erscheg and Clutton win Class C in 5th place. Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato behind them, then Goddard and Hollings in their Ferrari. Class E won by Ash Woodman and Martin Byford in their Cupra, ahead of Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. And the top 10 completed by Ollie Turner and Callum Jenkins on their debut with Team Hard in their Porsche 991 GT3 Cup. Class D, a close battle there, despite a penalty, as we said, for speeding in the pit lane. Peter Montague and Stuart Hall take the win in their Aston Martin ahead of the Team Brit Aston, and a penalty for the Little family in the Veluga Porsche drops them to 4th in class behind the Team Hard Ginetta. Penalty as well for Anton Spires and Stuart Lyons, but they complete the top 15. Outside the top 15, the John Seal and Jamie Stanley Ferrari makes it home in 16th place, ahead of Nick Hull and Richard Avery, then the Day and Foster Cupra. Behind them, Smart and Simons in their Lamborghini. The McAleers win Class F in the Porsche, then the Alberts in their Aston Martin, and the final finishers were Lloyd and Coates in the Opel Astra TCR after a problematic run for that car. We lost Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson, sadly, from 2nd place. Alternator problem with the Mercedes. We lost the Mike Moss and Chris Murphy BMW 1 Series. The Porsche of Fothergill, Bennett and Molam head gasket failure put them out. The Tyrannus retired early on, as did the Jaguar F-Type. But an excellent display of endurance racing here at Silverstone today, and of course that's not the last race. We've still got the Superkarts to come, as the celebrations will begin shortly down in the pit lane. Congratulations to race winners Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. celebrations taking place down there. As we can see, that's the Venture team, the Aston Martin squadron, taking the Vulcan to second place, Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. I'm sure we'll be down in Parc Fermé in a moment to hear from our race winners and hopefully class winners as well. One race to come from the Superkarts as well. Okay, so I think we can now hand down to Parc Fermé to hear from our podium finishers. I think Matt Suckling is down there.
The winner's time was 16 minutes.
So we're ready for the podium then for the first ever British Endurance Championship race here at Silverstone, and in third place is Claude Bovitz and David McDonnell. Well done to our third place guys. Where are they? Claude, David, come on, onto the podium you come. Head down the end guys, well done. You get your trophies from Claire Headley, the lady behind the Britcar and British Endurance Championship. So the race goes away of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Well done Glebs, well done Stephen. Onto the second step of the podium you go as the Superkarts head onto the circuit. They receive that trophy as well. And we welcome our first ever winners of the British Endurance Championship for 2022, Lucky Kira and Lee Frost. Many congratulations guys, superb race there. After 3 hours of racing, they will take the top step of the podium, and we'll see if we have got time for a quick word with them. We might run out of time unfortunately, because as I said, the Superkarts are making their way onto the circuit. There's photographers downstairs taking the pictures. Everyone will hold their trophies aloft, and what magnificent trophies they are indeed. So what a first race of the season. Of course, we look forward to the next championship race at Alton Park in a few weeks' time, which of course will be streamed live here with us, courtesy of the BARC as well. So well done to all of them. Big cheer for the drivers. Our top three then in the first ever British Endurance Championship race here at Silverstone.
Presentations for the winning British Endurance Championship drivers, including Lucky Kira and Lee Frost on the top steps.
Let's see if we can have a quick chat with our winning drivers. Let's very quickly get them down. Lucky and Lee, join us down here if you wouldn't mind. We'll have a very quick chat with you. We've got the next race coming up. Lucky, many congratulations. What a race that was. How did you enjoy it?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Absolutely loved it. Got a clear gap and just kept it.
And first winners of the British Endurance Championship race.
Yeah, it's nice. It's historic.
And Lee, for you, how did you find it?
Oh, it was brilliant. Brilliant car, brilliant track. Yeah, it was great.
All worked well, you and Lucky together?
Perfectly, yeah. No, a lot better than what we thought. We thought we'd struggle because not having a pro, but no, we're on it.
Strong starts to the season. Looking forward to Alton Park now?
Yeah, it's a couple of weeks, isn't it? So yeah, looking forward to it.
Many congratulations, guys. This is a historic moment. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
There we go. Back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Matt. Only time for a quick word with our race winners there. They'll be back out at Alton Park in a couple of weeks because it's time for race 2 for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. This grid set by lap times from the race earlier on today. It was Matt Robinson who took the win on that occasion, kart number 84. He's on pole position with Lee Harpham, the man he was battling with at the end of race 1. A great fight they had for the victory. He starts alongside him. The second row, number 1, Ross Allen, and it should be Liam Morley in the O-Plate kart, but he retired from race 1. Speared off very suddenly straight on, so whether there was a problem with his kart, I'm not sure if he's on the grid actually. Tom Rushforth and Carl Hume on row 3, then Andy Gulliford and Jason Dredge, they're all in Division 1 superkarts. First of the 250 mono karts is 101 Lee Plain. He starts on the 5th row of the grid alongside Mark Newton. The 450 national winner from race 1, that was inherited by Nick Flint, number 59, after Costa Kiritsis was disqualified. And the 125 open class was won by 36 Tom Baldwin earlier on, so they're the names to look out for. Remember, the Division 1 karts have the yellow number plates, 250 mono have white, 125 open have blue, and the 450 nationals have red number plates. This will be a 15-minute race, the last race of today here at Silverstone. We're back in action from tomorrow. Liam Morley is there. There is the O-Plate kart. That's good to see. He'll start as one of the favourites here, hoping to avoid any further mechanical maladies. If you missed the race earlier on, where were you? These karts can reach 140 miles an hour, the quickest of them in a straight line. Watch out from the back of the grid as well. Paul Platt was an early retirement in race 1, didn't set a lap time, so he has to start at the back. One of the most successful superkarters of all, the multiple British Grand Prix winner in the 250 mono category. Here we go then, the pack about to be unleashed. The last race of the day here at Silverstone, about to get underway. Here we go, down towards Copse Corner for the first time. A decent start by Ross Allen up the inside, but it's Matt Robinson in kart number 84 who takes up the early lead. They swarm their way through, one a bit slower way there at the back, the number 62, that is of Andy Powell. 91 from the 450 national category is Kieran Phillips. Side by side for the lead as they come through. Ross Allen has got ahead. Matt Robinson has dropped back there, I think. We'll see as they come down into the Hanger Straight. Yes, Robinson's down to 4th. It's Ross Allen leading from Liam Morley. Carl Hume up to 3rd. Robinson 4th, and Lee Harpham in 5th position. We'll pick up the class leaders on the timing screen at the end of the first lap. As a spin there, the 92 kart has gone around. That's one of our 250 national runners. That's Ben Arden who has spun out, hand in the air to warn the opposition to avoid him. He's out of the race, gets out of the karts. Hopefully he's okay. Ross Allen, the reigning British champion in the Division 1 superkarts, leads the way from Liam Morley in 2nd place, one of Britain's most successful superkarters. He's had a multitude of Grand Prix wins, has raced in the European Superkart Championship as well. 27 there, one of the leading runners in the 250. That's James Hassel. He was a late retirement while leading the 250 mono category in race 1. They're trying to make up for that with success here, taking on the likes of Lee Plain. And Paul Platt will have to watch for coming through from the back of the grid as well in GP1. Somebody running wide there onto the tarmac runoff area. Couldn't quite see who that was as they head down the Wellington Straight. Morley challenging on the back of race leader Ross Allen. Side by side for 4th position as well. It's close all the way down the order. Looks like Lee Plain is once again leading the 250 category. Lee Harpham's got ahead of Matt Robinson for 4th position. Snake their way through 50 karts here today, and there is Paul Platt. Look at the ground he's made up already. He's got to be over halfway up the field. We'll see how many places he's gained as they cross the timing line for the first time. Paul Platt has gained 32 places on that first lap alone. Liam Morley meanwhile continues to challenge Ross Allen in the twin engine karts, the 250cc setup in Division 1. He's using two 125 engines together. 6th position Jason Dredge, he's going well. He was a late retirement in race 1 as well, but with lap times from race 1 setting the grid for race 2, still had a decent grid position as Liam Morley jinks out from behind. Ross Allen trying to go round the outside. There's the leader in 250s, that's 101 Lee Plain, 127 James Hassel in 2nd, losing out to one of the Division 1s, number 20 of Rob Stubbs going through. Leaders are up at Club Corner at the moment, heading towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, and Liam Morley has got through at Stowe into the lead once again. Carl Hume going well up there in third position, then Robinson, the race 1 winner, in number 84 in fourth place. It's the first of 5 rounds of the Super Series this year. Next round in a few weeks' time at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. First half dozen or so have broken away as the light begins to fade here at Silverstone. 7th place is Andy Gulliford, he's a little further back then. Plain leads the 250 mono class. The 450s are being led by Nick Flint once again, and the 125s are number 87 Jack Tritton. There go the leaders into Brooklands. Liam Morley starting to pull away. Lost out in the Super Series last year, he missed the first round and then had mechanical problems in the finale. Hoping to avoid any issues here. Chased by the number 1 of Ross Allen. Lead gap is 1 second as they cross the line. Carl Hume in third, then Robinson, Harpham, Dredge, Gulliford. Lee Plain still leads the 250 mono category that James Hassel, 127, is chasing him down, or is he? No, he's dropped a couple of spots back. It's number 29 of Tom Hatfield, second in Division 1. Now it's Matt Robinson up the inside. He well and truly sent it there and gets past Carl Hume. That was a brave move there by Matt Robinson. He knows no fear. Carl Hume, the more experienced racer, trying to fight back as they go down the Hanger Straight, though he'll have the inside line for Stowe Corner, and he retakes the position. Back up into third, Robinson late on the brakes, back around the outside. He really is a fearless racer. Here's Matt Robinson, side by side as they go over the line. Robinson third in the Super Series last year behind Lee Harpham and Sam Moss. Sam not here this weekend. There's the battle between Dredge and Gulliford further back, but Liam Morley starting to pull away a little now, ahead of Ross Allen. Ross was only 7th in the Super Series last year, but won the overall British Championship as the scrap continues for third place. Robinson holds off Carl Hume. Morley continues to set the pace, looking for his first win of the season. Lee Harpham back in 5th place, the British Grand Prix winner last year, the British Superkart Grand Prix, hence the GP plate. Liam Morley won the O plate here in the wet at Silverstone. Lee Plain continues to lead the 250 mono class. The first 7 or so have pulled away the quickest Division 1 superkarts. Lee Harpham trying to fight back up the order. Ross Allen runs a bit wide there, going into Luffield. Matt Robinson is with him. Here's the battle between Dredge and Gulliford. Jason Dredge, non-finisher earlier on, so he needs points here, holding off Andy Gulliford in the number 7. The gap is up to 1.5 seconds now. Ross Allen held second place there, coming out of Luffield. Carl Hume is on him though, and Matt Robinson. So a 3-way battle could be developing here for second place very short. 8.5 minutes to go. Very quick fire, these superkart races. Is Matt Robinson going to send it down the inside at Beckett's again here? No, Ross Allen moves to cover. But Matt Robinson has a big future ahead of him, I reckon, in this category. Liam Morley starting to pull away, slowly but surely. Lee Harpham's on the tail of Carl Hume now. 5 of them together. Further back in the classes, Lee Plain continues to lead as Robinson up the inside. No, you don't, says Ross Allen, holds him off. Plain leads 250 mono. And further back, Jack Tritton leads the 125 open class. 450 national is led by number 59, that's Nick Flint. Inherited the win in race 1. Getting towards half distance already. Morley pulling away. He's got a little bit of trim loose on the outside of his kart there. He's trying to deal with that as Robinson now going for second place. On the inside as Abbey goes through, up into second. Now has the daunting task of trying to catch the man who's been pretty much the king of superkarts in Division 1 in the UK in the last few years, Liam Morley. Stymied a bit by missing a couple of meetings last year with off-track matters, and then mechanical problems held him back towards the end of the season. There's the battling pair of Dredge and Gulliford further back in the order. Rob Stubbs is next. First non-Division 1 is Lee Plain in 9th. Paul Platt is up into 11th position now from the very back of this huge grid, and second in 250 mono. Tom Hatfield is down to 3rd. Keep an eye on Platt, hopefully further back in GP1, British champion and British Grand Prix winner last year. A 41, that's one of our 125 karts with the blue plate. That's Fletcher Hearn. See the 125's the smaller design. Matt Robinson is now up into second place ahead of Ross Allen. See how the leading runners have pulled away. First 5 or so, well clear of Gulliford, who's now 6th. Matt Robinson is absolutely throwing his kart around, as is Lee Harper. Liam Morley continues to lead. On the O plate here last year at Silverstone. Robinson, Allen, Harper, Hume down to 5th. And this battle between Gulliford and Dredge. Andy Gulliford ahead now in this duo. They're lapping the 62 kart, which is Andy Powell. Has Paul Platt taken the lead in the 250 mono category? Yes, he has. He's got ahead of Lee Plain now. Gained 3 more places on that lap. Paul Platt is now 8th overall, the top non-Division 1 kart. On his PVP chassis with the Spanish-built Gas engine. Gas are more famous for their trials bikes and motocross. A lot of these karts have motocross-based engines, especially the 450 4-stroke category. Tell the 450s from the others because of the much deeper, more bassy engine note with 4-stroke engines. Here's a battle between number 14 of Nathan Barton. This is further back in the order, fighting with the 36 of Baldwin. Thomas Baldwin second in the 125 open class. Jack Tritton leading that just ahead of them in 87. 5 minutes to go, so 2/3 distance. Leaders are at Luffield. Ross Allen giving chase, the British champion, to Morley and Robinson ahead. The lap times from this race will set the grid for race 3, which is coming up tomorrow. Just over a second in it, and Robinson just did the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, 0.456. Nearly a second quicker than Liam Morley on that last lap. So we've got a race on our hands at the front. Matt Robinson is really on it. Last lap was almost around a second quicker than everyone else. Ross Allen in third. Going clear even of Lee Harper, the British Grand Prix winner. There he is in the background. The gap is definitely coming down. They come up to lap the number 65. That's Graham Jones. Liam Morley, the man from Lancashire, continues to fight. Chased by Matt Robinson. He's from Cheshire. Just under 4 minutes to go. Markers come through. Liam Morley will deal with them swiftly and with style. Through he goes. What can Matt Robinson do? He's lost a little bit of ground there, coming through club corner. Oh, he has to go onto the curb there to avoid the back markers, but there's enough room to fit 3 or 4 karts side by side. Now there is our 250 mono leader, Paul Platt. Remember, he started back in about 50th on the grid, and in 5 laps of Silverstone is up into 9th place overall. That is a masterclass in overtaking, showing how quick Paul Platt is, one of Britain's most successful superkarters ever. There's 127, that's James Hassel, now down to 5th in 250 mono. Was leading the class in race 1 when he retired late on. There is Platt. Lee Plain, second in the class behind him. This is for 9th and 10th overall. A couple of karts further back in the early stages, but all the main players still in there. Leaders have come across the start-finish line. It's Morley has increased his lead from Robinson. 1.75 seconds is now the lead. I think they'll have 1 more lap to go after this. Allen third, Harpen 4th, Hume 5th, as they race into the sunsets here at Silverstone. It's Gulliford still in 6th position, then Jason Dredge. Next through should be Rob Stubbs, and then this man, Paul Platt. GP1 Grand Prix winner once again last year. He's won the British Superkart Grand Prix for 250s about 6 times, and 5 or 6 British championships as well. More titles than I can remember in this sport. Mechanical problems pegged him back last season. It was Lee Plain who took the Super Series title. Clinton Bridge won the 125 Open title, and Kevin Ridley, who's not here this weekend, won 450 National. charge their way through Club Corner. There's our leader, Liam Morley. Matt Robinson in second, lapping the number 34 of Daniel Gerrard. Now, can Matt Robinson do it again? He battled furiously with Lee Harper after Liam Morley dropped out of race 1. Liam Morley still out in front, but his best lap still half a second slower than Matt Robinson behind him. So Robinson, as it stands at the moment, will get pole position for the race tomorrow. There's Platt going clear of Lee Plain now. On the tail of Rob Stubbs in the Division 1 kart. Just over a minute of this race to go. So when the leaders cross the line, they will start their final lap. Waiting for them to come through then. These are some of the 125 Open class karts further back. That's Tom Baldwin, and that was Clinton Bridge, the reigning 125 Open champion behind them. Here are the leaders. 0.8 of a second in it as they cross the line, and Robinson lapped a second quicker than Liam Morley. We're in for a grandstand finish between these two. Up to Beckett's. We know how strong Matt Robinson is through here. Flings his way through, closes right up onto the tail of Morley. We're certainly in for a good finish between these two. Can Liam Morley hold on? The new sensation of Division 1 Superkart, Matt Robinson from Northwich in Cheshire, closing in on the master of the last few years, Liam Morley. Was beaten to the British title by Ross Allen last year, having had a few problems, as we mentioned earlier. Is Liam Morley's crown slipping up? Going up to lap some of the 125 Open karts. Through the left at Club Corner. Disappear momentarily out of our sight. It's this long right-hander. Clock has counted down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time. Here they come. Morley moves to the inside, preempts where the back markers are going to go. Gets through. Robinson's on him though. Up towards Abbey for the last time, and Robinson's right with Morley now. It's just between these two. They're over 5 seconds clear of Ross Allen. Up to Village, Robinson to the inside. He's got the tighter line there, side by side through there. Robinson just had his nose in front, he's got him. Morley back up the inside, but Robinson's through. Takes the lead, coming out of Village with less than half a lap to go. It's only up the Wellington Straight now into Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote, and Liam Morley's going to have to do something special here. They're coming down the Wellington Straight now. They appear under the bridge. Morley to the inside. He's going to try and get him back again. Robinson cuts in. They're side by side. Robinson sliding about all over the place. They're absolutely side by side. Morley comes out with the lead into Luffield for the final time. Can Robinson get him back? I don't think so. There's a back marker there. Morley goes wide to lap him, and I think Liam Morley has done enough. Failed to finish race 1, but he's going to make up for it here in race 2 of the weekend for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. The checkered flag is at the ready. Liam Morley takes the win. A cracking battle in the closing stages with Matt Robinson. They finish half a second apart. Robinson second. Ross Allen will come over in third place, just ahead of Carl Hume and Lee Harpham. They were close together in the closing stages as well. And we will await Andy Gulliford in 6th position further back. 7th will go to Jason Dredge. And 8th place should be Rob Stubbs. We'll wait for them to come across the line. But Liam Morley makes up for his retirement in race 1, takes the win. But Matt Robinson with the fastest lap, that means he should take pole position for race 3 tomorrow. Jason Dredge comes through for 7th. Should be Rob Stubbs over in 8th place, waiting for him to come in. They were a little spaced out in the midfield further back. Paul Platt comes over the line behind Rob Stubbs. Yes, Paul Platt, there he is. Takes the win in the 250 mono category, and Lee Plain in second in class rounds out the overall top 10. Waiting for confirmation of the other class winners here. 125 Open and 450 National. They're further back down the order. It should be Jack Tritton, I would think, to win the 125 Open class. 450 National has been won by Nick Flint, a lap down. So 2 wins out of 2 for him this weekend. Waiting for the final runners to come in Jack Tritton was just on the lead lap in the 450, in the 1250 category, sorry. So he'll be the last man to cross the line. We may have lost Sam Hempshall on that last lap, on the leading ladies of Superkarts, as well as the sun sets over the Silverstone wing, bringing to a close a wonderful day of racing here at the Silverstone circuit. Liam Morley the winner by 0.56 of a second after a great battle with Matt Robinson. British champion Ross Allen third ahead of Hume and Harper. Great drive by Paul Platt, certainly the driver of the race. Started about 50th on the grid and came through to finish 9th and win at the 250 mono category ahead of Lee Plain and Tom Hatfield. Just two classes packing out the top 15 in that one. Most of them the Division 1s as expected. And then further back in the order, the win in the 125 Open category did indeed go in 23rd overall to Jack Tritton, number 87. And in 450 national down in 29th overall it was Nick Flint. A beautiful sunset to end the day here at Silverstone then. We'll wait for the karts to head back into the paddock. Of course tomorrow we do it all again. First race of tomorrow here at Silverstone will be at around 10:55. The Superkarts will be back out again for that for race 3. That's followed by the Britcar Trophy. 2 50-minute races with a pit stop for them. We've also got the Praga Cup for their second race of the weekend, 1 hour of racing with a mandatory pit stop. And the day is closed out tomorrow by the Snetterton Saloons, normally residents at the Norfolk circuit. They have an away day, a mixture of different saloon cars. They're joined by the Z Cars Championship, the BMW Z4s as well in their race taking place tomorrow. But shortly we will head down into Parc Fermé and hopefully hear from some of our Superkart racers.
Oh well, welcome to Parc Fermé. Another great race, wasn't it? That's more like it for this man here. This morning wasn't quite what you were hoping for, but this is a lot better, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of started the way last year ended, so not good at all. But yeah, just managed to hold that off at the line last lap. But yeah, overall happy with that.
It's never comfortable in these things, is it? You did have a 1.1 second lead at the time, which is about as good as it gets, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, then you start catching back markers, and you never catch them at the right time, and you know, once you get into the tow as well, especially with a headwind down the back straight like we've got here, you know, you soon reel each other in, and then yeah, it gets a bit close. This
afternoon, the weather, it suddenly got very cold, and like you said, it's got very windy as well. I bet you could feel everything in these, can't you?
Yeah, I was sat on the in the assembly area shivering like hell, but you know, once you get out there, you warm up, you get the adrenaline going, you know, it's all right.
Well done, congratulations. It started quite sour, but it's ended very sweet indeed. Let's grab Matt Robinson as well, because it's been a very, very good day for this man. First and the second place. Matt, just couldn't quite get him this time.
Yeah, it's I say can't complain with the first and the second on day one of the season, but would have been nice to take 2 wins. But yeah, we all know Liam's quick. So to be fair, when I got into second and passed Ross, there was about a second gap, and I thought, you know, is it worth pushing or killing the tyres? But I thought, let's give it a go.
Yes, that's what we like.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, got onto the back of him, onto just before the last lap started. So I thought I may as well have a go somewhere. So set it up nicely around the back of the circuit on the Grand Prix straight. Had a bit of a dive into the can't remember the name of the corner now, but one of the hairpins over there, and got it to stick actually. But then he got a better run onto the back straight. So had a bit of a tussle last couple of corners, but yeah, Liam came out the winner, me second, so can't complain. Good start to the day, and let's see what we can do tomorrow.
It's like a game of chess at 140 miles an hour, isn't it? Well done, congratulations. Let's go a quick word with Ross again, shall we? Ross, a bit like this morning, really.
Yeah, 2 or 3 lap race seems to suit me best today, but no, it was great fun. Really enjoyed the first few laps, and then a little bit towards the end, I started to struggle a bit with my arms and my neck, and that held me back a little bit.
Well, it is pretty nippy now as well, isn't it? Did you feel every single bit of wind?
Yeah, the wind's really hard on the neck as well, and yeah, thanks to all my team for standing in it all day, and also all the officials for standing out in it all day.
Absolutely. My hands are freezing as well, it's getting pretty cold out. Thanks for chatting to us, Ross, well done. Right, that does it, round out the action, so I'm going to hand back to Dave and get into the office and warm my hands up.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to Ian Waterhouse and also to Matt Suckling for their excellent pit lane interviews today. As you say, it's a sunny day, but it's rather cold here at Silverstone, so thank you very much and fair play to everyone here today. That just about wraps up the action from day one here on BARC TV from the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. First of all, we must say a thank you to all the volunteer marshals and other officials, the recovery crews, medical staff and so on. We couldn't go racing without any of them, especially the Orange family, as we call them. So thanks very much to them for working out in all hours, in all weathers, as always. Thank you to our camera crews as well. Been a cold day for them as well. Thanks to them for capturing all the action. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment and their support crews in the paddock and pits as well. Thanks to all of you for watching. We are back on air tomorrow with day 2 from the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We begin at around 10:55 with race 3 of the weekend for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. That's followed by a 50-minute race for the Britcar Trophy Championship, 50 minutes with a pit stop. Then there's a lunch break, and that's followed by 1 hour from the Praga Cup with a mandatory pit stop, their second race of their first standalone weekend. A great race for them earlier today. Britcar Trophy are then out again, and then something a bit different with the Snetterton Saloons with the Z cars. They have a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop, so mainly long races tomorrow. 5 races coming up for you here at Silverstone on BARC TV. Thanks to all of you who have joined us from a rather cold Silverstone, but thankfully sunny, and hopefully the weather holds out for tomorrow as well. Thank you from myself, Dave Goddard, here in the commentary box. I'll be joining you tomorrow. We'll see you just before 11 AM tomorrow, but it's goodbye for now.